Hello, Cleveland. Oh, look at this. I didn't do the windows right. Oh my,
Of
oh
course you
my.
didn't.
Okay. Hey, would it be a show without the problems going on? There we go. Now we're all set. Yay!
Experiencing technical difficulties.
Yes. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the hell are you? Yeah, this is the open chat. I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady. With me is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. Hello, dear. How are you?
I'm doing all right, I suppose. I'm actually waiting right now for a same day delivery of a wrist brace because I have been having hand troubles with the trackball and everything, and I'm worried that it's carpal tunnel, but it might just be tendonitis. Regardless, the brace I have right now, not really like doing the job. I think it's built more for like injuries, like you sprained or broke something. So I ordered actually a couple of different wrist braces, just hoping like if I throw enough at the wall, something will stick. So we'll see. It should arrive soon. The driver's in my neighborhood.
Okay, then, yeah, there's stuff made mention about an echo, and I know why there is the echo. I am not wearing my headset. We gotta fix that. We definitely have to fix that. And I see Minnow in the side chat. Said she'd be here in about 15 minutes. Okay, hopefully that'll fix everything. Oh, Minnow's finishing up on Math Pig's panel. Okay, then. Gosh, very, very popular person. Yes.
That's weird. Someone told me Math Pig doesn't like me. I have no idea why.
I don't
We've never
know.
been anything but polite to each other, and maybe the rumor is wrong, but someone said that. I'm like, that's a shame because I kind of like him.
Hmm. And
Oh well.
along with us as well
Yeah, I don't
is.
know, but Math Pig, I think, is one of those people that he's going to be polite publicly to everyone, regardless how he feels about them.
Ah.
Hmm. And yay, Purple, how is you is?
Uh, Actually feeling kind of weird right now. Had to be up
Welcome to my
early to
world.
get Sloth Girl to an appointment this morning, and
Oy
my
vey.
body's all feeling like right now I should be asleep.
Hmm. I feel like that
And I
most of the
haven't even had
time.
my dinner yet.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, I was hungry before the show started. I ate a little, and now I'm still hungry. It's annoying.
Yeah,
Mm.
see, that's the problem with eating. I mean, it's pointless. You're just going to get hungry again
Uh
anyway.
huh.
Well,
And
and
I.
you don't even buy food, you just rent it.
Yep. And I still
And I'd
have.
never get my deposit back.
Well,
It is the only
actually,
thing that is completely recyclable.
after a while after the meal, you do make a deposit.
I'm going to say air is recyclable. We breathe it in, we expel it out, plants do their thing with it, and lather, rinse, repeat.
Oh my, oh my. Lone Wanderer says I like Kate, but I think she doesn't like me. I don't know. Tell us about that.
Well, okay, here's the thing. My bad memory is going to work in your benefit because there are a number of people where they're like, we had this big old conflict and we blocked each other and I'm ready to be friends again. And I'm like, I don't even remember who the fuck you are. So, okay, friends. I mean, it's like it's happened more than once. So, Lone Wanderer, if we have a problem with each other, I have no idea what the fuck it was. So, slate clean.
There you go. There you go.
So
Let
you're
me.
saying your policy is forget and forgive.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that, yeah. Although, actually, my real policy is that forgiveness without justice is capitulation. But you know what? I think if I don't remember it, no harm, no foul, because how can I hold a grudge against something I don't remember? Am I right?
Okay then. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. I've known people who have held grudges against people and do not remember why. I just know that I don't like this person. It's like.
Well, I
Mm.
mean, there's a lot of American history about that, about grudges that have gone on for generations and nobody remembers what the original offense was.
Yeah, there you go. Didn't the Hatfields and McCoys have something like that
Yeah,
going
that's the
on?
most famous example.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what the conflict was.
Neither did they.
Well, but Okay, so no one could, like, no one went back into history, found a diary somewhere, and went, aha!
No, I don't think it's ever been, specifically resolved. I don't think anyone ever found out what the original thing was about.
See, that's the kind of thing where I really wish I knew it. I wish someone would find the answer. Like Diana, you're always like going after knowledge, this, that, and the other thing. For me, I like the, just like the unanswered questions about what happened.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think it's one of those things that
I would love to know the truth about Roswell.
Okay.
I think the Hatfields and McCoys is one of those things that there's a lot of speculation and you can find a dozen different theories, but no one really has evidence to prove one is any more valid than others.
Hello, B.
Hello, Mr. B. How you doing? Yeah.
Where's there a bee? I'm allergic. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
No, I'm not really. I'll eat them bitches for lunch. How you
There
guys
you
doing?
go. Hey.
Not like that.
Been there.
I cannot remember all the people who wanted to come on in here, so hopefully we can collect the names and get everybody here and stuff and things.
I can send Savage one on Twitter.
I already did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
and then
who
else wanted to come in? Stool.
Yeah, I guess we could let Stool in.
Yeah, well,
that sounds like fun.
We have so little neighborhood left.
Yeah, I tell you.
It's okay. He's across the pond. He can't come and do anything. So.
It's true. Although I have met people from across the pond when they came here, so you know.
Ah.
Well,
Touche.
T and Danish is showing up.
Who, what, where? What?
Oh,
You
Linda.
said T and Danish is coming to you.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Sure.
they're from across the pond.
Tomorrow. I hope I have the place somewhat straightened out. It doesn't look like crap, which it usually does.
Oh, Lone Wanderer said that the Hatfield thing started over a stolen pig.
Oh.
Oink. Oh, my.
It did. Everything always starts over thieves. That's what happens. It's the whole world.
Oh, no. Sometimes
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
Well, no, sometimes it's, you fucked the wrong member of my family.
Yeah, the Romeo and Juliet thing comes up a
Yeah.
lot.
Sometimes people fuck the wrong people in the family. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
You ate my sister, and now we have a bastard love child, and we don't know what to do with it.
you fucked my sister. I was supposed to do that. Anyway.
Oh snap! What are we in Kentucky now?
Yes, that's where the Hatfield McCoy feud took place.
See, atheism is so much easier. You barbecue the baby, you're done with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I love roast suckling toddler, I must say.
Oh my.
Roast suckling toddler. Well, if you go with the toddlers instead of the babies, you get a lot more meat. It's true.
Yeah.
Babies are mostly fat. You let them run.
Yeah.
It's kind of like they do with calves. You let them run around for a couple years, gain a little bit of muscle, but you keep them in a closed-in area so it doesn't become tough. And then that 2-year mark, 1-year mark, yeah, that's where you want them at.
Yeah.
Babies are all just fat. There's no sustenance in them.
Yeah,
That's why I don't eat
render them down for like oil or something. Baby Crisco.
What's fucked up is I love kids and I would never fucking hurt a child, but it's so stupid what they say about atheists. I don't mind joking about this.
Well, I mean, I love. I mentioned Jim Jeffries way too much, but he keeps saying there is a difference between what I think and what I think is funny to say, and man, do I live that. It's like I can make a joke about anything, even at my own expense, but I don't mean it. And if anyone thinks I do, they're an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of why I don't go to funerals. Because even at funerals, I would have a hard time missing the punchline.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It's one of the reasons I couldn't be in the military. I mean, I don't know if you've seen Starship Troopers, but you remember when Sergeant Zim was yelling at all the new recruits, and one dude had clearly seen way too many movies and was trying to hold in the giggles? That would be me.
Alrighty then. Yeah.
You know, because, like, seriously, Sergeant Zim was being the stereotypical drill sergeant. Like, you've seen this guy, he was channeling Arlie Ermy hard, you know?
Yeah.
And so it's like I would also start snickering, and I couldn't do anything about it. I'd be in, like, the stockade, the brig, whatever the fuck, you know, just because I couldn't stop laughing at my superiors.
Okay, then. It falls silent.
Sorry, I had to mute myself because I'm making coffee. My coffee pot is really loud, so that's why I muted.
Oh my.
Well, you know, it's not really interfering much. It just sort of sounds like something's bubbling.
Yeah, and I'm trying to eat here.
Okay, Stool is yelling, roast the toddlers in
and-
butter.
And now B is talking but muted.
Is you talking? Hey, B.
I, B, C.
They're broken. I have
You're
two
getting
screens, and
stuck.
My mouse was all the way on my laptop screen, and I didn't realize. I'm going, where the fuck is it? Amanda!
I see
There's Amanda!
It's like PBJ, but better.
Thank you. Hi, Perk.
How are you, sweetheart?
Well, I tell you what I really like is PBG.
You look better.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was happy to see your little post there, Amanda.
Yes, I got a call today from somebody who is willing to might be willing to work with us. We might have a place. I will find out Thursday.
Oh, hooray.
Is it somewhere
Yay.
that can't be found?
Well, he won't be
Like
able to
address?
find us. No, he
Okay.
won't. He won't be able to. Where I'm at right now, he can't. Like where I'm at the moment, he absolutely can't find us because it's even hidden from the maps. So
Fair
I
enough.
think that before you left, you should have, like, put a tracking device on his vehicle so you know where he is all the time.
yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
hook it up to your
even
phone,
buy
and you
a
could be like,
tracking
oh, there's that
device?
dick. I can avoid him.
Yeah,
Like, seriously, where do you
should.
even buy a tracking device? Because I've known they existed since Star Wars, and I've always kind of a little bit wanted one.
Well, I could have. They have that. John calls it the Stalker app, the Life 360 app. If you hide it in their phone, because I have that for Angel. So,
Ah.
yeah.
Oh, fair
Yeah, I
enough.
used to have that when I was with my ex, her kids. We had those on her kids because you never
Yeah.
knew where they were going to. And then when they found out, the younger one was like, Boom! She's like, you're 15. I'm fucking keeping track of your ass.
Yeah. I don't know
I'm
how.
not trying to be nosy. I don't care if you hang out with your friends, but if I see you're like in a bar or in the meth hood neighborhood, like we're
Mhm.
gonna have a conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that's like something that gets talked about in the 80s groups I'm in a lot, where they're like, oh yeah, today kids are tracked by their cell phones, by their parents. Back in my day, we didn't come home until the street lights turned on, and mom had no idea we'd been exploring the woods and an abandoned shack and blah blah blah, you know. And
My
I
mom-
mean, yeah.
My mom knew we did all that shit. She didn't care. She didn't. Well, first of all, you gotta decide which one. Like you have those kids that are pains in the ass and they run around and they get crazy, and then you have the kids that they may run around and get crazy, but they know where to draw the line and they'll go home when they need to, and they'll call and say I need help when they need to, because you have that kind of relationship with them. So you might want to watch them a little bit, but you don't necessarily. And my mom knew that we knew the line. We do some stupid shit, but we would never like endanger each other or another person, or we were like, no, dude, we shouldn't do that. That looks fucked up. We might get hurt, So she only worried about it so much. But we
Okay,
lived on a
well,
110-acre farm. We would go out in the woods in the summer, and we wouldn't come home like all day. We'd be gone for like 8 or 9 hours, and she was okay because she knew we were fine.
But remember, I was raised by a Jewish mother, and they're not exactly known for being hands off.
Yeah.
Italian mom. I got the shit beat out of me a lot when I was a kid. Not that I didn't deserve it. We just didn't know it was called
No.
No
No kid deserves to get hit.
Father, in my case. So
I mean, I
seriously,
called her a
Jewish
bitch.
mother.
Do you know how many fucking times a day
No.
my son calls me a bitch?
No. We did not. There was no cussing in our house. There was none of that disrespect.
neither.
It was when shit was serious. It was yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, and that's how we were raised. And I was 17 and about 6 inches taller than her and way stronger. And we got in a big fight, and I was walking out of the kitchen, and she was slamming pots and pans because she was mad, on the stove.
Oh, I remember.
And she got really quiet, and I said, bitch. It's one thing to say it in jest, or it's one thing that you have that rapport. It was not like that in my household. And when she kicked my ass, I deserved it. And I fucking just stood there and took it because I knew I crossed the line. I crossed the line of disrespect. And when you're a 5'2" woman raising 7 kids by yourself, you have to be strong and be firm and be steady about it. We would have ran all over her, and we would have been a bunch of fucking hooligans running around the streets and not giving a shit if she hadn't have put the law down to us. And that's just the way it was back then. We lived out in the country. Like, we could have ran off and did some really stupid shit and got ourselves killed. So,
well, you can do that in a city too. I mean, it's a different kind of very kill.
It's just easier. Just go into the drug neighborhood and rob some guy. Punch some guy that's got a gun.
And there was that 1-lane bridge over the railroad tracks that we had, and the pedestrian, I hesitate to call it sidewalk, because believe me, it was precarious as hell, seriously looked like at any moment it could give way. And we used that thing my entire childhood, and it was scary every time.
Dayo Gorosto. I like what Mage had to say over here.
Yeah, I was about to point that out.
Yeah, he said the only use I'd want to use a tracking device on my kid would be if they got kidnapped. If I'm using it for something else, there is a relationship problem that needs fixing. Yeah, and the slimy bastards, well, they come right out and say, we just don't trust you. I gave them no reason for their distrust. They just said, we don't trust you.
See, again, 80s kid over here. I was just come home at dinner time, and that's it. And, dinner time was usually when the streetlights came on or when you could hear your mom's voice yelling your name. I wasn't exactly a latchkey kid, but effectively.
We had an actual dinner bell that she would go on the back porch and ring it, and you could hear it forever. Thing was that she used to do that for Angel in the fucking house with the same bell, because we lived up on the second floor, and like fucking text him or whatever, Jesus. So she'd ring that bell every night. It was so annoying. Anyway, I had this. Sorry, that was my neighbor across the hall. She made me dinner, so that was very sweet.
Oh, yay!
Yeah, I like the other thing Mage said about tater toddlers. Tater toddlers.
Yeah.
I like it. It's funny. Well, it is.
Tater toddlers. Awesome.
Well, we were talking about atheists eating babies, and it escalated a bit.
I never did get to make that lamb. Oh, well, such is life. I'll get around to it one of these days.
Wait a minute. Let me get this right. We're on Diana's stream, and something escalated?
No.
Yeah, hard to believe, isn't it?
No.
I am getting the little slit eye from Sleeping Kitty who thinks we're all being way too loud.
Oh. Well, my Columbia is looking at me over. Well, she had her eyes closed, but she's looking at me now, just sitting on top of my gaming machine and looking like she wants to be asleep, but she doesn't think any of you are too loud. She heard me say her name, and that's what woke her up. She does that. She knows her name. She definitely does.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they know.
I don't know if Xander's picked up on it yet, though.
No, researchers have concluded that cats have a human vocabulary of probably around 50 words.
Okay,
Yeah, it's just that, like, Xander, I mean, number one, he is still kind of young. He hasn't hit 2 yet. Or actually, wait a minute.
No, he should have hit 2 by now.
In October he hit 2. He's still pretty small, and he doesn't really respond to his name the way Columbia does, so he might still be learning.
Mm-hmm, because, he got you just before the lockdown,
just
right?
before lockdown,
Yeah.
and he was 4 months old at the time, so I just sort of worked it backward, and it was like, okay, October makes sense, based on when I got him.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Or he might just be deciding that it doesn't matter whether or not he responds, the food still gets there every day.
And that's one thing, is he might think his name is Manja.
Yeah.
I often say that when I'm feeding the kitties. And Xander, for some reason, he's very shy of his bowl. Like, Columbia digs right in, but Xander usually waits either until I go away or until I pick him up and just deposit him in front of his bowl. But sometimes just going, hey, Manja, he'll go for it because he knows that means eat. But it might also mean he thinks it's his name and I'm inviting him to eat. I don't know.
Well, I read a study a few years ago. I don't remember how long. It might have been 3. It might have been 10. I don't know. I'm ADD. I don't remember that shit. But I read this study that the common house pet really responds to the last syllable of whatever you say to them. So let's say it's Xander. It's the that he's going to recognize most. And Columbia, it would be like ba is what she would recognize most, like that last syllable So I have actually experimented with cats. Actually, no, it was a long time ago. No, I guess it was more like 15 years ago. So I experimented with different cats that had names, and I would say just the end of their name, and they would respond to me. So I'm pretty sure it's true. And my cat, I don't even call him, like the male, I don't even call him Jameson, because my son's ex-girlfriend named him, and I didn't want to name him after alcohol. I do my cats after, like, all my animals are like mythological creatures or goddesses or gods or something astrological or, something that's like old shit. And I'll find a name that nobody has heard of, and that's what I like to do.
Oh, the minnow is here. Yay!
I named Columbia after a space shuttle and the Rocky Horror character.
Nice. At the space shuttle.
Nice. I like it.
I think Leia is pretty obvious, so.
No, we can't. We have no idea where you got that dog's name from, Amanda. I know how much you love Star Trek, so I don't remember that.
I didn't watch a lot of Star Trek, but I like that Wesley Crusher kid.
There you go. How is the minnow doing these days?
Okay.
I'm doing well.
Yay! This is a good thing. As long as everybody's doing well, this is good.
Did you get a haircut or is it just back?
It's just back. I need to chop it. Also, I don't have the ears. The ears are on the fritz.
Oh yeah, that's.
Aww.
I love the ears. I do love the ears very much. It suits you.
Oh my!
I must have missed something with these ears.
She's got cat ears. They're cat ears, right? On her headphones usually. So
they light up.
They're adorable.
Oh, I see. A little while ago, I bought some earbuds that have elf ear attachments.
Of course you did.
Fuck yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's flattering on me, but I'd have made a good elf or Vulcan.
Okay. Yep.
Why?
What?
What?
Why am I like that and they're square? I don't like it.
Like what? Are you looking at the stream or are you looking at...
No, on here. Does it look like that on the stream too?
No. I just saw you and you're fine. You look like everybody else.
All right.
Very, very handsome as ever, B.
Aw. Thank you, Sunshine. Wait a minute. Let me use the bottom of my range and just tell you how amazing that you look tonight.
Oh, that is wicked sexy, B.
How is that?
My girlfriend thinks so too.
Oh. Okay, you got to do me a favor. Say moist.
Like really.
Stool says Xander wants a proper name.
No. You got to do it like you're seducing someone. Moist.
Baby, you feel moist.
There we go.
There you go.
That is so hot.
Is it really? I can't wait till it goes all the way down. And now and you know what's cool, Amanda? And you might appreciate, actually, I think Savage might appreciate this as well. Before I was on testosterone, I've never been a good singer. I can't carry a tune. I'm always off.
Mm-mm.
My singing has improved like 60%
since
my voice has dropped.
Wait until it keeps working. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, Heather said it's because you weren't supposed to be up here, and I think Ben and somebody else was like, because you were in the wrong range for you. That's why.
Yeah, I was about to mention Ben. Like Ben's voice has changed so much. Like quickly.
Have you guys seen his TikTok where he does the different voice?
I should look it up.
Look, I'll play it for you guys. It's so fucking cool. So
I like
went
had to
to-
comment on it when I saw him.
I was like, bro.
I was like, whoa.
That's
When I-
badass.
When I went to go like send him a friend request on Facebook, his Facebook profile has his dead name on it and a lot of before photos, and I was like, "Holy crap, you're different."
Yeah.
he
So,
probably
yeah.
just doesn't use it.
I like Ben better as Ben.
Mm.
Okay,
Yeah.
you ready?
Hmm.
Here we go.
Okay. I'm just gonna hold it up to the camera. Hold on.
Hi, my name is Ben, and this is my voice 2 months on T. Hi, my name is Ben, and this is my voice 3 months on T.
See?
Hi, my name is Ben, and this is my voice 4 months on T. Hi, my name is Ben, and this is my voice.
See, I like
1 month on T.
the first time I watched that, I didn't let it loop around. And then I went to show it to Heather, and I was like, Heather, check out Ben's voice. Because she's all like, fuck yeah, good for you guys. You know, she's so supportive. So I pulled it up, and I let it loop, and then I looked up at her and went, oh, at the end, when it flips back to the
Yeah.
beginning, you can really hear that change. And I'm like,
Mhm.
damn.
But it was like
My voice
because
is nowhere near as changed as his is.
when he first started on it, I had been streaming with him, but then like shit happened, so I've been a little absent, and then I heard
You
him
noticed.
a few weeks ago, and I was like, holy shit, like that was a lot. It's awesome, and I think
I was
because
like,
he
right
looks.
at that.
He just looks so very masculine anyway, and I
He
think
does.
when the people at the hospital were misgendering him, I think his voice might have been a part of it, and I so hope that it's fixed.
No,
that
I know
now.
that's what it was, because let me tell you, he even had his he-him trans pin on, too. He had like a trans flag and then a he-him pin in black and white. And he had that on his lab coat until he went into this new surgery rotation because he found out the attending's a fucking homophobe and shit.
Hey, yay.
So he talks shit all the time. So that's why he's so excited about the end of this week or the end of this rotation, because he's with this guy for a month. The other rotations were only
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Plus, it's
So he has
also
a month
surgery,
of this
so.
bigotry he's got to hear all fucking day.
Speaking
So,
of
yeah.
which,
Oops.
happy
Yes, dear.
Trans Awareness Week, guys.
Yay.
Oh my god, I'm totally out of the loop. Purple,
I'm on Twitter
Diana,
a lot,
don't take
so.
me out of the club, please. I want to stay in the club.
Yeah, it's fine.
What?
You're good.
Now,
I saw it mentioned on Twitter. Before that, I wasn't aware of it either.
Angel was the one who told me about it, and he was like, "We have so many awesome trans people in our family." So, it's like,
So
Aw.
basically, like what you're
That's
saying is
fucking
that
awesome.
the trans folk weren't aware of Trans Awareness Week.
right, you got
Yeah,
it.
guess
Mhm.
so.
Someone needs to advertise better.
I
Yeah.
think the shitty thing about it, though, is it seems that there are a lot of transphobes that are aware of it, because I've seen at least 2 YouTube accounts this week that, like, starting within the last couple of days, that are trans based, that were hacked and fucking deleted, gone.
That's
Mhm.
that's not fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't even think I've said anything on my Twitter page about being trans. I don't know. I don't even know if I have a trans flag up. I don't think I ever went and changed it.
Do you
I
have
worry
your
about my
pronouns on your
wife.
profile?
I'm not going to do it now. What's that?
Do you have
I
your
worry
pronouns
about-
in your profile?
I don't know. I'll have to go look. Hold on. I'm not sure. That's a good
has-
question.
Has your voice changed since I met you?
Whose?
Yours.
Oh, God, yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
It's all.
Okay.
I've
okay.
been on T now. Actually, tonight, I got to pull my testosterone out. I was trying to get over here. I ran the door and, like, got online because I didn't want to be late. So today is my 9th injection.
Okay.
So
Oh,
I've
right
been on
then.
it for
It's-
almost
it's-
2 months now. Yeah, 2
It's
months.
just that, like, we don't have that same progression as we do with Ben, and I wasn't just sure if I could trust my memory on, like, when I first met you.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Hmm.
Well, actually, I've known you for like a year and a half, just seeing you around, but you just didn't know me.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I'd seen you in a lot of chats, like,
Yeah.
not on camera, but, like, I saw you, and I thought you were pretty cool.
Oh, well, cool. I thought you were pretty cool too. You're fucking sarcastic. Sometimes your puns, I want to smack you, but in general, I fucking love. You're really witty, and you come off with this shit, and you do it so quickly in the middle of the conversation that everybody's like, "Huh?" Oh shit! Like you just didn't even because you wait till everybody's like deep in the conversation, and then you throw some play on words out there, and nobody knows it's coming. And I fucking and when I first watched you, I was like, did she always do this? And I didn't even know who you were.
Since
And then
early
I watched you for a
childhood.
while, and I realized that you do it. Like, yeah, it's funny. I fucking love it. I love sarcasm and puns.
Well, I mean, and puns come to me so easily. Like, just I see different definitions or spoonerisms or whatever, homophones that could like make a joke, and it just bam, bam, bam. It happens so fast. I
It's
guess
one
I
of the
made
beauties
up
of being
for it.
ADD.
Bad memory, but other than that.
See, I have Kate
And I
with the
still don't trust that diagnosis of ADHD from the 90s. I need to get retested.
You can go online. They have most of that online now. Just make sure it's like a real, like accredited. Like when I did it for myself, I went to a website like that was aimed at doctors,
Yeah.
and
or
I
find
looked it up
something
on
that's from an
there,
actual
and
university.
I checked and made sure they weren't fake, and then I did it. And Bolt's right. They ask you that one question about, do you feel like you're a better driver when you're speeding?
Oh, that.
And I'm
Right.
like, yes, I do. No,
Okay.
I don't know.
There needs to be like
All
a
the time.
non-applicable on that question.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't really like driving in general, so.
Well, and I haven't really had a car since, like 1999 or something. So
No, I
I've been
have-
a pedestrian for about 20 years.
I don't have anything trans on here. I didn't change anything.
Okay.
Okay,
I
then.
still have my rainbow thing up.
Well,
So-
I mean, we all know, so if that makes any difference.
My wife hasn't said anything about hers, like but she regularly has trolls. Like she's one of those who like she'll go poke the bears. 'Cause
Oh.
she's really fucking witty, and I'm just like I can't do it, but like I haven't heard of anybody like taking over her account or anything yet. Just like
Okay.
My flag
she's
actually
had people try
has
to log
been-
in as her
I-
account before, but
I had
That's
to add the
interesting.
demisexual chevron to my flag because I only recently learned that's a thing. And when I heard about it, I was like, oh, why? For a while I thought ace, but then when I heard demisexual, I was like, no, so, yeah.
Käsi. Taju korostuu.
So my flag did have to change.
Ooh, I'm doing goddamn tonight too. Yay.
Okay.
Move.
Fact,
Stuff to do.
well, I hate how everything's a circle now, but you can sort of see the lesbian flag with the black chevron there.
Mhm.
for-
No, yeah. We got it.
I used
Yeah.
to have a flag behind me, but then I moved so that I could kind of do a green screen. But I'm lazy, so.
On a total segue, because I am doing 10 things in my head at once. Lady Di, if it's cool with you, I just sent that link to Ben.
Oh, fine. Yeah.
I'm looking forward
I didn't think
to
you'd mind.
like setting up an actual space for myself in our new place if we get a new place. And I hate this
Like
shit.
a streaming spot like
Yeah.
you need because
Yeah.
you're online so much. Yeah, that'd be great.
And,
Honestly,
I know I'm strange on this one, but whatever. Whenever I hear the name Ben or Benjamin, my brain wants to change that into Benjamin is coming. But sometimes I want to make it sound like, I don't know, Yiddish or Middle Eastern and go Benjamin. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know why.
okay.
It's just my brain does this shit. Oh.
yeah,
It's
honestly,
okay. Your weird brain is why we love you, Kate.
honestly, B, I could not remember all the people who wanted to come on in. I mean,
Well, yeah, because we
Uh,
all want to get you a kidney.
Oh,
I
catnip.
tried to give her a kidney, for fuck's sake.
We're gonna get her a kidney. We're gonna get her a kidney.
Catnip.
We're gonna get it.
Well,
That's
it's
why
not
I'm
just
here.
about the kidney.
That's why I'm
it's
here
about- It's
tonight.
like Savage was
Yay.
saying. Yes, Savage. Yeah, it's like Savage was saying. It's about getting people to help her and paying for stuff for them so they can go help. Because a lot of people that are going to be able to help her are probably not working, older people, so they don't have money to spend on that. So we want to be able to make sure that they have food and transportation and and all that stuff. So it's not just about getting the kidney; it's about her plan of care that she needs for them to even give her the fucking kidney.
Well, that's the
Diana,
big one.
Just
Hmm?
come, let you and me and
And about
Angel.
15
We're gonna go
minutes.
move to Florida, and yes, we'll just take care of each other. How about that?
You're gonna get her to move to Florida.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Let's do that.
I don't know about this Florida thing here, because I tell you, that place is a dump.
Yeah, I
Well,
lived there.
I've
for a
been trying
while.
to get her to move to Minnesota.
Minnesota
and-
would be better.
Yeah, I know that the Medicaid here is so much better than what she's on. You know, and Sloth Girl has basically offered to be her chauffeur and drive her to all of her appointments.
I need a chauffeur too.
But I can't imagine a Minnesota winter is anything like pleasant. I mean,
Yeah,
Vermont is a
exactly.
close analog. Screw that.
She's used to Pittsburgh. She's used to Pittsburgh. It wouldn't be that big of a difference.
I guess.
No, it's
but,
only the
you know,
difference
there's always
between-
Florida is because the place with the warming being.
Yeah, it's not that much of a difference, just between 0 and -50. You know, I mean,
Well,
really.
where we're
mean-
looking is just, you know, it's not. It's a nice place. I don't know. But I have people in Florida, and I'm obviously, you know, coming to a lot of walls here in Georgia. So we're expanding our search area, and yeah.
I just found for myself the area of Florida and plus the monetary barrier was a big thing as far as medical care down there. And that's, I don't know, I
Is
think
it?
that would be an
Okay.
issue.
And again, that's a big thing is from all the people I've talked to from across the country, it sounds like Minnesota has one of the best systems if you're on Medicaid, as far as the most things getting paid for and the least co-payments.
Yeah, I'll bring it up again. $300,000 brain surgery, not a cent out of pocket. California.
120,000 was my first stimulator. No, 80,000 was my first stimulator. 120,000 within 2 years after was my second. But I am, you know, on top of my job, I'm also disabled, so they kind of go together, and I get some help with that. So
Okay.
I've heard
in
Steve say
Seattle,
good things
I
about
qualified
Medi-Cal.
as disabled.
just saying.
Medi-Cal.
That's
Yeah.
what I have is Medi-Cal, yeah.
And as
but
much
when
as I don't like Steve, I've heard him say very good things about.
Does anybody like Steve?
I think Steve does.
But when I was living in Seattle
I don't even know
and
which
still
Steve
having
you
the
mean.
seizures, I qualified as disabled and got like the disabled bus pass and everything. It was kind of cool. Right now, I don't know. I mean, my memory is shite, but at least I'm not passing out. I don't know if I'm disabled in any kind of medical or legal sense.
You
Okay.
might be. You might
Have you
be.
been working in the past 5 to 7 years?
That depends on how you define working.
Have you been clocking in, getting a paycheck?
No.
Not
Then you-
on the books, right?
What's your
Well, no,
highest?
No, what I'm saying is I've been making YouTube videos and
Right,
getting
right.
donations from patrons.
Right.
Oh, okay.
What's your highest level of education, if you don't mind my asking?
I dropped out of film school, went to animation school, and dropped out of that to work in video games.
So you don't have a degree beyond high school.
I do not.
You could maybe qualify for a disability.
All right.
Well, that's like me. I don't. Besides doing EMS, and because I shouldn't be in a vehicle that bounces around like a truck or an ambulance, because I only have one kidney and it could damage your kidneys over time.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons I quit driving over the road and I went off into the world and did something else. Besides the fact that I kept getting fat. But besides that, yeah, so I could technically, because that's all the experience I really have, I could have probably filed for disability instead of going and starting at the bottom of the totem pole and working my way back up again like I am now in a new field.
Oh yeah.
I guess part of why I haven't actually looked into some of these things is just because, like, even if I'm technically disabled, I'm pretty able. You know what I mean? And I'd feel like a bit of an asshole if I was taking like disability payments, like when there's people out there in wheelchairs, you know?
No, I mean I totally
That's
get
exactly
that.
why I won't do it. It's
Yeah.
exactly why. You nailed it.
I get
Yeah.
that, but you're, you know, because I felt the same way. I mean, I can walk, and most days I can walk, but like, I mean,
Well,
You're
the
not
problem-
taking away from anybody else. They're not. They don't say, "Oh, well, this person is on disability, therefore this person can't be." And it's not really that much. Trust me. So
Yeah, no,
And
it's
I
really
freely
not.
accept that this could easily be a me problem. Like maybe I just have to suck it up and I don't know, suckle at the government teat.
Hey, can
But-
I ask you something, Kate?
Sure.
Don't you believe that everybody has the right to like have the money for a place to stay and for food to eat
Oh,
and for all their
absolutely.
basic necessities, whether or not they can work?
Absolutely. I just also think that if resources are limited, that there's some people deserve priority.
Okay. But it's like Pale Blue Mama was saying, like it's not like one person gets it and therefore another person doesn't. And so I think
Oh,
that
I agree.
because I've heard you talk enough to know that was going to be your answer. That like, even if you think somebody is an absolute asshole and you think that they're a dick and you hate them as a person, you still think that they have the right to basic housing and food on their plate and to have all their basic medical care and everything taken care of. And
Well, with
like
one exception. None of that for William Shatner.
for everyone besides William Shatner. And so like it sucks that like we're in a position where we live in the US and like you have to like be this do all this specific paperwork and jump through these specific hoops to qualify for it, but you do qualify for it and you can do that.
Well,
And you have absolutely every right to do that.
Oh, sure. I mean, again, this is kind of a me problem. I feel like it would damage my integrity when, truth to tell, I mean, my financial situation isn't what it used to be because I'm not making videos like I used to. But
Right.
I want for nothing. I have food. I have electricity. I have a pretty decent home. I maybe I can't afford a car, but I mean, again, part of me would feel like a dick for going and
Well,
getting money when I don't
And
need it.
disability is going to take that into account too. You might
Same.
not get the same amount that somebody who doesn't have those things would get because you're right, they have a higher need,
Well, I mean,
But they
let me
do
just
take
put
that
it this
into
way. Until I feel like I actually need it, I probably won't seek it. It's
What
just
I
how
would
I am.
what I would suggest that you
Same.
do is you take a look at your financial future and do a little bit of financial planning and maybe take some of the steps in that direction before you're
Need it.
at an absolute need so that you're not stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Fair enough. But I mean,
Good
right
advice.
Right now, 1 to 2 videos, and I'm doing better than treading water. So, I mean, if I decide to take a break from Quinn Redshift and, make a few episodes of Head Meets or something, I can put myself back up there financially. I mean, this is one of the reasons why, I've never put up like a GoFundMe. Well, once, a long ass time ago.
I never have.
Yeah, but I don't really try to ask people for money. The most I'll do is post my Amazon wish list and say, do as you will, because I don't need anything right
Something
now.
that I'm trying to get Diana to do a little bit more often. Because I
Well,
saved that link for a while, but then like I lost it and like
Well, I don't know. Sometimes integrity is a bitch.
Yeah, easily.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's like, that reminds me, because you were talking about not wanting to take anything from anybody. When I was homeless, and my sisters decided they were going to teach me a lesson because I had let these people steal money from me, and I wasted some of the money, and they were like, all right, let me know if you need food. See you later. And they left me in my car to teach me a lesson, and honestly, I needed it. Because I didn't care. The money had come from... I was making just enough money to like pay my bills. The rest of the money came from my mom's life insurance and I didn't want it. So I didn't give a fuck. I was just like, whatever, just throw it away. I didn't even want to cash the check for like, I didn't cash the check for like 10 months and my sister forced me to and said, you're going to go buy a car and you're going to go get a job and you're going to get your shit together. And so in a matter of like 2 years, I blew all that extra money just on stupid shit, and some of it was stolen. Because I trusted to girls that I thought were friends of mine, and I was pregnant and I needed help, and they fucking stole from me. But anyways, so I didn't know what to do, and I was fucking starving, and I went to this church, and this pastor of this church, out of his own checkbook, gave me $20. And so I looked at it and I thanked him, and I left, and told him I really appreciate it and everything like that. And I left, and I couldn't do it. I ripped it up and I threw it in the trash. I just couldn't. And I don't know why. I couldn't take it. I was like, no, I'm not. This guy's giving me money because I fucked up my life. No, I can't. I'm not taking it. And I fucking worked my way up and, went from sleeping on a bar floor to a couch to someone's floor in their apartment to a couch in someone else's apartment. And I paid like $50 a month or $75 a month or $100. And every time I moved, every time I had a little bit more money, I was like, okay, I can afford to sleep on a couch now. And I would rent a couch off of somebody, literally, that I knew. And eventually I just got my own fucking place again. And I got my shit together. And it wasn't easy, and it sucked ass. And I stole probably about $15 worth of Spam and Vienna sausages from the local 7-Eleven because I was starving, and it was the only thing I could find that was small and I could stick in my pocket and was ready to eat. That was something of protein. So I would eat 1 can of Vienna sausages or 1 can of Spam over like 2 or 3 days. Just enough to literally survive. And I could walk to the gas station and get water. And that's all I had. And so I just fucking sat there and sweated in the Florida heat in fucking June and July and fucking suffered through it, and had my employer that hired me tried to fucking rape me, it was a shit time. It was a really big shit time. And so when people say I can't, and I say you could try, and people get mad at me because I say that they should try harder, I'm not being an asshole. I've fucking been there. We were poor as fuck when I was a kid. We had nothing. If we wanted anything beyond some socks and underwear and something for school, whatever it was, you better go find a job. I'm 12. I don't have it. Go get a job in Hayfield. That's what we had to do. So it's not that I'm being a dickhead, It's just like I was saying last night. Savage was there and Kate was there, and I was talking about me getting on people about losing weight. It's not like I haven't been there. You guys saw how fat I was. I fucking don't mind being honest and showing that. But so when people get mad at me for my opinion, it's not because it's not like I'm saying, oh, it's not hard to be black. Now that I don't know a fucking thing about. I have no idea. I cannot say anything about being a black person because I am not one. So it's I'm not doing that with those subjects. I'm being honest from what I've learned and what I've fucking struggled through. And I'm not trying to be a dick to anybody. I just think that some people give up too soon. And it's usually because of some kind of mental illness or lack of support or something going on. And I can appreciate that. I was there. I mean, I truly.
I think Amanda was going to say something before me.
No, I'm just saying, I is practically every fucking day that I just want to give up.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. And that's what I was going to say too, is that it's not that, and I hear people talk about laziness, and I've been called lazy at so many different points in my life, and I personally am of the belief that laziness doesn't exist. When you come across a person that you are viewing as being lazy, there's a reason why.
And it's usually a mental health issue. Yes.
It's something that needs to be dealt with, and it's not that they're not trying. It's not that they're not trying hard enough.
My entire adult life, I was diagnosed with depression when I was 17. My father doesn't believe depression is a thing. He literally just thinks I'm lazy and worthless and pathetic and weak. And it's just when and also I have the chronic pain on top of it. So being sometimes just getting moving and doing stuff is hard. The depression, place. It's as much as you want lazy. But it's I know that it's a mental thing. You're not, I have physical aspects because of my chronic pain, but you physically can't get yourself to do it. I got to the point because of the whole situation, the abuse and everything, that I was starting to get agoraphobic. Going out into the world, and it wasn't about open spaces. It was just about people. I didn't want people to see me. I still kind of feel that way a little bit. It's easier with this, but like people physically, like in my presence seeing me, I feel like they can see through me and see how fucking broken I am and all the shit I've been through. Yeah. So.
Well, that makes sense of some of the shit you were going through.
Which is crazy because like you would think I would want to get out of that house more than anything because he was there. But it was just so hard to even just leave the house, let alone fucking flee like we did. So,
yeah, it's funny, like similar, but not exactly the same. As like I do feel a little anxiety going out, not because I think people can see through me, but because I'm worried they will.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, I've been going through some shit, not shit like other people have, but you know, life hasn't been all peachy lately, and so there is something for them to notice. Just saying.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Heard. Yeah, I went through a period like that too. Like I understand what you guys are saying about that. I didn't even want to go to work, and I'm a workaholic. I love to go to work. I love the structure of it. I love knowing that the money I bring home every day is honest, earned money. I busted my ass for it. I did the best job I could do. So I'm big into working and paying my own way and not taking anything from anybody. Because when I was younger, that's how I had to fucking live. So I learned from that, and I would never want to be in a point in my life where I had to rely on another person, like financial, like 100%. I would go fucking crazy. So I hope my health stays in tune. But yeah, no, I was like that too. I don't even know, it was like a year and a half. I didn't go out and do anything. If I got food I'd go get takeout, go through a drive-through, and just go home. I never ate at restaurants. I quit going to bars and playing pool and stuff like I used to. I just closed off to everybody.
Well, also lockdown did not help.
No, this is
no, but I'm talking about for me. It's like lockdown really sort of like I got so used to being only around the cats, you know, and now going out feels almost unnatural.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
And it doesn't help that now for about 2 years I haven't had my board game nights that I used to have pre-pandemic. You know,
Right.
I mean, that was a good way to be social. And now I've found that my friend who got transferred to Italy because he's in the Navy and then got transferred back just a month ago, just got orders that in 14 months he's being shipped to Japan.
Well, take that 14 months.
I know, right? I mean, fucking hell. So it's like, and it doesn't help that all of the events that I look up that I'd like to do pretty much require a car to get there. You know, so it's like all of these avenues where I might be able to start making more friends are so like out of reach. It's so annoying.
Wow. Yeah, I bet.
And I don't like it.
Well, on to happier things. We should work on scheduling a stream for.
We should. We have this many in. Who wants to do what days are good for people? We should start talking about that.
Well, I can make it happen any day of the week.
I will supply the patient.
When I
yes, patient taken care of. We got somebody to help now.
Yay!
When I land finally, because my channel is basically dead, but I'm hoping to be able to build it back up. I also lost, a big portion of my audience for Irish reasons. But yeah. So it would be lovely if you guys would come on, join me, help me build it back up. That would mean the world to me. So
I'm up for it. I am.
Thank you.
Well, see, I'm down with it.
Well, what I'm thinking is that we do. I want to be ambitious and be like 24-hour stream. Like, let's do a friggin' 24-hour stream. And I do have one person lined up in UK time zone that will help us out at least for a few hours. So like some different time zones and stuff. And I'm just like a super freaking early bird where I literally, if I get up at like 4:30 in the morning, that's only like a half an hour early, maybe 45 minutes early for me, and I'm Central Time. So I think that we should do a 24-hour stream and get people.
Okay, my big problem with streams like that is I don't know what the hell to talk about. You know, like
You
I've
don't,
got my
it's
hour.
not.
So
You don't
what
have to
is
do
it?
it for
Stop,
24
stop,
hours.
Stop. What, like if I get a 1 hour block, you know, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, okay, it's my turn. I don't know what the fuck to talk about. So if someone gives me a topic, I'll cheerfully host for an hour. But
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so we got to get like games, topics, that sort of thing. We got to like actually structure and schedule this 24-hour stream. Got it.
No 16-day subathon the way Cirrus just did a little while ago?
No, we're not doing 16 days. No, and not unless you guys legit just want to like watch me sleep. I did one time. I ran a stream like while I was sleeping for a few hours just because my computer kept crashing, and then when I woke up, I realized that it was actually live on Twitch. It wasn't luckily live on YouTube. But yeah, we're not doing that though. We're not doing that.
That is
School
fucking
can tell you
awesome.
all about running streams while he's sleeping.
That fucker will fall asleep and everyone just keep going without
Critical
him.
Cripple can as well. They did that once, but I
Well,
think they were they didn't have didn't have their face showing at the time, but you could hear them snoring. So
Well, and then of course there's that time the exercise ball popped.
Kate, what does your
On that
schedule look
stream,
like,
no.
Kate?
that shit was like, yeah, I was on that stream. Were you on that? You were on that stream too, B, right?
Which one was it?
When Critical Cripple's exercise ball popped.
Oh yeah,
I've seen
you
it.
guys were all like, and I was like, Dave, are you okay?
I asked if they were okay.
Well, yeah, we both asked him. I don't know if
But I did
I
kind
think
of like
everybody else
dig a
just
little
kind
bit
of was like in shock, and then like I think wasn't Robbie in there? He started laughing, and then
When I heard Kaz laugh, that's when I laughed, like full on laughed. I mean,
I didn't hear her laugh. All I heard was, "Let me get a chair,"
What's everyone's schedule?
and I died.
and then he gets up and he pulls they pull the broken ball up and they go, it popped in their British accent. So
Yeah.
shit, I'm sorry, Critical Cripple, if you hear me, I'm sorry. My bad.
Well, okay,
I'm
to
trying.
be fair, I didn't know that Critical Cripple had like changed any gendery thingies, so
Oh,
this is news to me now.
Actually,
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
not
we should
sure
base
if that
it-
was public.
What? Say that again, Purple?
I'm not sure if they were public about that.
Oh well, I guess cat's out of that bag, huh?
I thought
They,
that somebody
that's all.
said something about that on one of the streams that they were in the chat.
Hmm. Okay, I only known them to talk about it in private groups.
I think it was Math Pig and somebody else,
I'm going to
and
change
we were in
the
the
topic
chat.
though,
Okay.
and say that we should probably base this around, most importantly, the patient's schedule.
Yes.
So what would be a good time to do? Obviously, you don't need to be there for the whole 24 hours, Diana.
Oh, that's a good thing.
But I think probably we'll want you to be there for like the beginning and the end, and like maybe any like shift changes, unless we want to hand the control over to somebody else to be controlling shift changes.
Yeah, it's Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays are bad because those are my dialysis days. And
Right.
I'm gone for like 6 or 8 hours. Next week is shit because Thanksgiving falls
Right.
next week in the U.S. and they changed the schedule all around. Other than that, I think we're open, really.
Hmm.
Cool.
What is everybody's second week in December look like? Starting the 5th through the 11th.
Hold on.
I'm pretty free those days. The week after that, not so much, but those days, yes.
I'm very expensive.
The best for me would be for us to use Friday night, and instead of doing beers and bros, I can talk to Ben about it. He'll totally be up for it. And using that to stream. That would
But
be
the
the
only
best
thing
time
is
for me.
that
Wait, hold on. Friday night is also movie night, and so we'll lose some of the audience.
and that's also not good for Diana because she's got to do dialysis Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday
What
morning.
time? Oh, you
is-
Saturday morning?
Yeah. Yeah, I have to be awake at, well, sometimes on Saturday at 6 a.m. and other times it's 4 a.m. Depends on whether
What-
the doctor wants to see me or not.
What if we do it so the Beers and Bros time slot is the end of it and we end right before movie night and we do it all day Friday? What's everybody's Friday look like that can stream? Because I can do it night.
I
Like I
can
could do a couple
it-
hours on mine and then a couple hours on Ben's.
Well, that could be
Well,
moved.
I work from home and I'm my own boss, so pretty free.
I have my mom stream on Fridays, but if we work it right, my mom will probably come on
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I
sweet.
mean, I
What
will
time?
have to ask
What time
my
on Friday?
permission for time off.
Friday
but-
morning for me,
Okay.
10 a.m. Central.
Okay,
I mean,
that
I
would be
think I'll
between
give
you guys
myself
because I won't
permission
get
to
home
have
till
time.
6:30 my time, 6:30 Eastern
Kate was saying something.
on Friday.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that and as much as I'm my own boss and, so I can do all of that, I will have to ask my permission to take that day off. I think they grant it to me, but, I will have to ask.
Good idea. Good
Timmy.
idea.
Savage, are you on Twitter?
I am, but barely. So if you message me on Twitter, I'll get your messages. If you tweet stuff,
Okay.
I'll see it
Because
eventually.
That's
Well-
like the way I communicate with people, basically.
Okay, if you're talking 24 hours and ending just before movie night on Friday, then your start time is basically already when I would normally stream Thursday night. Because I normally do every
Diana,
Thursday
how
night at
early
10
are you
p.m.
okay with starting on Thursday night? Because you have dialysis on Thursday.
Right. I'm usually home by 4 p.m. Eastern.
Eastern time.
Well, I'm just saying, I could do my normal block Thursday starting at 10 p.m. on mine as part of it.
How would
Yeah,
you
I
feel
mean-
about
I
being
mean, wait.
controller?
No, but see,
For the whole
hold
stream.
on, stop. Hold on, stop. I think a lot of us are looking at a different model of 24-hour stream where each channel gets like a 1 hour block and then we hop to the next channel on the next hour. So like more popular channels might be able to get involved. I still have about 24,000 subscribers, so if I host a little bit on my channel, then we might get more people involved.
Yeah, I can
Yes.
get.
That's what I thought we were
Okay,
talking
we can do
about.
that.
Yeah, because if it's just
That
on
works.
Diana's channel, I mean, you need more subs to get the kind of money we're looking for. So
When
Savage,
John,
every time we've done a 24-hour stream or a 48-hour stream to do money, we usually let each streamer do about 2 hours. Some of them will
Right.
do 3 or 4, but we usually ask about 2 because that's usually good to have a good conversation.
Mhm.
And then we pre-do every streamer pre-does all their sets up the streams for their time slot and gives them to everybody, on wherever, Twitter or Discord. And then we put we put it in there and whose channel it is in the
That's-
description of the stream.
That's the model I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can
It
see
works really good because then everybody can go, oh, stream number blah this time.
Yeah.
I'm going to click on this link and go to that next stream.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah.
And the other thing about that is that, going from channel to channel, a host can take a nap if need be, because the host is not on, 24 hours straight.
Yeah. And
Yes,
if we
dear.
start at what the time that Purple's saying, when you get back, Diana, you'll have like a 6-hour window to rest and eat and all that before we even start. So that might be good
Right.
if you think that sounds good to you.
Yeah, because I'd be starting 11 Diana's time.
Mhm.
I could see if John and TJ want to do like a version of the goddamn podcast. I mean, that would
Oh, hell yeah.
having Dark Matter on would bring in.
Oh my, that would bring in
also.
all kinds of people's.
That would be great. That would be
I don't know if I
amazing.
deserve that much.
Yeah, you do.
oh, hush with the
You know-
deserving.
How often I talk about you to him, so it's fine. He knows he would want to help. Trust me. If he has the time and he can do it, he would do it with me. So.
Because I'm thinking that, as far as John's concerned, who the hell am I? But,
he knows exactly
Well,
who you are, honey. Trust
Yeah.
me. Trust me.
I
He
have a
knows my
pretty
family.
small audience, but also I realize that my audience is about a 90% overlap with Diana's.
pretty much.
Perfect.
a little surprised
Perfect.
that he remembers who the hell I am, but then, like, it's just we haven't interacted in any kind of real-time format, and he hasn't asked me on one of his animations in quite some time. So we
He
just
hasn't
don't
done. He hasn't had any other than me. He hasn't had anybody voice his animations in a long time. But I told you that one when we did, like, I think it was a Quiplash or something. Like you were on with us, and he texted me right away. He's like, "Oh, it's so great to see you on that." So.
Oh,
No.
all right.
And plus, like I said, I
Aw.
talk about you guys a lot. So
Yeah, I haven't seen
So-
him have any guest people on his animations for, I don't know, like 2 years at this
I
point.
didn't even like. We were supposed to do one when I was there, but the one he was working on wasn't finished. Like we sat there the last night before I left, like trying to work on it together. The one that he's putting out this month is the one that we were working on together, and I was helping him like actually write the script. It was pretty cool to sit there and watch, have Dark Matter pull up a script and sit there and work with him with it. But anyway,
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
but no, he just doesn't have people do it recently. He just hasn't.
What are we using for? Does Diana already have something, GoFundMe or something set up?
She does have a GoFundMe, but
It could be problematic because one of the things I've discovered is that anything GoFundMe does absolutely count against the income and
Get it?
resource levels for the things
Have
I get.
somebody else put their name on it.
Exactly. Yes, launder that shit.
Yeah, have somebody else put their name on it, and then whatever they get, they just transfer into your account.
Mhm.
Then it's just a gift.
Yeah.
also here's the
But
cool
if I
thing
know
about it.
Diana, if I know Diana and her system that she's under, gifts and donations probably count against your eligibility, don't
That's
they?
what I was
Yep.
just about to say. That's what I was just about to say. And that is why if we put it in somebody else's name, if they pay it directly out of like their account, so like we put it, then it's not a gift. They're just paying for it.
Hold on. I have an easier solution. Ready?
Huh?
The reloadable Visa gift cards, like credit cards. You can use them anywhere they take Visa, and I think it's like $7 to buy the card or something, or
That's
$12.
Better than my idea.
And then you just put the money on that card, and there's no.
Are they going to take that as far as like for if we like get a
Yeah,
hostel or
I think that is a
Airbnb?
good idea,
Well, you
for
can use it.
later
You just
on.
Anywhere they take Visa, they'll take it.
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
she
that's a
can
good
use
idea
it
for later on.
anywhere. You just put it in someone
Like-
else's name, so it doesn't count
Yeah.
against her. And
We
have
still
Yeah,
that
have
what
to
I-
Well,
make
we
a
need to
problem with
whoever's
collecting
name
the
we
money,
put it in. Whoever's name we put it in, we need to keep a careful register of it. So
Well,
that
that
Oh,
too.
absolutely.
But what I
Actually,
need,
Absolutely.
I've got a better idea. Actually, we take the money and buy jet skis.
yes.
Shut up. Okay.
Yeah, as far as that goes, what I really need most is time and effort. I
Only
mean,
for
yeah,
little
I always need a little bit of money, but the big thing
right
with
back
me
on the
right
female
now
cat.
is someone who will babysit me and someone who will chauffeur me. It doesn't
Right.
have
Right.
to be one person doing everything. It doesn't have to be one person doing it all the time. They're at the transplant center. They're very happy with people taking shifts. They've already told me about that.
if we
It's
can
just
get
a matter of
Vince
getting-
Yeah, you're not
Grant,
wearing out one person.
we can get
You
room
killed
and
that one
board
person.
and probably a car for everybody.
15 grand.
Yeah, and that'll be like a place to stay, food for them and Diana, and a car for if people need to rent a car.
I will probably have to ask
For 2 months.
the Starzl Center because they've got a
Sounds about right.
what do you want to call it, a family house or something like this that they run, which is allegedly cheap lodging and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll have to talk to them about it, and I haven't talked to them in a while, so they might not even remember who the hell I am. That'll be fun.
Lady Di, let me ask you a question.
Yes,
and
sir.
this is going to sound like a horrible question. I'm putting you on the spot just to give you a heads up.
Sure.
And it's not about a competition or anything, but I want you to think about who you would trust to take that money and put it on that card as it came in, and to keep a good log
Same.
and blah, blah, blah. So that's up to
Trans
you.
colors. Pride
You
colors.
guys are
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I can
So
think
that's
of
up
a
to you
couple of
who-
people. I can think of a couple of people that Diana and I know. I'm not going to say any names publicly because I don't want to put anybody on a spot.
Mm.
but it's something we could discuss in a private group.
Yeah, there are some people in here that I
one
would.
of them, Purple.
Yeah, there are some people here I would trust
can't do
implicitly.
it because I'm in similar situation. I'm on
Right,
a disability.
right.
So if I did the GoFundMe, they would count it against my income.
Yes, and we
And
don't
that
want
could screw
that.
up things for me.
We don't want that. Right.
And
I
you
would
don't
do
want
it.
me to do it because I'll just blow it on hookers and blow.
Uh-huh.
Heck yeah. Can I
You
join?
might be the person, though. Beck, you might be the person.
I mean, I would do it. I would do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, if it's not a problem for you to do it,
You do it for me, B. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't
I
know.
would. I'd do it
Diana
for you guys.
needs to be
I
the
love
one
all
who
you
makes
guys.
that decision, but
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. Don't answer now. I'm just saying think about
yeah,
it.
Mhm.
Be honest with
Very
yourself, and then reach out to that one person, whoever that is. And
so we
then
need to find a place for
just
people
handle
to
it like
sign
that.
up to be one of the streamers.
Yeah.
And we're gonna do it. Let's see. I looked at a date. What was the date?
Diana, how old are you?
Is it the 10th?
64.
I
If we
thought.
start on the 9th and go through the 10th?
Yeah, because I could do Ben. Like I said, I'm sure Ben would help too. We can do like 2 hours on mine, 2 hours on his, or I'll go 3. I don't care. Let's see. I could start.
Me and my mom.
If you
can do a
guys want to
couple hours.
end at 10 p.m. Eastern, and he started 8 p.m. Eastern, that would make me around 5 p.m. Eastern. No, I'd have to start. I could start at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then him and I could finish out the night.
yeah, I can start Thursday night at 10 p.m. Central, and it's not unusual for me to run 4 or 5 hours if there isn't somebody else to pick it up around the midnight thing.
Okay. I'm totally happy to be the one to jump in at like 4 a.m. when it's like a dead hour or whatever, and I'll just like come in and do whatever. But I do want my mom, like if we can get a spot for Gamer Mom Cooking. I don't know
Okay.
if we could get like a separate 2-hour spot for my mom, and then if you need me for the wee hours,
And, the one thing-
let's not forget about some of the upside down people. I mean, if we can get like Jen and Notja and some of those folks in.
Yeah, moo.
Well, and like Sammy Jenkins, 420 Atheist,
I love Sammy.
he might help us out. Bolt is in the chat, not in different time zone, but I did. He does happen to be in the side chat if you guys have noticed.
Mhm.
I've been glancing.
Yeah, I don't know if I've been clear on this one as far as
And
getting
then
on the
obviously Manda.
as far as getting on the transplant list is concerned. They will not let me on the list until I have babysitting and chauffeuring
Yeah,
already
and
lined up.
That's
And this
gonna
could be
the
5
difficult
years
part.
ahead of time.
Yeah.
But here's the thing is about like
Wait,
the
wait.
24-hour stream is we can get people to sign up who can pledge to say, hey, I can do 2 weeks of chauffeur, or I can do 2 weeks of staying with you. And the other part of it is that for a lot of those people, they're going to be able to say, hey, I can give you 2 weeks of my time, but I don't have a place to stay out in Pennsylvania. I have a driver's license, but I don't have a car, or that I can get out there or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think at this point, like if we can get that 15, we can get all of that part of it taken care of. And I think that we have enough people who like legit would like come and stay with you if there is a place to stay and stuff.
Well, I certainly could not
But
put
if we can
anybody in
get
the
everybody
living room.
like pledged and committed to that,
Yeah.
then that is something that you can take to them and say, hey,
Mage is mentioning getting Aaron Ra to help with the stream.
Aaron
And-
would do it if he
Yeah,
had
if he's
if
not already
he's
overly
available.
scheduled for that week, he would do it.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't get this. He likes me for some reason. I have no idea why.
Dude, we could probably even get Steve to do it. Everybody fucking loves you. And rightly so.
No taste.
Steve,
No
what's
taste
wrong
at
with
all.
you?
No, Steve would
What did
probably
it-
drives the audience away, unfortunately.
Good point. Very good point. Let's not include Steve.
Hey, Purple. So if you're gonna start Thursday night, like what time is that? 10 p.m. Eastern.
10 p.m. Central.
10 p.m. Okay, so 11 p.m. Eastern. So would you go? What do you want to do? 2 hours? 3?
I typically run 4 to 5 hours, so whatever time somebody else can come in
So-
after midnight.
So how about
Yeah.
you do like? Well,
So
that's
we have you till 1 if needed, 1 or 2 if needed.
Okay, that's fine.
So if I went before purple, that would be good. That would be
Oh, you want to go? Okay.
just because if John is able to do it, that's the time I said in the chat. It would be.
Could you
between,
do
like,
8 p.m.
7.
Central?
What time is that? The Eastern. That's
You're
9,
1
right?
hour.
Yeah, Eastern is 1 hour ahead of us.
Yeah, we could probably. I know I can do that. And I'll see. If
Okay.
I'm available in TJ too, because we do the show together usually. So we
That
could
would
do
be
like a
great.
version of the goddamn podcast, and that would be.
I can
Fuck
take any
yeah.
slot that's like 8 a.m. Pacific or later.
Okay, that's the same time as me and my mom, but I can probably get my mom to
No,
move around a
well,
little
she
bit.
said or later, isn't
Yes,
so.
or later. What I'm
Okay.
saying is I have that.
You
day
just don't get
free.
up before 8. Gotcha.
Right, right.
Thank you for correcting me. Okay. So 8 p.m. to 1 or 2 a.m. If do we? I think at that point we're maybe looking for people in a different time zone if available, right? After
Are you
for
writing
after
all this
Purple?
down for us, Minnow? Because you're awesome. Thank
Mhm.
you.
It would be
Somebody
really
Somebody that
interesting.
has their ADHD under control. Please do this.
Okay,
Oh,
just saying,
barely.
even by the time I finish, if I'm finishing at 1 or 2 a.m. my time,
Yes.
the
You're
Brits
central,
are already
right?
awake by the time I've wrapped up.
It would be really
Yeah.
great if we could track it all the way around the globe, so everybody was doing their hosting at the same time by the clock. But I don't think that'll happen.
The thing is that the Brits that I know, or there's one Irishman, a couple that I think I can pull into this. They don't usually get up at like normal UK people time. I'm trying to think of who else. We could maybe get Simos. Simos also gets up fucking late as hell.
Ask Critical Cripple,
Ooh, good idea.
because
know why I
know
didn't
he's
think of him.
usually on Twitter doing things at what are
Okay.
to me ungodly early hours of the morning.
Hmm.
They
Okay.
usually get up at like 9 Eastern, or 9 GMT. Stool's up at dumbass fucking hours. Stool doesn't. I don't even know if Stool
Right.
sleeps.
Stool has no sleep schedule. He's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, he can start
Mhm.
after Purple.
Okay.
Tell him to do that.
Okay.
I see.
He'll do it because he loves everybody. He's such a good
Yeah.
dude.
I see Bolt
Okay.
saying. I see Bolt saying over there. I have so
And
many
then
questions.
if it gets difficult, I can come in early in the morning. If not, I will plan on coming in at 10 a.m. Central.
Yeah.
AM. Okay.
well, and also, yeah, we could see if any of the Australians can get in there, because, again, what's
And
midnight
Sammy,
my
yeah.
time is the middle of the afternoon for Australia.
Bear and Sam, not just Sammy Jenkins, but Vagrant Sam. Nacha, I guarantee if Nacha can do it, he would want to for Diana. And
Yeah,
Mara,
he
maybe
likes
Nacha.
me
Sure
for
hasn't
some
really
reason.
been doing
I don't know
much
why.
online for quite a while.
Well, he's trying to start something new. So, but I mean, he would.
Oh yeah,
pretty sure he
absolutely,
would help
Speckle.
with
You know what we
Diana.
should do? We should start a Discord specifically for this, where people can sign up,
Yeah, we could.
schedule,
But
and
I still haven't figured out how to use that crazy
Yeah.
ass site.
oh, I forgot. Kate doesn't like Discord. Okay.
Twitter
I
groups.
haven't
Well,
either.
but it's just
all in Twitter
that
groups.
it's so overwhelming. I am.
I think you
This
have
is-
all
this
of the
is
notifications
well,
set up for
well,
all of the
maybe,
servers that you've
but-
ever
but-
joined.
but- okay,
I'm pretty
but-
sure.
Okay, but still, like, I haven't gotten an official diagnosis of autism, but that much chaos is definitely. At least
Let me
a
tell
little
you-
triggering.
Kate, once you get like kind of a handle on it though, the cool thing about it, unlike other forms of social media, is that shit stays where people fucking put it. And then when you go back to fucking find it, it's right where they fucking left it. Like it's
That is nice.
I don't know. Okay. I'm Discord.
Yay.
Anyway, whatever's easiest for you guys, I'll figure it out.
wait, Spackle?
Yeah, here comes Spackle.
Okay. I'll play.
Hi!
Ooh, ah.
Oh,
There was proof of life given, so I will play nice.
I don't know who this is. I'm sorry. Hi, I'm Amanda.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing
You don't
though.
know who Holy Spackle is?
Mm-mm.
Seriously? You guys have never
No.
met?
Yeah, you do.
Really?
hey.
Okay,
Holy
sorry.
said, well, fuck y'all. I know you. I'm out of here.
I'm sorry. I guarantee you Holy Spackle doesn't know who the fuck I am, so.
I find it hard to believe the two of you have never wound
Yeah,
up
she
in a
does.
stream together.
No, I've never met them. So.
Oh my, oh my.
It's okay.
It just seems like I see both of you on, streams on the same channel, so I can't
Spackle's
believe it didn't
Borkin.
happen on the same day.
So the thing
I have to send a
ordered
message
is
in the
almost
side
at
chat.
my door, so I'll take a break for a moment if they knock on
Yeah.
my door.
Yeah,
Okay,
it looks like the side chat actually shows up on the screen, but oh well, what are you gonna do?
Dun, dun,
I have to
dun,
fix
dun,
that
dun.
one way or another. I haven't figured out how to keep these messages out of the YouTube screen.
There we
I
go.
just used the YouTube pop-out chat and put it on the edge over
Yeah.
the Google.
Totally. It's
I just
like
shrink the
some of-
Google
and
down
I
to
have
3/4 size and
multiple
put the side
monitors.
chat up.
I have multiple
Holy
monitors. So I have the side
Spackle's
chat
here.
on that monitor. This monitor is neat. And that monitor is like Netflix and shit.
Nerd.
I actually have 3 monitors now, so I guess I'm kind of nerdy. Although this one I haven't bought the cable for yet because I have ADD and I keep forgetting when I'm out of the house to buy the cable, so it's not hooked up.
Well,
Well,
But one of these days,
Do what I do. I write a list, and then I forget to take the list with me. Or if I do take the list with me, I forget to read it.
Well, now we know you're not Santa Claus because you're not checking it twice.
Right. Absolutely. Or absolutely. Yeah,
no,
you know.
it's not a joke. She
I'm off
really
camera
did.
so I can eat. Sorry.
Oh, there she is.
What? What?
No, I was just saying in the
I
side
didn't
chat.
say anything about little Scottish stuffed men. Nothing.
I was just saying in the side
Look,
chat that you.
Math Pig knows the terms, and if he doesn't,
We know
if he
the
doesn't
terms.
comply, he knows what Sally is capable of. And I'm just saying, Sally's been asking for Scotty all this
Yeah.
time.
I'm gonna-
I might
this
give
is
it to her.
This is a enormous trigger for me, so I'm gonna go. I'm sorry. I gotta go.
Oh, honey.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Well, sorry about that.
I didn't realize.
Oh.
Move.
Okay, moving on. New subject.
Man,
New
I have
subject, yeah.
I have strange talents. I'm sorry.
He said, I know to know these things.
So yeah, I think we should get. Kate doesn't want a Discord.
Well,
What
it's
do we-
not that
what
I
do we
don't
do instead of
want
a
it, it's
Discord?
just that I don't get it. If
don't
someone,
get it.
if someone could help me grok Discord, maybe I'd be okay with that.
Well, that's not me. I have the slightest idea what to do with that.
I mean,
Basically, I only use Discord to get on there and get the links when the shield shows are running.
Yeah,
To kind of keep up with it on any regular basis, I find it completely overwhelming.
and that
It is
another
difficult to
thing.
keep
It's
up
like
with.
If you don't show up often enough, you'll miss so much. It's kind of the same thing with some of the Twitter groups I'm in, where like sometimes someone will get into this like pun battle or an argument or something, and I go back like an hour later and I've missed pages and pages, and I'm like,
Mhm.
oh. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I used to do
That
Discord
pretty
a
much
lot.
happens to me every morning because, like I say, the Brits start things at what for me are ungodly early hours. So it's like I get up and I get in the Twitter groups, and it's like there's 4 pages of messages because they've been going at it for 6 hours by the time I get there.
Yeah.
And there were a couple of times where me and Stool got into it, and you know how those go.
I used to do Discord a while back. As a matter of fact, Logic had a Discord channel. He may still have it. Got to talk to quite a few people, Martimer and sit talking to Logic as far as that goes. But it's been a long time since I've done any of that. I tried to start a Discord myself, and I have no freaking idea how to do it. Have no idea what I'm doing.
Now, I can get in there for checking one specific group for this, but
I guess my main question is like, how do we organize? Unless we're gonna like meet back on Diana's stream.
The other option
twice a week until then.
Well, the other option would be to do it as a private Twitter group.
That could be done. Yes.
Okay.
It could be.
I know nothing about that, but I am on Twitter. I can figure it out.
Okay, if everybody's more comfortable, with Twitter and that's real easy to set up. I basically just need a list of names and I can create the group and add everybody to it.
Okay, cool.
And
Easy.
Most of the marathons that I've been in like this, there's usually like one or two people who have access to a spreadsheet with all of the times, and then they're just like they go recruiting. It's like we have 2 empty time blocks. Can you please take one of them? That kind of thing.
Well, and actually I am already in the process of doing the same thing because I'm starting to set up again for the Christmas Day Marathon.
Okay.
Which it's the same thing that I'm trying to set up a 48-hour relay marathon that everybody takes a 2-hour block and passes the audience on to the next channel.
Now, again, I would maybe do that if someone gave me a damn topic. So
I can get you a topic. I will give you a topic, Kate.
All right. It's just, I'll be sitting there and I'm like, okay, it was 15 minutes worth of what I was going to say. Shit. It was like I have to get a guest or two in because I can't keep it going like myself,
Okay.
Just take a topic that you know a lot about. Like for you, something like, the obscure 80s animation.
I was thinking of like a list of questions of things that I would like to know about you, and I was like, I could just type them up and give them to you.
Well, I mean,
about your thoughts and feels on stuff.
Yeah, I've never actually played Never Have I Ever. Maybe that'd be fun.
Like,
get a bunch of people on and just, everyone gets a drink in their hand. It doesn't have to be booze, and just play Never Have I Ever. And, that could be fun. It could get a little personal, though.
Never
have
that
I
game,
ever
you
had
gotta
an
be
orgy.
I was
pretty,
thinking for you to keep
not
it light
hiding
and
anything.
fun, it's like, okay, everybody knows about Transformers and My Little Pony, but you could probably come up with a dozen cartoons from the 80s that most people have never heard of, and you could do reviews of those.
True. There's one, I have it on history somewhere, Galaxy High, if anyone remembers that one.
I used to watch that.
Kid Video was another.
Yeah. Pick some shows like that and just talk about those.
Yeah. Good. Sure. That's definitely a me thing. And if there's any other 80s kids who want to join and, add commentary.
Well, yeah, I could throw some stuff in because I'm sure I've seen some of them.
Yeah. Definitely got Mask and the Transformers kicking around somewhere. A couple of really shoddy VHS recordings of Bionic 6, which has never been released on disc, damn it. So, yeah. Oh, the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. I have that on disc.
Oh, wow. I didn't know there was a cartoon on that.
Yeah, just because you talk about it,
okay.
I've had to go and hunt down episodes of Bionic 6 on YouTube just to see what the show was about.
I had never heard of it until I knew you.
Here's the thing. Okay, they have a sidekick in the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. It's a small, unicorn called Uni. So every time someone starts talking about going to uni, instead of saying I was at the university or some shit, I get that unicorn in my head. Now, it had a very, very, very distinctive wail. So that goes through my head, too. Every time someone says, uni, I'm like, not again.
Spackle says she thinks of Unirock. Yeah, yoy.
That's right, Unirock.
Oh my.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes, that.
Yeah,
Never
actually,
have I ever played Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, but this is the cartoon show.
Well, never has she ever seen that.
Actually, when I went and found the episodes of Bionic 6, For me, it was kind of a sense of deja vu that I did not remember that series at all, but I had the vague sense that I had watched it at one time. So it's probably one of those shows that, like, you know, would come on after Transformers or after some show I was watching, so it was playing in the background and I never paid attention to it.
It definitely, like, I don't know, I fell in love with the theme song for one, but I just love the idea of, like, a family of superheroes. It's one of the reasons I glommed onto The Incredibles, I bet.
Who is going to get a hold of Aaron Ra to see if he will do a time slot?
You
Talk
know
to
who's
Neil.
tight with? Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, maybe Neil.
I don't know Neil.
Dragnot's
Neil the
tight with him.
604 atheist?
Oh, and there is no way he's not taking a block. We know that.
Oh God, I'll talk to Neil, but I don't know
Okay.
what he's doing in that time
Oh,
frame. I don't know where he's
well-
going to be or anything.
Okay,
If
well,
he's-
we're
if
looking
he's
at the
available,
9th
he'll
through
do
the
a slot,
10th.
I guarantee it.
Yeah, I know.
Huh.
Like probably morning to midday of Friday would probably be best, right, for the 10th.
I think me and my mom can take the morning.
Okay, I will be
Like, what time is morning to you?
Oh, good point. Yeah, like early morning, we haven't gotten anybody yet.
Okay.
I've got 10 a.m. Central is my usual spot with my mom. But again, we're flexible. We can move. So
I feel awkward asking questions here in live chat. But
What?
would it be kosher to approach somebody like the Geek Room or somebody like Dragnot, people that actually have some bigger polls in the smaller channels here?
Well, anything you're not certain of, you can always, you know, type in the private chat if you're not certain about something that should be public.
Somebody ask Godless Engineer. He might help.
okay.
I mean, I don't know what his
Yeah.
I don't
schedule's
know
like,
him.
but he's a really nice guy.
He may actually know who I am. Yeah, I know that his person knows who I am.
We
What's her name
We
again?
should-
Caitlin?
we should ask Jim of Atheist Edge.
Caitlin.
Oh
He
yeah,
would
Jim would
probably help.
totally.
And, you know, even if
Yeah.
he can't do it himself, he now has, you know, a contact list of 100 people in the atheist community he's worked with.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody thought about asking Seth?
Oh my word! Wow.
Seth.
Andrews.
Seth Andrews,
Oh,
he does a lot of
no.
game streaming.
I mean, he
Yeah.
knows who I am. It's just I feel sheepish about asking. You know?
Well, I mean, I've asked him for stuff in the past. He, like he's done some voiceover stuff for me. I don't know how many of you watched my channel, but he did a few outros.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, I could probably ask him and he'd probably say yes.
Okay.
So I might give that a whirl.
Purple, are you getting this list? I am writing some of these down, but they are getting thrown out faster than I can write them all down.
Yeah,
It's all sailing
I
by me,
don't
so don't
have
look
any
at me.
kind of a list at this point.
Okay.
Basically, if you could just send it to me on Twitter, would be
I was
best.
just gonna say I'll message you on Twitter. Yeah, probably tomorrow morning because I've got stuff I got to do here in like 30 minutes. But
Oh my.
Well, you know,
okay.
and I'm in several group chats on Twitter that I'm sure there's people in there who would volunteer.
Several
We
is
just
an
post what time
understatement.
slots we need people to fill.
okay. Maybe you and me then should be like the ones in charge of the spreadsheet. Like you, me, and Diana get a spreadsheet together. I can make one on like just Google Docs and then it'll be easily shareable.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Something like
Okay.
that. Yeah, you guys totally should do that.
I'll message you on Twitter and then you can get back to me with like maybe like your email address so that I can share it to you as an editor. And then Diana, I think I know your email address.
Well, here, let me. If you. Well, wait
I
a
think
minute.
you said it to me on Twitter.
My email is right on the YouTube screen.
Okay, cool.
Declaring
I wasn't
that
sure if
the-
it was publicly available or not. So okay.
Well,
so
that
I
one
will
is.
share
I've got about 5 email addresses. If you want my personal email address, I can give you that one too.
I'll get in touch with you on Twitter, and if there's one you want me to add, I'll add it.
Taju korostu. Oh,
Okay.
here, let me, I'll just, Where am I now?
I need to make.
there you are.
I don't know what the fuck is in this thing, but wow. No, I'm
What?
serious. I'm serious. It like my wrist was kind of iffy. I've been bitching about it for a few days. I was worried it was carpal tunnel or something. I put this thing on within like 10 seconds. I'm feeling better. What the hell?
Oh, my.
Is it the pressure? What kind is that?
Well, it's compression and it also says it's infused with copper, whatever that is about.
Oh, that's that fad thing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they say that it's
Yes,
better
but-
for your joints. I don't know if it
Well,
is. It's never
whether
been
it is
proven
or-
medically.
Okay, well, whether
As far
it
as
is
I
or
know.
isn't, this feels good.
Yeah, Minnow, you've got my personal
Yeah, it's
email
usually the
address.
pressure and the stability. Kate,
Okay.
Because it'll put just
Thank
a
you,
little
Diana.
pressure on it, and it kind of holds it so it doesn't feel so like sore and floppy. And that
Well-
usually changes. I mean, that's the point, right?
was
But it
having
usually
problems
changes it a
with-
lot.
I was having problems with this one. This one, like, it's that little metal bar.
Oh
right here,
yeah.
and it was like going on my palm, and it was really interfering with using the trackball.
Yeah.
But this
Oh,
makes
yeah.
my palm free,
Mm.
and it's so my, what the hell? It's so. Anyway, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
really
no.
works.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those black spandexy ones are way better than the ones that are made out of like the ace bandage material. They're way better.
Okay. Oh, God.
It's like that one episode of House where his like downstairs neighbor was a real asshole, and he was also missing like an arm, and part of it was just that it always hurt, but it felt like it was hurting on the part of the arm that was missing. And so what House ended up doing was rigging up this mirror thing and then like dragging the guy's arms into it, and he could only see his good arm, and he said like clench, clench,
Yep.
clench, and do it with both arms, and then let go, and all of his pain just goes away. It feels similar, the same kind of relief that was on his face.
Mm.
Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So-
you're just saying, you're not singing.
My ties are in a little
Chat?
different spot, so like.
Ben's in the chat.
Minnow, if you
Did you
have
say
any suggestions.
thighs?
Huh? What?
I said Ben's in the chat is what I
Huh?
said.
Oh, I
Oh!
thought Holy Spackle
Oh.
said something about thighs.
I do have big thunder thighs.
Oh.
This is true, but they are in the
Oh,
right
my.
spot. They are in the right spot. Yes, stop them.
Let me.
But that's not what I said. I
Shit's getting
said-
crazy. I might have to duck out of this bitch, man.
I said the people I know on the YouTube
There we
that
go.
have bigger channels are in a little bit of a different spot, but you know.
Ben, come in here.
I'm,
That's
I'm
true.
feeling the estrogen
We can
pressure.
just. I
bro.
don't need to be a person who's actually streaming on this. The goal is to get Diana a kidney.
Okay, Ben, you've got the
I'm really
link to
close to
join.
Mexico.
Yeah, I
Legally
think
I
get
gave it to Ben on Twitter.
Diana.
Oh, you
a
did?
kidney.
Okay.
I mean, getting a kidney is easy. Having someone install it is the hard part.
Right.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
And to do it all
Easy.
legal too.
Student Dr. Ben said it's in the pelvis. You just throw it in the pelvis somewhere. It's fine.
Just throw it in
Yeah,
the. I
just
try.
let
I
a
was
kidney
like, what
toss it in the
side?
No,
I just want to know what side.
Extra piece
throw
of
it in
liver,
the
toss
pelvis.
it in the
Sounds
pelvis.
Like a great name for an album, like a '90s garage band. Throw it in the pelvis. It sounds
Okay.
great.
realistically, the biggest problem we're going to have
Detachable
is
pelvis.
for her to have the support network to take care
Right.
of her afterward.
And
That's
why I
my
wanted to
thing.
keep
This is
level.
what I've been trying to say.
It's going
Yeah.
to be kind of difficult because you're asking people to commit to going and staying with her for, even a week or two
Bro.
when we
Right.
don't know when this is going to happen.
Right. This
Right.
could
I'm
be
okay.
5. This could be 5 years out.
Hold on. I thought part of the point of this with the money was maybe we might have to hire somebody.
I don't know if the transplant center would be good with that. I'll have to ask them and see what happens.
I suggested
Yeah, like a nurse.
just my thought on it is maybe 4 to 6 hours overnight, get a part-time nurse so whoever's helping her can go rest. Because if you wear out your caregiver, you're going to have two people that are pissed at each other constantly.
Or have
Yeah.
two people.
Yeah, so it's good to have somebody at night, have somebody, you can get an aide to come in and just help with like food and whatever they need, just to take care of them in case they need to get up, and they just watch them all night long and, sit in the other room, wait for them to say something and come in and help them. And, and they're not very expensive because they're not nurses, they're aides. If you get an aide, you get them pretty cheap.
From what Purple has told me about her abdominal surgery some years ago, for maybe the first couple of weeks, I am just going to be down for the count. Not, barely able to get out of bed.
Well, it also depends on the person, too. Yeah. You never know. It depends on so many things.
Abdominal hernia.
Yeah.
And, the hernia surgeries are notoriously painful, though. Just
for the first 2 weeks, I could not stand upright. I had to crawl to the bathroom. And basically, for about 6 weeks, I couldn't get out of my chair to do anything.
See, and also, hernia surgeries. After my brain surgery, I went home after a day and a half.
Hernia surgeries are notoriously painful just for being hernia surgeries. Like, it's the mechanism of using a mesh in the abdomen. Like, it requires an inflammatory process. So hernia repair is notoriously painful.
Okay, so are you thinking after the transplant won't be quite as bad for her?
It'll be painful, but I don't know if it'll be hernia bad. Just because it doesn't require an inflammatory mechanism, and she's also going to be on immunosuppressants.
Yep.
Now you said it could be up to 5 years out. What I'm wondering is if we can get to where we have at least people that are committed to where we could definitely have somebody out there if needed, for like the next year out. Will they accept that?
But they really want to know that the person is going to be, or people are going to be on call at a moment's notice.
Right.
They're very,
but how
very
far
picky
out
about
do we
this.
need to schedule people to be on call for at a moment's notice?
Years.
Because you said it could be 5 years.
Yeah.
If I schedule a year out, if I schedule, on call, we've got it taken care of all the way up until, if you got it like up until Halloween of next year, I've got people that are scheduled, ready on the schedule to come take care of you.
This is where a living donor is so advantageous, is you can schedule that stuff.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing is you need to be able to match a living donor with you.
Right.
I'm signing up for the program, and one of the options they gave in that is a swap, that even if I'm not a match for you, I donate to someone else, and then they'd have that opening for you.
Which is super cool.
We have to look at this, from the hospital's viewpoint, that what they're being ready for is if somebody's killed in a car accident and winds up being an appropriate donor, they've got to move on that within hours.
Absolutely. And they've said that, you answer your phone every time it rings, and 90% of the time it's going to be some spammer or something, but you still answer it. Because it could be them. Yeah.
It could be that one. And here's my question, though, is like, will they put you like on the will they get the ball rolling if we've got people scheduled for the next year? Or does it need to be we've got people scheduled at the drop of a hat for the next 3 years or the next 5 years? Like how? Because I think a year we could probably do. There's enough of us that can say I can do probably easily a total of 4 weeks if we do it in 2 week times, like 2 weeks take a break, 2 weeks take a break. I could easily, that's an easy sell for my family.
Wait a minute.
I think we just schedule it out.
My question also is like,
I agree, Purple.
I had something and I lost it.
Sorry. I think we just schedule it out and be kind of vague with the transplant center if anybody has time limits.
Yeah.
We'll find a way to fill in if somebody has to drop out when it happens.
That was going to be my question. I remember. Did they tell you where you are in the queue?
No, because everything depends on availability and matching and everything else.
Well, no, but I mean, even so, there's got to be a list where it's like, okay, first come, first serve.
No, it doesn't. Doesn't work that way.
Well, because of tissue match.
Well, hold on. Just stop. I mean, suppose like two people have a tissue match with the same kidney, but there's only one, right? And so like one of you came in first, they're probably going to get it, unless it's like they're just not as qualified. I don't know. I mean,
right. The longer that you've been on the list, the longer the more
the more
chances
likely
are-
you're going to get. Yeah.
My
That's
point
what I-
is,
yeah.
like, is there any way at all to gauge how long you might have to have a support network in place before you even need one?
No, not really.
Not
Oh,
it could
man.
be
No,
it could
because
be a
there's
month,
no way
it
to
could be 2
predict
months.
when a suitable match will come up.
Yeah, they
That's
tell
pretty
me that the average wait for a cadaver kidney is 5 years.
But if we have a donor that's available to
Now, if we
swap-
have a living donor,
Yeah.
that's a lot easier. It really is. As long as you got that match going, you're good. Yeah,
If we can find somebody who's a direct match, yeah,
yeah.
then we can schedule things much better.
Well, I know that's not me.
I'm not. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
and
you're.
I'm a
the
weird
only
blood
way-
type.
You know, that's a
I
numbers
can't.
game. The only way we
Yeah.
can really count on that is to, like, get as many people as possible to sign up, hoping that one of them's a match.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, wrong.
I mean,
blood.
I'm happy to sign up to be tested. I just have a weird blood type, and nobody will fucking need my kidney.
What do you have?
AB
AB negative?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
B negative
Uh,
is a very depressing blood type.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm A
Maybe
positive.
Negative.
So, yeah, your AB
No, no, no,
negative
no,
would
no,
probably
no,
be
no.
not very good for me. I'm A positive.
I don't have the ability to stop anything I'm doing right now.
I am A
Yeah,
positive, but
no,
I'm
we
very
know.
attached to my kidney.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're. Okay, that was not.
We are
I
Ben. What
understand.
we are trying to schedule that you would be like maybe helpful with, and maybe not even necessarily on the schedule, but like as a guest on somebody who is scheduling is we're trying to do a 24-hour stream where we can get people signed up to help be
no, and I
caregivers.
can host some stream too.
Well,
Oh,
that's what I was
yay.
saying. If
Yeah.
if the
That would be
timing we're
awesome.
doing it with Ben, I was wondering if I could do a 2-hour block and then you do a 2-hour block for like
Yeah.
the Beers and Bros time on the 10th.
Yeah, we can do a little
Okay,
fundraiser
cool.
part on.
I
mine,
knew
too.
you would help, so I kind
Yeah.
of volunteered us for it.
That would be sweet. That would be.
Yeah, I can do my
super
trivia fundraiser. We'll like come to my stream for a trivia night,
sweet. Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
like my thought was I can get some like gift cards or some cheap prize or whatever for whoever wins the trivia. But you buy into the trivia as part of the fundraiser, and only people that have bought in are eligible for the prize.
Come to think of it, like if I'm
I
really
love it.
stuck for a topic, I could always just start up Quiplash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, people do that all the time.
Yep.
Yep.
And it's great. It's
It's
good
fun.
fun. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, we could play a 24-hour Quiplash game, but like might get a little bit taxing on people
Well,
who want to stay
also
for a while.
After a while, the topics start to repeat too.
Well,
That's
there's
true.
also similar games on Jackbox too that require like drawing, things like that.
Hmm.
Yeah, like my trivia thing like would just be fun to spread around the community because my idea was to do world religions trivia and see which atheist knows the most about religion. And I think like that would get people interested in wanting to compete. And then we do it as a fundraiser and people like buy in. It's like $5 or something, but you get a lot of people buying into it.
It'd
I
also
know
be
a lot
kind of
more about like sci-fi fantasy religion than I do about Earth religion.
Hey, there's one
So-
of those Irishmen that
Okay,
I said
um,
might take a shift in the subchat there.
Ben,
I was just
medical
gonna say.
question directly
Yes.
related to the transplant. She's O positive, I'm O negative. Is that likely to be a problem?
No, not if you're
no.
O negative.
No. And
The other
also,
way would be a
any-
problem.
Yeah, even if it was
Sorry.
the other way, it wouldn't be a problem unless someone was pregnant. So
Okay, I don't think there's much chance of me getting pregnant anytime soon.
I had to think about that for a
Yeah,
second.
I
Oh,
thought
yeah, she said
A
A positive.
too.
A positive or
I am A positive.
Oh, A. Okay, I thought you said O. I'm sorry.
No, no.
So you're really like Fonzie. A.
Yeah,
So you
Vanessa. Yeah, Carisi.
Ben says she would need an A positive or an O positive, correct?
I could also do
Not
I could do an A
You could take
negative as
negative.
well.
you could take negative.
Oh, okay.
As a
Okay.
matter of fact,
Okay.
one of the transfusions I had when I was in hospital in June was A negative blood.
Oh, okay.
Now,
Well, I'm
You're
O
A
negative,
positive,
and I was
right?
Me? Yes, A positive.
Okay. So your blood type would not change.
Huh?
If there's some of them where it's like they will take on the blood type of whoever it is that they get the transplant from.
How strange.
I never heard of that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I like that.
There was
Something
a girl
new
that I
for
went
me.
to school with, and she was like, "Well, my blood type was this, but then she got a transplant, and I can't remember what the transplant was, and
Huh, interesting.
because of that,
A marrow transplant, maybe?
Yeah, it might have been
It-
American.
I- that's what I'm thinking it was,
Yeah.
because I don't remember it being a specific organ, and I feel like I would remember like
Mm-hmm.
a
So
thing.
if somebody
That
was
sounds
to
right.
donate a kidney, like what does that entail to the person donating the kidney besides getting it cut out, obviously? But like, what are the risks for the donator?
typical what any surgery risk would be.
Yeah, pretty
But
much.
relatively
Isn't
low
there,
compared to
like,
the person
medication
getting the
for
kidney.
life
Yeah.
After
Mhm.
that,
Yeah.
isn't there like medication for life after that though? When you get rid of a kidney?
Yes.
No, the
No.
opposite.
No, when
no,
you
if you're
receive
doing
one.
me,
Functioning
not the
kidney,
donor.
you're okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I seem to remember hearing like someone who's donated a kidney, like now they're like having a deficit of what kidneys do, and so
No.
there's like something that needs to be done about that.
Only
that-
if your
person
only if your remaining
receiving-
kidney. Only if
Go
your
ahead,
remaining
Ben.
kidney had damage.
That's what I was gonna say. Exactly. Only if there's something you can live with one kidney. I've been doing it for 16 years now.
Well, I didn't say
I'm
live.
fine.
I just okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Now,
No.
would
it's-
you
And what will happen, as my understanding, is that the remaining kidney will grow to some extent and take up some of the slack.
Yeah,
So
that's
kinda
what I
like
was
the
reading
Grinch's
too.
heart.
That if you still have one healthy kidney, it can grow to half again as large to compensate.
Mm-hmm.
next
Yeah,
next question?
hypertrophies.
If you've had a kidney infection before, but it's not ongoing, does that prevent you from donating a kidney?
I don't know.
Hey, Diana, when you get a chance, read that last thing I put in the chat right there. please.
Okay, let's have the look at that. And let's see
It's just
what's-
something to
I
keep
still
in
want to
mind.
know what side, but Ben wouldn't answer me. So
I don't know.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Okay.
Huh.
Gotcha, yeah.
She said she's seen that a lot over the years, so just be really careful.
The additional
with
risk of melanoma
that. Yes.
and yeah.
Squamous cell. Yes. Skin. Yeah.
Basically, your pelvis is like a old VW bug, and it can just open up and chuck an extra spare tire or suitcase, whatever.
Or
Pretty
kidney.
much.
You know,
Whatever.
Pretty much.
maybe it's
You know-
just me, but melanoma has always sounded like some sort of frozen yogurt treat.
I like it. The
I
interesting
still
thing.
think gonorrhea and chlamydia are beautiful words.
There you go.
One
Yeah,
time
I
I was
can see
approached by a
that.
homeless person, and they said, "You have any money?" And I said, "Well, no, but I'll take you out to dinner." She said, "Okay, let's go." And I was like, "Oh, okay, we're going out to dinner." So we went out to dinner together, and after we had a really funny chat, and then afterwards she said, "I would hug you, but I have gonorrhea," and I was like, "I don't think it matters if you hug me or not."
No.
There you go.
yeah, like what? You can't get gonorrhea from hugging someone.
But I just stopped in my tracks. I was like,
It was a toilet seat. I
What?
swear.
Yeah, there you go.
I did
The,
not-
the
Oh my
interesting thing I
Different
found
story.
out.
her whole shit.
There's a similar story
Oh,
I have that
foodie
I could
beauty.
tell about.
Oh,
when
don't
I,
even-
You
Yes,
heard about her
everybody-
boyfriend gave her fucking
Yeah.
gonorrhea.
Everybody's
Yeah, I
talking
saw
over
that,
everybody.
Robbie. I have to figure out how to get around that, but they do show up in the lower corner.
okay.
But the thing I didn't know, let's see if I can remember what I. Oh yeah, some people require multiple transplants because a kidney has a limited lifespan. So if you get your first transplant at the age of 30, you may need another one at least. And number one, when you get that first transplant, they don't take anything out. They just put that kidney in there. When you get the second transplant, they don't take the first one out. They just put that one in too. And you get one transplant after another. It gets a little crowded in there. That was kind of funny. I like that.
I have a similar story to what Holy Spackle was saying when, like, I was hungry. I was walking back past a Mickey D's. I figured, what the hell? And I saw a homeless guy out there, and he asked for food. He didn't ask for money, he asked for food. And I was like, oh, what the hell? So I walked in, bought like 3 cheeseburgers, kept 2, gave him 1. And, like as I gave it to him, he goes, oh, God bless you. And I was like, God had nothing to do with it, and kept just fucked off, And these 2 guys in front of me turned around and go, that was awesome. I love that response. And I was like, cool. It made my day. It really did.
I got kind of ticked off at somebody one time when so a friend of mine and her significant other didn't have a place to stay, and I happened to be in a situation where I could get blah blah blah, and they were like, it had been like a few hours where like he was worried that he didn't know where he was going to sleep that night, and I told my friend, I said, well, he can sleep here, and she goes, oh, thank God. And I was like, wait, not thank you, not like it was just like such a slap in the face almost, that it was like, no, I did this nice thing for you. It wasn't fucking God. And like, I'm an atheist. Why would you fucking say that?
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Well, I don't know. It could just be an idiom. I mean, I don't know if she was thinking of God or not when she said that, but
right. Yeah, but it's just so ingrained in our culture that it's just like,
yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, Mathfig is pointing out something kind of important here that I wasn't aware of. That even
what?
when you send messages in the supposedly private internal chat, Mathpig says that they do show up in the public chat for about 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was not aware of that.
I haven't figured out how to hide that yet. I need to work on that.
Now I'm
When I was
tempted to
talking
write
about the
something in there
cocaine
that's
stuff,
kind of
I can
mean or
explain.
something. You're like, Massive with yellow snow.
We're
and let it
talking
play for 4
YouTube
seconds.
drama.
I don't know, just to mess with him.
When I doxed myself, it was on purpose.
was there? I didn't even notice any doxing. Like, I saw just the foodie beauty messages, which I think it's hilarious.
The foodie beauty nonsense that we were trying to talk about, but no one else wanted us.
They're like, shut up, we don't care about fucking foodie beauty.
Like, we don't care about foodie beauty's drama.
Oh, no wonder.
What?
What? What?
Boy, there's some background noise going on there.
Chicken butt.
Oh, it's Kate. It's Kate.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is. It's just that, like, it seemed like no one could hear me, and I took a look, and my input levels were, like, way down.
Oh, no, we can hear
turned
you.
up
We were
the
just talking
gain.
over you.
Yeah, well, stop it.
Yeah, it's
Sometimes
just too
we
many
get
people
excited.
talking at once.
Yeah,
You're
but
getting a
sometimes
taste
I'm,
of your
like,
own medicine,
in the
Kate.
middle of something.
For once. For once.
I feel like we're like in a bar and everybody's just like, what? I can't hear you anyway, but I'm still talking.
And then I just love the fact that Savage, HS, and I are all like, we all are observers of the weird, foodie drama.
What I'm waiting for is on, say, this stream or another like it, everybody's talking over everybody else, and you're really shouting and trying to get yourself heard. And then suddenly it gets very quiet, and there's, and then I'm going to get my testicles laminated!
Yeah,
Laminated.
it's a George Carlin record.
It's a George Carlin thing.
Yeah, I've
That's
never
a
known what that
fucking
meant.
dude.
I've always wondered, and I don't get it.
What?
What it means. Like, I
Get
know
them
I've
laminated?
had ID cards laminated. I can't picture doing that to testicles.
Oh, it's just
Like, I don't
something
even
totally
think the
silly.
machine could accept it. So what the hell?
I just took it as something totally silly, that's all.
I guess.
Oh, I think it could be possible. I just don't think it would feel very good.
Nah.
I was
I
just
think that was
thinking,
kind of the whole point.
like, I was
about
thinking
pressing
just
the
adding
testicles flat.
adding like a hot wax layer was kind of what I was thinking.
Wait a minute, is there
Why am I
a...
picturing,
Oh,
like,
okay,
it on?
okay, I gotcha. Yeah, give me half a second here, sweetness.
He's like, no, thank you.
Waxing lyrical? No.
I'm just like, like a
Waxing
nice-
your carrot? I don't know, it's...
Wax on, wax
Yeah.
off.
There you
Yeah,
go.
exactly.
I shave because burning wax scares me.
There it
My
goes.
wife
It does
has
sound
the-
unpleasant.
the light laser thingy. It's
Like, she goes and gets it done?
Well, we're trying to save up for that, but she's got the home. We decided to do that instead at the beginning, and it does a
Does it
lot.
work?
It does,
Mhm.
but you have to do it like twice a week. They said that it would like be like once a week, but it's she still really needs to do it twice a week. Like if she for herself, like not for me. It's just like to keep it completely smooth. But otherwise, she was like shaving like every day, and then like being frustrated every evening that she wasn't clean shaven
Oh, yeah.
or whatever. You know, it's like
One thing I found out is okay. I hear you knocking. Over the years, as I've been on estrogen,
Splish splash.
my body hair has grown slower and finer.
okay.
Now, this is 12 years, so I don't know
See,
how
she's
long.
not
it-
even 12 months, so
Ha ha ha! It's going to take a little while, but it is something to look forward to. It's not going to go away completely, but it'll get a
she
little
was
easier.
wondering, because she's on estradiol and then the Spiro, and then they increased her Spiro,
hmm
and she was wondering if that would help, like slow the hair growth a little bit.
Yeah, at a little bit. It won't end it, but it will slow it down to some extent. Now, the other thing is, I was on Spiro for at the beginning, and my
Spiro,
doctor,
is it?
yeah, Spiro Agnew, and the doctor that took over after my first GP retired, she stated that she didn't like the Spiro, and she put me on bicalutamide, which is working pretty well.
I'm gonna write
And-
that down.
yeah,
Can you spell it?
yeah. Let me get the.
HYDROCHLRO. Yeah, hydro.
There we are.
I'll
Let
just-
me throw that into the egg thing, and then we can have
Oh,
the.
yeah.
Hmm? Yeah, we
Yeah,
can.
you can put it in the side chat.
Yeah, I mean everybody will see it, but who cares? You know?
That's what I'm saying. There might be other people who want to see it though.
Yeah. Huh?
I read that
That
as
was
bitch made,
hard
and
to
I know that's not
pronounce.
right.
Well, because her doctor said that she didn't really particularly like the Spiro. I guess I was saying the name wrong, but she did
Bicalutamide?
end up like doubling the dosage that she originally put her on. So
Did I get that
Okay.
right?
What?
Well, I was trying to pronounce it. Let's see. Bicalumatide?
Yeah,
Okay.
bicalutamide.
Bicalutamide. Okay.
Yeah, and you got you doubled the T, but otherwise it's great.
Okay, Dr. Ben, what can you tell us about
thank
it?
you.
Math Pig gets the reference. Spyro the Dragon. From
That's
those
what-
good
There
Sega
you
games.
go. And the
Yeah.
thing is that bicalutamide is not a diuretic the way.
Sander, what did you?
I totally thought I was alone. I thought
Okay.
nobody
Yes,
else had-
spironolactone's a diuretic. and,
Uh-huh.
The
Well, I think I
bicalutamide
still
sounds like
had a
that's very
copy of
similar
that
to
game around somewhere, but I sent all
flutamide.
my
I know
games to
flutamide-
Purple. So
flutamide would be the go-to that I know of. These seem to be in the same drug class. That's just an androgen, just a straight-up androgen blocker.
Right, right.
It's not a diuretic like spironolactone is.
Yeah,
you're right.
Okay.
I'm on the Spiro now, and I started having a whole bunch of side effects, and realized that the only reason I was having side effects is it was dehydrating me.
Uh-huh.
That
Okay.
I've got to
Yeah,
drink
it'll
twice as
do
much
that.
water when I'm on it.
Okay.
yeah, you know, I had the same problem with a Mountain Dew habit.
Okay
I
then.
really should drink some water.
You know that caffeine is a diuretic.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
It is.
yeah, yeah. Oink oink. There's a piggy in the
Well,
hangout.
I might duck out and go study since it's very crowded.
Pig,
And I gotta
duck,
study.
what's going on?
Thank you for your help,
Yeah.
Ben. Thank you for coming
Well,
by.
chat-
Thank you for coming
we'll
by.
be in touch.
Seriously, yeah.
Don't leave in my account if it's crowded. I can leave.
Ben!
Oh,
No,
come on,
I have
Robbie.
a test on Friday. I have a big test on Friday.
Well,
so I
Ben,
need to
we
go
really
study.
appreciate you,
Yeah.
you know, having some actual knowledgeable advice on the topics the rest of us are just guessing at.
Yeah.
Hey, Fishhead, I didn't see you come in. How you doing, hon?
All right, bye, friends. I'll
Thank-
see you
Take care,
Thanks, Ben.
honey.
Later, bro.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. We got all the good people
Hey,
around
Matt
here.
Big,
Evening. Greetings
don't
and
cross paths too
salutations, I
often.
think, is the correct response.
What?
Sorry, say that again?
When Purple says hello, the correct response to Purple is greetings and salutations.
Desakoporani. Mm-hmm.
Or if you're saying it to me, greetings and hallucinations.
Yeah.
That's what I always say is greetings and salutations. Quit stealing my phrases that I steal from
Hey,
St.
I've been
Paul.
saying that since the 80s, so don't get me started.
Oh, you might be quoting St. Paul, or you might be quoting Heather's then.
My usual entrance is
Probably
greetings, sentient
Heather's, because I
beings.
was never
Oh, that's
religious,
what it
like
is.
ever. The closest I came to be religious was trying to be a Jedi.
Greetings,
Christian Slater says
sentient
it a lot.
beings.
Oh my.
I used to
Okay,
call
there
my
we
dog
go.
Young Padawan.
I tell you, I know this sounds horrible, but yeah, this arrangement ought to be ready by Christmas. And as much as I don't like being turned into a pincushion, I can hardly wait to take a real shower and wash my own hair.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, yeah.
I
Good.
can imagine
Why,
that would really
whose hair
get you
have you
after
been
a couple
washing?
of weeks.
Oh man, I have to pay $6 to get my hair washed, and they insist on trimming it while I'm there. But with this port that's through my, I can't get it wet for risk of infection. And
Yeah,
you-
if you,
you
wound
don't
up
want
getting a
that.
couple drops of water in the tube, that could be really bad.
Right, right.
So how do you wash your hair? Does someone put a poncho over you and like do like a cup thing, bend back up? And...
Yeah, I go to the
At the
local
hairdresser.
I go to the local Quick Clips and just lean
Oh.
back, and she washes my hair that way.
Yeah.
And I don't get to do it all that often, nowhere near as often as I'd like to, which is why my hair looks like shit right now. It's all greasy and everything, I know. And then
I
the
don't
other,
even want to hear it, okay?
and then the other
You're
thing
beautiful.
is,
I will
I'm
forever refer to you, Diana, as that pretty lady. Because
from
Aw.
my wee girl sees you, my wee girl was like, "Who is that pretty lady?" And I will always refer to you as that.
I thank her extremely much for that. But
And she has good taste. I've heard many a story about this kid, and you cannot deny that this kid has taste. Say what you will about the rest of us.
I
there you
found my
go.
wee girl singing The Doors' Soul Kitchen in the living room on Saturday. Fuck yous all. She's raised right.
There you go. But I'm trying to think here. Yeah, and the other thing is, sponge baths since June, because I cannot take
And
a
not
real
the kinky
shower.
way.
No, I mean, as long as the person applying the sponge bath to you is, attractive.
Yeah, that's a
and
kind of
Do
allows
they-
experimentation.
Do they accept bribes?
See, I'm the kind of person that's like, if my nurse is attracted to me, then I'm like fucking uncomfortable.
Yes!
Can we send an unattractive one in, please?
Okay, but if you get the Russian nurse built like a longshoreman, it's kind of creepy too.
Tell you,
No,
Korostu.
my mom got me an Italian tutor when I was a kid that was fucking hot as shit. I still do not know any Italian.
When I was recently in hospital, I had waited 8 hours at UK. Okay, we don't pay for it, but you do have a fucking time waiting in A&E. And I went in for what people do know. I don't know if anyone wants to talk about it, but it was my right testicle was kicked. It swelled to at least 5 times its normal size, and I waited 8 hours in A&E to be seen.
You must
by
have
a
felt
doctor.
so barfy.
I
man.
was not feeling
I
happy.
remember this story.
And I get
It's his
into
girl,
the room.
his little daughter.
I could eventually get into the room with the doctor, and she's
Kicked
like,
him.
"Right, can you jump up onto the bed and we're doing an examination?" And I just dropped the wags there and then, and she goes to leave, and she was like, "Oh no, we can't do this. We have to get someone else to come in a
Chaperone.
We have to." I was like, "I don't
Yeah.
care. You bring the whole fucking waiting room in. Fix this."
Yeah.
They're like, get a load of this, guys.
Oh, I tell you, when I was in hospital last week to get this catheter changed, I had to sit there 7 hours before I got effectively seen, and it was so late they ended up admitting me, so I had to spend overnight, and then that was Monday night, and then Tuesday they wheeled me upstairs and changed this guy out. This is my 3rd catheter since June. Jesus. Not fun.
I had a really
Doesn't sound
nerdy
like-
doctor
When I
one
eventually
time.
did get admitted, they put like a
Oh.
fucking 6-inch needle in my ass straight into the
6 inch
muscle.
only.
Oh, the 6 inches straight into the muscle. That was nearly worse.
You're such a wimp, man.
The old guy in the bed beside me came over, was like, "Would you like me to ring a nurse?" And I'm like, "No, I'm fine. Everything's okay. It's grand."
No, when you tweeted that, I went, "Oh man, like you've got to be like barfing or something at this point."
I should
I'm
gotta.
sorry. I'm sorry I disappeared, but this is Testosterone Tuesday, and I got so involved in the stream and trying to plan stuff for Diana, I forgot to. So I was like,
Oh
"Shit,
no! Well,
it's
thank you.
Testosterone Tuesday."
I'll
Th-
stay for your shot, but then I have to take off.
I'm
There
like,
you
I'm
go.
gonna warm up a
Okay,
little
but here's my question: is what are you
Okay.
taking off?
bit. You said you got to
Time.
take off. What is it?
Time.
Yep.
Okay then.
Right.
Time keeps on ticking, ticking.
You know, B,
ticking.
maybe we should just make it a club that we could all do our shots together.
Well, mine's every Tuesday,
Oh
so
man, and I don't
Well,
have
I-
a ship class anymore.
Wait, did you do it
I'm
already?
pulling my pants down.
I
Oh,
just
boy.
started
Oh, it goes
mine
in your
last
ass?
week.
Does it go in your ass cheek?
No,
He's dropping
thigh.
trow.
Thigh, outside angled part of thigh.
I just started mine last Wednesday, but I'm sure my doctor wouldn't object if I moved it up one day, as long as I was consistent on which day it was.
Move.
Would my
The hard
thunder
thing
thighs
for
have an
me
advantage?
is- The hard thing for me is because I'm ADD, I'm always like this. So I learned if I take a pill right before I get home, when I go to do my shot, I'm chilled and I can get my muscle to relax.
I tell you, I am not looking forward. You know,
Do you just slap it?
to be.
No, I shake it around to make sure my muscle's relaxed. So I
No.
know it's not tense.
I'm
'Cause you
not.
don't want to. This is intramuscular.
There you
Sounds
Yeah,
go.
like a
it's
porno
not
movie.
psych.
Is Savage
You
gonna
don't want
like
to
pass
smack
out?
it. No,
What?
it's fine. If it's somebody else, it's fine.
No, I'm not
Okay,
looking
I
forward
need
to
a bounce. I
pincushion.
need a bounce.
If it's
I-
me,
Okay.
I
if
need a
it's me,
bounce,
I'll pass out.
head
All right,
bed,
bye.
and all the
Are
rest
you
of
gonna
it.
pass
Later,
out?
Robbie.
Hi, Bouncy.
Good
No,
night.
this is my ninth. This is my ninth shot. I'm getting pretty used to it.
I'll talk
man.
to you tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll talk about merch.
Spaggle,
Oh yeah.
Who? Who's
oh, yeah.
leaving?
Let
Bye,
me know
Robbie.
when we can talk about merch, okay?
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Matt's
Spag-
going.
Okay, Robbie. Well, great. Thanks for coming by. Sincerely.
There's a
you for
shot
all the
happening.
I'm doing it right now. I got to
It's
do a
fine.
drawback
You behave yourself,
Three,
Spaggle.
and
one,
all
stand.
clear
Yeah.
fluid, and then a slow push.
Honestly,
Because
For me to-
testosterone is
She's just
very
streaming this on
viscous.
YouTube. It's fine. So long as she doesn't show, like...
yeah. For me, doing the shot, that needle is so tiny. You know, it's a complete non-issue. It does not hurt nearly as much as my cat walking over my leg.
It's true. You're
Because
right.
at least
Good way
it's
to look
only
at
one
it.
needle instead of 10.
Oh,
Dude,
no, you need to add more
when my
theatrics.
cat used to step on my tit, like, there's, like, certain angles. Oh my god. I can tell by B's face that he knows what I'm talking about.
My Columbia had unerring nipple aim, but
Oh
she
my
also managed to step on my clit more times than I care to think about.
Yeah.
Wait,
There
what?
you go.
I'm not going to think about that. I'm not. I'm just... Shoot, gone.
That's
So I
I
can
cannot
guess.
What she would do is she would
Nope,
like,
nope. All right, good night.
I would
Good
Good night,
suggest.
honey. Thanks for coming by. Sincerely.
Bye,
And
Savage.
thanks
Love
for
you.
everything
Bye.
you're doing.
We will be in touch.
Okay.
Love you.
Oh
Bye.
Out the
yay.
airlock. Go. Bye.
So I do have to
her
say, for
forward
anybody that
slide is the thing.
does shots in your like leg or whatever, where are you doing it at, Perps?
I'm doing it in the thigh.
Okay. So are you going to the side just a little bit?
Yeah, just to the outside.
Yes. Okay, perfect. And about in the center of your thigh, because you have a lot of nerves down by your knee and a lot more nerves up by your hip.
Yeah.
So that if you feel your thigh and just kind of like pay attention,
Well-
you'll find that number spot, and that's
Yeah,
the best place to do it.
Last week, the doctor had me, come into the office to do the first one. It's kind of a tutorial thing, but it's
Yeah.
I was doing the insulin shots for my fiance twice a day, so this was, I already knew the whole routine. It was nothing.
Yeah. No, that's good though that you had. See, I've never injected myself.
I
I
hand
gave,
it
I
myself,
gave other
but,
people
yeah.
like my ex, I could like access her port through her skin. I knew where to put the needle in and inject all the stuff. And,
Yeah.
my mom made me learn how to do epinephrine back in the day when it was like you had to draw it up in the needle and, you know, and this much, and it wasn't pre-filled, because she had allergies. So she was like, stick it in my leg, and I was like, nah, bro, I'm not doing that. I'm not sticking a needle in my mom's leg.
Well, that's the biggest part for me is
it.
that I do have to measure it. I just got one vial that I have to, you know, suck the right amount into the syringe.
Yeah. Look at that.
And then
Not even
make
a
sure
drop
there
of
aren't any
blood.
air bubbles.
Oh, also, whenever I do it in my leg, I don't know if this will help anybody else or not, but you can like get either like a small rolling pin or just use your palm and rub around on the skin for like, I do it like 3 to 5 minutes after I'm done, and it distributes it better through your body and doesn't create a pocket of that estrogen or testosterone. So if you rub it, it'll push it and help it distribute.
I thought the air bubbles thing was really only important if you were going directly into a blood vessel.
No, not air bubble. You'll have a pocket.
No. What Purple was saying.
Oh, would you say? Oh, the air bubble. Okay,
I have to make sure there's no air bubbles in the syringe. I thought that was really only important if it was going intravenously.
First of all, yes, you're absolutely right. Second of all, that's the reason when you go to inject yourself, you should always do a drawback on the needle about this far. You guys can't see how far my hands are apart. About that far. And when you get that clear liquid, then you're good to inject because you're just pulling clear fluid out of your body. But if you see any red, then you want to pull it out. Get rid of the needle because once you put it in, I found this out the hard way. Don't use the same needle twice. I poked it in my leg and I thought that doesn't feel right. And I pulled it back out and I went to stick it in my other leg because this one kind of was mad at me. I hit some weird nerve or something. So I went on this other leg, and then when I went to push it in, it actually like dented my skin in, and then it went through, and I was like, oh, that didn't feel good. And so it kind of like rips into you. You can only use those needles are meant to go in one time, and they are dull, and you should not be using them again.
Well, I've seen enough movies where people are, injecting heroin into themselves. Hello, Pulp Fiction. So, I mean, I got the drawing back like that. Also, I've been binge watching ER and, what's the other one? House. So, yeah.
I think the biggest issue really with the air bubbles is to just make sure you're getting the right dosage, because if you have an air bubble in there, then you don't have as much medicine as you should have.
I just noticed that the closed captioning is actually asterisking out words like fuck shit. Things that.
Yeah,
wow.
It's censoring it, but it's more accurate than the closed captioning. Like when I rewatched a YouTube video and I put closed captioning on, it comes out monkey mailbox burrito, and instead of anything that like makes sense. But this is working really well, so I'm impressed.
Well, okay, one of the reasons I think that some of my videos got demonetized, I still have a little bit of a New England accent left, and a lot of that is like glottal stops where T's usually go, because the closed captions would not say, please rate and subscribe. They said, please rate and subscribe. And I think that's because when I say it naturally, it's please rate and subscribe.
Moo. Okay.
But it's getting it right this time, so I don't know. But I've had people tell me that the closed captions do not accurately represent what I was saying.
Oh dear.
Oh,
that's
okay.
not good.
So you better watch that. Yeah. Hey, did anybody ever download that hand raising extension for their Chrome?
I have not got around to that yet.
Can you link the extension thing?
Yeah, hold on. I'll find it for you guys. I'll put it in the private chat. Hold on.
I wonder what would happen if I started scatting.
I'll find it for you guys. I can't do scatting.
Oh my gosh, the closed captionings for that are awesome.
One of the most hilarious things I have ever seen is find a stream that Caddy Boggle is on and turn on the closed caption.
I don't know who that is.
Caddy Boggle has a very thick Scottish accent, and the closed caption can never make any sense of him. Most people can't understand him.
That sounds
there you
awesome.
go. Just I gave you a link this time.
So click
on that link in the private chat. Just add the extension in for Chrome, and then
I thought I had this, but
then you can raise hands.
I have, works in Zoom. It doesn't work in Chrome, so.
Maybe
this one is for Google Meets.
Yeah. So I added it, but I don't know how to use it.
Oh, so it'll appear on the top left side of your panel. Like, watch. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, but what are you clicking?
Shit. Why is mine not? Huh.
I wonder if it can detect foreign languages.
I wonder if this is another one. Because I already downloaded it to. Oh, I'm not on Chrome right now. That's what it is.
Nihongo hanasemasu ka? Nope.
Okay. So
Oh,
once you
it's
add
really
it,
close.
it should show. Where
Okay.
is it?
Yeah, where the picture box is of who's speaking, just above that you should have a line of reaction things that you can click on.
Yeah, where is it?
What I was not seeing is apparently you have to click on the little setting gear on that bar and click a box that says show raise hand signal, or it doesn't include that one.
Oh. Hold on.
And that's stupid, but yeah, apparently it's another thing you have
You
to
is
turn
blue.
on.
Yes, you is. You appear to know some people here, and that's okay. That's good.
I'm confused.
Like, I wonder how
Like it's not
extensive
working.
its vocabulary
I had it working
really
last
is.
Oh,
Because,
my
I
word.
mean, there are some obscure-ass words out there, and I wonder if it actually can detect, like, homunculus. Oh, got it. Okay, got that one. Sorry, I could play with this all day. I'm turning off those captions.
I can't, man. I'm obsessed with them now. I have to watch what I'm saying and see how fucked up it is.
I know, that I would totally, that's why I have to turn it off, because seriously, like, yeah. And how did I guess it's the weed turning me into a fucking valley girl. I mean, like, oh my god. So, yeah.
Welcome to the Southern California speak.
Well, that's the thing, though, is like I've been living in San Diego for what, like 6 years now, something like that. I really haven't gone up to the valley, so I haven't heard anyone speak that way and mean it yet.
Right back. I'm gonna get rid of this.
Like, non-ironically.
Yeah, usually the Valley or maybe even Riverside or somewhere along there.
Yeah, I mean, I've walked on the Walk of Fame. That's about it for my LA experience.
Yeah, I don't think I have any discernible accent anymore. When I first moved to New York, I had the heavy Minnesota accent, and everybody there thought I was Canadian.
There is a quality to your voice that I find hard to identify that sounds like it could be an accent. I'm not sure, but it just doesn't sound generic.
Moo.
Okay.
Well, I would take that as a compliment, Purple.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about it.
I don't know.
But the
Every
voice
now
is
and
one
then
of the
someone
things I
goes,
need
hey,
to
you're
work
from
on.
New England to me, but for the most part, I don't think people can identify where I'm from my voice.
Mr. Wills says I've got more than New York now. Well, that's, I was in New York for 6 years and then finally got back here.
No, what you got on that thing over to here is
So,
yes.
yeah, I think mine just kind of, mutates to wherever I'm living. So maybe a couple more years I'll be back to the Minnesota.
See, that's one of the reasons why I kind of want to spend some time in like Europe or Australia or something to see if I can pick up the accent just organically. Because I did have a much heavier New England accent when I lived in Vermont, but then I moved to Seattle and lived there for 20 years and lost most of it. So,
Although I've got some, voice exercises to try to feminize my voice more. And I find when I'm practicing them, I can't help but pick up a bit of a British accent.
that's odd.
I don't know why that's happening, but it just does when I try to practice.
Now, what part of Britain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not that good at saying, particular cities or that there.
Well,
I'm gonna guess it's probably Liverpool because I'm borrowing from the Beatles.
Okay, gotcha.
I
See, now
think
I'm
I might
picturing
have
like
picked up a
if,
bit from Ringo Starr, actually.
like if someone took Wacko Warner and gender flipped him, probably sound like that.
I think that, to me, that would depend on who the fuck you're talking about, because I have no idea.
Well, have you ever watched Animaniacs? Yakko, Wacko, and Dot?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Wacko was the one with the British accent who sort of sounded Ringo-esque.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He
Yeah.
did, yeah. Ringo or maybe even George, yeah.
Which is funny because if you see the guy that plays him, you wouldn't suspect. He looks like some sort of reggae stoner dude.
Did you ever watch Buffy?
Oh, sure.
You know, Spike had a pretty convincing British accent. He's totally American.
Oh, yeah, he's a California surfer dude.
Yeah, that's trippy.
know,
I'm like,
actually-
no, you sound better British.
Few people are aware that Ringo Starr has gone on to voice quite a few cartoons. He's never been like the featured character, but he's done a lot of like, side characters and supporting characters in a lot of different things.
They're doing a radio play, sort of audio drama thing of Terry Pratchett's Discworld, right? And I figured, what the hell? And so I replied to the announcement with, can I be cast as additional voices? I love that character. They're in everything. They haven't responded, but I'm sure someone thinks it's funny.
A lovable sidekick.
Hold on. Let me help Kate out. Oh.
Thank
Oh.
you. Thank you. I'll be
Woo.
here all week. Be sure to tip your wait staff.
Yep. And if you're gonna be a cheap ass tipper, at least stack all the plates and cups and everything together and clean up the fucking table for them. If you're gonna be a cheapskate.
I always tip well because you don't dare go out if you can't tip well. That's part of the deal. And
also-
I stack my plates. I do both.
It's a really good idea to say please and thank you to people who have access to your food and saliva.
Yeah.
So I'm the kind of person
Well, I
that
don't give them access to my saliva.
if I was on a date and somebody with me treated waitstaff rudely, that was a big fat no for me.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
that's a red
Oh, I
flag.
would just walk
Oh.
out right then and there. I'd be like, nah, bruh. Gone.
I make sure with the pleases and the thank yous and the over tipping, like seriously, those people go through enough hell. What else could I do and feel good about myself? Am I right?
Yep.
It just amazes me that it is allowed to pay these folks so little. And expect the tips to make everything up.
The justification was taking the tips for granted.
Mm-hmm.
But there is one plus side of that. Depending on the establishment they work at, they can pocket some of those because some places make everybody puts the tips in and you split them. Some places you keep your own tips. So the places that they keep their own tips, they can get away with hiding a lot of tip money like that, and everybody does it, and everybody knows everybody does it. But the point is that if it's something that's turned in, they account for it, they count it. They send it out to you, you get taxed on that shit, guaranteed. But if you can get your own tips from your own tables and you tip you tip the busser and give him, some, like if you make $5, you give him $1 because he's going to clean up all your fucking tables for you. You give him that $1 on every $5 or $6, he's going to fucking, or even $1 for every $10, he's going to make sure your fucking table's clean. So
Now,
that's
the
customary.
The golf club I went to in Seattle, they wanted to get around the no smoking laws in Seattle, which I don't like smoke, but whatever. So everybody who works there is a volunteer, and they get to keep all of the tips. So everyone gets in the habit of over tipping staff at the Mercury because, well, they're not getting paid otherwise, right?
Right.
And one night, I don't know what possessed them to ask me, but they asked me to take over coat check for the night. And I figured, what the hell? It wasn't that interesting, but I did get to see a lot of my friends go by. And one guy who was dragged over by the bouncer with blood all over his face, I still don't know what the story was, but that was the most interesting thing that happened all night.
Probably
And yeah,
deserve more.
I got to keep the tips. It was kind of cool.
Good. How was the tips for a coat checker? I never knew.
I'm not great, I guess. I don't know. And it probably didn't help that they started me in the middle of the night rather than right at opening. I guess someone got ill or something. I don't know. But I mean, it wasn't a lot. I don't think I even broke 100, but it was still, fun to do it. It was cool to see the other side of the club, you know?
So I get the coat checker. What I've never gotten is the bathroom attendant. Now, is that bathroom attendant meant to actually just monitor the bathroom so people aren't shooting up or something, or?
We didn't
Because
have
I'm like,
those
no,
at the Merc.
I'm like, I don't need a towel. I can get it myself. It's fine.
We didn't have those at the Merc. Nobody was there at all. I'm sure there was a lot more hooking up going on than I witnessed, but you know,
I think the bathroom attendant, more than anything, is basically like to, wipe down the sinks after each customer to keep everything really clean in there.
Got it. I mean, I always like do the obligatory tip, but I'm like, I didn't. What?
I don't know. I mean, the Mercury was a funky kind of place. Like, there was this one dude who would walk around with like electrical tape on a belt, and if you wanted to, you could go into what they called hand job corner. It was this little jog to one side. I don't know how much actual hand
job
jobbing went
corner.
on in there, but that's what they called it. And he would, you take off your shirt, he tapes up your nipples, and you just walk around otherwise topless. It was that kind of place. One of my favorite photographs I have, someone took of me and this other girl necking while all we have is nipple tape. It was kind of cool.
Oh, well. I just want to not take the tape off. Like, that sounds like it might hurt my nipple.
That's
That
not
would be
bad
cool
at
to
all.
see. I don't know any guy that would turn that down.
Tape nipples.
No, to see two women kissing with nothing but tape on their nipples. Like, there's nothing
As
wrong
long as the
with
tape
that.
doesn't get stuck together.
No, you hope for that way. That way, on one side it tears off.
I mean,
Not good for the
electrical
woman,
tape,
but good for the view.
it's not masking tape. It's not it's not like what the hell am I thinking? Packing tape
said-
or anything.
You said electrical, so that doesn't
Yeah, it
sound.
comes right off a skin.
Yeah,
Okay.
the vinyl electrical tape does not stick real well to skin.
Gotcha.
And these days you can get it in rainbow colors. I actually have a drawer that I've got 7 colors of it.
If I had a nickel for how many times women have lost their tops in the ocean, that's just like a common sight.
I don't know if it counts for demonetization. Do you want me to show that photo? It's up to Diana.
I really don't have a problem with it because I think that it does not qualify as gratuitous nudity, right?
As long as you don't
There.
show an actual nipple.
Yeah. Huh?
There it is. That's me on the right. That's Mel on the left, and yeah.
It doesn't look like a bad time at all.
No, I was enjoying myself. That's for sure. So yeah, that's one of my favorite photographs.
Fisher wants to know if you tip the tape guy.
Yeah.
I
Tape
did
the
not
tip guy.
really, Actually, he just I think the tip was that he got to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He got a quick feel.
Or at least a look. Hey, there's Xander.
Is there the
The
kitty
boy's
this?
waking up.
Oh my.
Stool
Okay, this
says
is-
the picture rates 7 on the Butter Mermaid scale.
Okay then.
I don't know what that scale goes up to, but I'll choose to be flattered.
I don't know what that means.
I'm gonna guess it's still rating mermaid pictures on the scale of 1 to 10, but
Well, I think that this
Yeah.
scale may go to 543.
I have a feeling that a rating of 7 will definitely churn Stool's butter.
Yep.
I have a feeling if you were there, you would be definitely watching.
Moo.
Little Xandor. Nope. He decided he needed to scratch more than he needed to be petted.
So you named him Xander
I did.
after Buffy?
Remember after the you asked him if I watch Buffy? I mean, yeah, he's named after. Yeah, I really wanted to find I couldn't find a good way to make a nickname out of this, and calling him Kung Pao Chicken was just too clunky without a nickname version. So I went with Xander.
So I
I was
almost.
actually tempted to call him Jonesy, but Jonesy from Aliens doesn't have all the white spots Xander does.
So I
You
wanted
know,
to
I'm-
name
I'm
my
still
dog
stuck.
Anya, but my husband vetoed it.
Oh.
I still got a bit stuck from when you were talking about your cats' names before that we need to do a reboot of Rocky Horror in Space called Hail Columbia.
Well, there was a like sort of a sequel to Rocky Horror called Shock Treatment, and Columbia, the character, was the only one who showed up for it.
I heard that there was a sequel. I've never seen it.
It's called Shock Treatment.
Oh.
They're now saying bionic booby in chat.
And now I have a kitty who is demanding scratchies, but also laying just barely out of reach for me to do it. But as soon as I stop leaning over, he's going to come back up and poke my arm again.
He was giving me that look that said, "Why did the petting stop?"
You're not done yet.
Sorry, I didn't think everybody would want to hear me chewing, so I was muting, kept myself muted.
That's the thing, is I haven't had a proper dinner yet. But I think the last time I ate was about 3:30. It's now, 6:30. I mean, if I can make food, if no one minds watching, I can turn off the camera and the microphone when I'm munching. I don't know.
I was eating when we started. I just kept my mic muted when I was eating.
I mean, I gotta eat, but I want to hang out with you guys, and nobody gives a fuck, because on me, well, everybody knows, on me and Ben's streams, we just eat whenever we want.
As long as
turns
you
into a mukbang.
chewing.
Well, as soon as I'm not pinned down by a kitty, I'll get some food.
Would
I need to go shopping. Ugh.
Fishhead says Shock Treatment wasn't worth the watch.
Oh my.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. I
Shock
just know that, like, one of the callback lines, there's something about, like, last one in the pool has to be in the sequel, and Columbia's the last one in the pool, so everyone shouted, "Shock Treatment for Columbia." I remember that from, like, so many longs ago that I saw the movie in the theater.
Oh, yeah,
I still have to watch the new Dune. I haven't watched it.
Oh, it was really good. I loved it. And that's the weird thing, because I've been trying to like Dune for so long and haven't. And finally, I enjoyed it.
I have tried to read Dune at least 3 times, and I can never get halfway through the first book.
The book is murder. It really is. Someone really needed to edit that. Like, Frank Herbert doesn't leave anything to the imagination is the problem.
It's sort of like how George Lucas overdoes things and needs somebody to reel him in.
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, the first movie was actually edited by his wife, and there's sort of this thing in Hollywood that the best movies are all edited by women, and she really did, like, get something coherent and cohesive out of what he shot. So.
Oh my! I'm gonna have to step out for half a second here because I have a dryer full of clothing, which you should probably bring up here. Should not take me long at all.
Yeah, did they lock up your laundry room?
No, but just in case somebody wants to go down there and use it and, just have it out of the way.
Yep.
I shall be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, that's a pet peeve of mine.
Yeah.
The public laundry room when somebody leaves their stuff in the machine for 3 hours.
It's so rude.
I love having my own washer dryer now.
Yeah, I got one of those now. It's really nice.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a room in the building here that's got 3 washers, 3 dryers, which is, it's
The
nice.
fact that I can throw something in at 11 at night.
Situation, where there's a laundry room in the building and that's it. No one has them in the unit, and it sucks.
Yeah, and then there's sometimes hours that are cut short, right? So you have to make it through the hours.
And then, of course, there's that moment where you realize you don't have enough quarters. Like, you thought you did, but you don't.
Yeah, ours doesn't even take quarters. They gave us, like a card with a chip that you have to, like, go and preload it with money.
Actually, I'd much prefer that.
Yeah, it is a little bit easier than having that bin of quarters.
That was actually the way the buses sort of worked in Seattle. It was tied to your bank account as well, so you could set it up for automatic renewal. If you get down below, like, a certain number of dollars, they would just withdraw, like, another 20 out of your bank.
Yeah,
and
they've got
it was
that
one
for
of the
bus carts here
handiest
too.
things ever. I loved it. I really did.
So I've lived in SD like most of my life, and I'm spoiled. The weather's great here, but like you've been like everywhere. You said you hail from New England. You've been to Seattle, and I think San Francisco, right, or somewhere there, Berkeley.
No, I've spent less than a day in San Francisco. I
Okay.
live in San Diego now. I spent 20 years in Seattle, 20 years in South Burlington, Vermont.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I always kind of like think it's amazing when people make these big moves because like I think I'm like a scary cat. I like it here.
Well, I had my reasons. I mean, I went from Vermont actually to college in New York, got into a relationship, moved to Seattle for that, and then moved away from Seattle because the seasonal affective disorder was slowly killing me. And so I moved to San Diego for the weather.
Yeah, it's fucking gray there.
So
Yeah, we
it's
do
funny,
have lots
the
of sun
weather
here.
is actually reversed between San Diego and Seattle because we get about 3 months of clouds here in San Diego, where Seattle gets 3 months of sun.
I've noticed that even living in San Diego, I get more depressive in the winter months, and so I've wondered like if I move to some place like the Pacific Northwest, am I gonna be more like is it gonna be worse? And that's like a fear.
Yes, it will.
Yes.
You'll have to get one of these like full spectrum jobby doos, and it'll only sort of help. One thing I actually wish I'd had the foresight to try before I left Seattle, like they sell sort of these amber tinted shades. They go down from the ceiling and they cover your window, and it changes the quality of the light. And I wonder because the light in Seattle is this stark, harsh white, like hospital fluorescence white all the time, and from horizon to horizon there is no variation in that color all day, right? And maybe it wouldn't have been so bad if I could have had tinted windows, to give it a more warm color, a more warm tint. I think I might have been okay with that, but I left Seattle before I could try it.
So basically, what you're saying is that Twilight is not a filter, and that's really how it is.
I've always been nocturnal. I've always been
watched the movie
nocturnal.
Twilight, it's all
I
great.
survived 15 minutes of Twilight, so.
Well, it's not a very good movie, but of course I watched it all.
Right, it all fit in one bag.
Same.
Right.
I'm sorry, Purple. I'm sorry. I get excited sometimes.
I've always been nocturnal, so the idea of never really having direct sunlight sounds appealing to me.
But see, the problem is it's not just that you don't get direct sunlight, it's also that the light you do get is harsh.
Yeah.
It's ugly. It's terrible.
That could be a problem
I actually
because
in architecture and design, I like indirect lighting a lot.
Okay, there you go.
Well, I know I am sensitive
There
to
it
the
goes.
UV. That even on days when it's overcast, I can get a really fierce headache if I don't wear sunglasses.
Ow.
I need sunglasses with the UV coating.
Ow.
Hey, there's
Are you okay, Diana?
That's what I was about to ask.
She's got a lot of neck pain.
I keep telling her to have it removed, but
I know she was
Her
listening
neck?
to either.
yeah. I mean, if it hurts that much, just amputate. You'll be fine.
I want to go rub some CBD on it.
Catnip.
I have to wonder if Diana wouldn't be happier, if we just opened up her head and dropped it in the fish tank, the whole brain in the jar thing.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
maybe.
that just kind of suit you for a lifestyle anyway?
Yeah, maybe. Oh god, it hurts.
You could be on stream all day.
I mean, that wouldn't be so bad as long as I had some sort of mechanized body so I could go on excursions as well. You remember Krang from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Yeah.
Like that, but not quite so gross.
I imagine you more like MODOK.
I really couldn't watch more than one episode of that. I don't know why something about it annoyed me.
What, Ninja Turtle?
No, MODOK.
I'm not sure
You know,
we're
there's
talking
a
about the
show
same
of it,
MODOK.
right? It's got Patton Oswalt as MODOK in it.
I did not know they had a show just for that.
Yeah, it's on Netflix, I think. I tried to watch it, and it was just, eh.
I was never aware of it. I just aware of MODOK from his, fighting various Marvel heroes.
It's fairly new. Couple of months.
Ah. I get annoyed with Netflix because it kept seeming that any series I wanted to watch, they only had a couple of seasons and they would never have the full run.
Well, there was once I was watching a show, like binge watching it, and from one episode to the next, they pulled it. Like, seriously, I hit next episode and it was gone. I did a search, it was gone. That was it.
I've had the same thing happen, that there were shows I was binge watching and halfway through I get on the next day and what happened? It's not there anymore.
I don't mean next day. I mean one episode to the next. I was about to watch another episode right then, right there, gone.
Yep. Yeah, so that's why Netflix keeps annoying me, because it's like I don't want to get invested in a show on there anymore.
Well, I really wish that, I mean, like, I know a lot of these streaming companies will license a show rather than own it, and then, they'll lose the contract after a while and it'll go to another streaming site and all that sort of thing. It really would be nice if the inventory stayed consistent, damn it. But at least some of the original programming we're getting from these streaming sites was pretty good, actually, so.
Well, Netflix, I think, really licenses almost everything. And I just wish, if something is going away, especially if it's something that they can see that you're watching, they could give you a notice saying that, this show will be going away at the end of the month.
There are, I seem to remember this being a thing on Netflix, but it's been a while since I've seen it. I know on HBO Max, there is a last chance section that shows you everything that's going away, expiring, whatever, at the end of the month, right? And I remember Netflix having that.
Moo.
Just saying.
I didn't know that they had that, and I've had Netflix for years.
If you're worried
Maybe I didn't know.
It might go away, I'll go digging for it. I'm not going to do it right now. I don't know what the hell it is with Netflix, but sometimes it just randomly reboots my computer on me. I could fire up the Blu-ray player and use it that way, but right now I just don't want to.
Yeah, well, currently we gave up on Netflix, canceled the subscription last month.
I should. I use it for a few months and then I forget about it and I get busy doing it. Now I have a girlfriend. I'm like, I don't have time for Netflix. I should just cancel it.
Well, there's so many different streaming services.
Hulu.
It's a matter of how many can you afford at one time and how many can you watch, so.
I wish I could get rid of Hulu because I'm really irritated with them for various reasons, but they are also the single source for a bunch of the shows I really like. So what can you do? I mean, The Orville is not going to be on Fox anymore. It's been made Hulu exclusive, which is actually kind of good. It means they can have shows be any length and they can make them even raunchier if they want to.
Yeah.
But it does mean I have to have Hulu to watch The Orville, which I absolutely love. I love that show. So.
Well, that's how they get you, Kate.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it is only like $11-12 a month, so big fat hairy deal, but still.
No, I
well,
get
like
it. I mean,
said, it's
when
a
you're
matter of
tight
how
for
many
money,
different
$11 or
ones.
$12 is a lot.
Yeah.
Sorry, Purple.
Well, it's a matter of how many different ones that,
Yeah.
Sloth Girl's got the Amazon Prime, which gives a lot of stuff, and then the BritBox and Disney Plus now.
Well,
and
one thing that's
Discovery Plus.
Well, one thing that's been happening with a lot of folks in this community, at least, is just trading passwords around.
Yep.
I mean, I'm on HBO Max because of someone from one of these streams, and I know I've given access to my Hulu to a couple of folks. So, I mean, it's one of the ways I love this community, like the atheist community that's not the big names, because we just sort of seem to help each other all over the place.
I say that all the time. The people in our part, little extended kind of a little bit part of the atheist community, are the best fucking people.
Yeah.
They really are. I go outside and I'll find like 3 or 4 good people and an asshole, and I'm like, oh, there's an asshole, you know?
Well,
It's like that in a lot of communities, actually. Like, if you look at Dragoons and Geek Room and Miss Parker and BGTV, they kind of have a community-ish, multiple communities connected, and they help people. They help people. It's just,
see, there you go.
You know,
Well, that's why
I
I've
keep
been saying
describing
that.
it being a lot like high school, you know, because there's the popular kids, and then there's all the nerd bags who found each other and banded together for strength in numbers. That's exactly what happened in my high school, you know, and I was not one of the popular kids, you know, and
Nope.
I mean, there are some folks, I could start a shit ton of drama by explaining why I'm irritated with certain people, but I won't. The point being that a lot of those are all the ones with way, way, way more subscribers than I got, you know, and so many of them seem to be getting reputations as being kind of jerks with people I know in the community, and I'm glad to be here with all of these folks.
Yeah. Well, I've been saying that rather than thinking of it so much as a community, I think it's like this huge Venn diagram that we've got like 100 overlapping circles.
yes.
Yeah,
So
but
you
where
can
they
see.
overlap, you know.
Well, okay, like now YouTube's got this thing where you can look at your channel and you can see your shared audiences, and I have some of the strangest overlaps. Like I have
Really?
really?
Unirock. I have a lot of Unirock watchers. I have a lot of Dragoons, which are
I
drag
wasn't aware of
nuts
that.
watchers, and I'm 80% female watchers typically. Like I'm a higher female. Yeah.
I don't get that. I get a lot of guys watching, which I don't know what that's about. But then again, I mean, atheism does have, it skews a bit more male. So
Touche.
Yeah, it depends, I think.
And
And
I
also
say
it depends on the
leaf
drama I
leaf
get into,
leaves.
because I do drama observation, and drama observation does.
I
how do
avoid it
describe
like the plague. I've only
Well,
had drama on my channel one time, and it was about 40 minutes of some stupid shit.
I
and
said
I'll never let it on there
observation.
again.
So I said
So where-
observation, not that I want to be part of the shit show. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, but then you talk about the idiots. I'm afraid to do that. I'm afraid I'll get trolls. You are way tougher than me. I'm not. I don't even want to.
Oh, I have been
I don't even want to
trolled, like,
risk it.
I had somebody call my work. That was great.
Oh, fuck that. Are you serious?
Yeah, but my work didn't care. They're like, is she representing us? No? Okay, we don't care.
So where is this viewership overlap? I assume it's in analytics somewhere.
Yeah, so I was digging through my analytics.
Audience.
And you can see shared audiences. So people that typically watch your channel, which channels they
yes.
also watch. So like for me, I have a lot of Geek Room watchers, Frank, Crude as Fuck, Dragoons, Unirock, and they're actually kind of different audiences if you kind of compare them. So
Okay, this is weird because
I also have Emily
see-
Baker watchers and Nate the Lawyer watchers too.
I see the box there. It's just empty. I wonder if that's because I'm not making videos much, and so they're only checking this month. In fact, I know they're only checking this month. Let me expand the time that they're looking at.
Yeah.
Well, you're
Why
pretty
Nate
big
the
channel,
Lawyer?
right?
What?
Why Nate the Lawyer?
Yeah.
Well, I've known Nate the Lawyer like before he even had a channel. And
Yeah,
so,
that's
like,
why I was asking. Like,
and
why
I
do
mod
you...
for his channel, so like I was one of his
Oh,
first
okay.
moderators.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And he's
Because I
given
thought
me
you guys got
shout-outs.
along, but
And
you
he's
made
been
it
on my
sound
channel.
like. Sorry, go ahead.
That made it sound like no, he's just a big YouTuber now. Like he's blown up.
Oh,
and now
yeah.
he's got like
Oh,
a silver button.
Yeah, well, he's fucking brilliant. I mean, he knows what he's talking
Yeah.
about. He dissects that shit like. I mean,
Mhm.
I can think like. I can think in a lawyerly fashion in those situations. You know what I mean? Like picking this apart. No, he said it like this, but the way he does it is beyond anybody I fucking know. Like
Oh, we
he
get along
really
really
will
well.
dissect the shit out of it.
I just politically sometimes we're at odds a little bit. I'm a little more liberal
Yeah.
and he's a little more conservative, but he's a
Yeah,
good man.
I know
he's
he
a good
is.
man.
Yeah, he is.
So who are we talking about? I was fucking around with analytics.
Nate the Lawyer. He's
Oh.
a lawyer on YouTube that goes through different cases and trials and things like that and analyze
don't
it.
think
He's
I know
also a mortal enemy of Steve McRae.
Oh well, now I want to know him.
So yeah, he's good. He's good.
There's a chance
Another good
Steve and
channel
I
for
don't
that
like
stuff
each
is
other
Legal
very
Eagle.
much.
Yeah, I know. I saw the whole thing go down.
That's disappointing. I go and look at my channel, and basically it just says not enough data for all of those things. It can't
Yeah,
tell me who my
that's-
audience is.
That's what mine's saying right now, but I haven't put out a video in quite some time, so that's why. You know, I as soon as I finish Quinn Redshift, I will be putting out more stuff and more frequently, I assure you. Like, for example, when I wrote the script for Quinn Redshift, it ended up 44 pages. For one of the next projects I want to do, the number of pages is 3. So, yeah, managing my ambition.
Touche. Sometimes we have to know our limits. It's very important. Yeah, or 3. Sometimes I prefer a quadriche. I'm just saying. So, yeah, I don't even know what I was gonna say now.
I don't know. If
Cut
I
me
get a
off
little
from that.
rude, it's kind of
Yeah.
a sachet. Sass, you see. I'll just see myself out.
But on
No, J, is that G? Yeah, JG. No, I don't really do atheist stuff anymore. I sort of a little bit retired. I got tired of some of the drama in the scene, and I honestly felt like I kind of put in my time. So, yeah, I decided it was time to focus on. I originally started my channel to do animation, and so I wanted to focus on that. Like atheism had actually been a bit of a distraction. I mean, it was fun, it was welcome, and I was glad to help sort of shape the conversation, but it was not my original intent with YouTube, and so now I'm back to animating.
And there you have it, folks. That is the history of Bionic Dance. It's not very often you get to see a creator in their natural habitat, but today you have. You're welcome.
Crikey.
You're a celebrity. You were on Tosh.
I was, yeah. It's weird.
Really?
Like, you think that- I was.
didn't
I was
know
on
that?
Tosh.0.
No.
Yeah.
It's on YouTube. I can share it.
It is. Don't read the comments. They're not very flattering.
Oh, yeah.
But it's.
I thought it
Well,
was
you know
funny.
what? Let's be honest, Kate. People like us. Some people just don't like us.
It's
Some people love us, and some people are indifferent. But some people really don't like us. And I don't know if it's
Well-
intimidation or maybe they just don't understand. I think a lot of the time, like, people that don't like me, I don't think they understand what I'm saying because I don't speak the way some people think. That makes sense? So I think a lot of shit in the communities and issues, I think most of it's misunderstandings. I really do.
Well, okay, when I say they're not very flattering, what I mean is they rip on my looks pretty hard.
Oh, see, that's just being a fucking dickhead.
Yeah.
Being a
I-
female
I-
on
and I
YouTube
You're
mean,
too
is
it's
in
smart
general.
not
for
like
'em.
it's like I haven't read them. Actually, it was my dad who read them and told me, and I never bothered to look because
Good for you.
why
Fuck that.
put myself through that shit? You know.
How was your
but
dad reading
still.
that to you?
Well, no, he wasn't reading it to me. He knew that the video was up on YouTube. He looked. He wanted to see how people were reacting, and he was like, "Oh, that's bad," you know. So yeah, just don't read the comments.
Well, I
I'm not
think
interested. I know you. I'm
Dare-
not worried about. I
dare
don't
I
give a fuck what
say,
they have to say.
if you're female on YouTube, we all get these comments. Like
Yeah.
people think it's like wonderful to walk up to me and be like, "Hey, you know you're overweight." I'm like, "I do. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Yeah.
that."
Oh,
Thank you.
I
Thanks
have
for
a
pointing
whole
that out. You know,
folder
I
full
took the
of
mirrors out of my
pictures.
house years ago due to religious reasons. So I'm really glad that you told me that I have some chub on me.
You
Thank
you just
Well,
saved my life.
I'm
have
gonna go
a
on
whole-
diet right now.
I have a whole folder of pictures of comments that people have left that are like pretty hurtful. Some of them, you know, but I mean, I look at them because I can laugh. Because I mean, some of it's like Brett Keane shit, you know.
Oh, Brett's
or,
horrible.
Or
Well-
Stigma Dane or whatever the fuck his name is, Bruce something, I forget. You know, it's like, yeah. But I mean, some of them are weird. Like people accuse me of having a voice like a squeaky balloon. And I was like, what are you fucking high? I don't sound like. Do I sound like a squeaky balloon?
No, you don't.
No, on the physical comments, you should just tell them, thank you for telling me. I'm a vampire, so I can't see my reflection.
Right. Right, but like people are like, hey, that double chin of yours. I'm like, yeah. But the other thing is, like, I've been on the other spectrum. So right. So you talked about like being too thin. People bitch about that. Oh, you're too thin. You're gaunt. You're anorexic. There's something wrong with you. And it's like, okay. And like the thing is like, particularly in the atheist or theist kind of debate going back and forth. And I'm team theist or deist, kind of in that umbrella, and then there's atheist and agnostic and all that. But like the ping pong back and forth, like if somebody's doing commentary videos, why does a woman owe you their looks and body in order to be relevant for you to listen to? We don't look at Steve McRae and say, you don't meet the marker of looks. Therefore, we don't look at
take care, B.
Aaron Roth, even.
I say all of that up to the therefore, and then I leave off the therefore. I just
good night, B.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. Thank you, all of you amazing ladies. Di, if you need anything, you know how to find me. Kate, it was nice bullshitting with you. HS, love you. Purple, love you. Love you all.
Take care.
Everybody in the chat, I don't know who's there because I'm not watching, but I'm sure I love you guys
We'll
too.
see you tomorrow night.
Take care, honey.
Good night, everybody.
So I was just saying, even people who I think are pretty, like I think Shannon Q is objectively pretty. That's my opinion. Shannon Q gets nasty letters. You got one side going, oh, you're looking sexy for the camera, and then they think like that's a dig, and other people are like, you're pretty ugly, you're lopsided and got duck face.
Well, the bottom line is, if they're commenting on your looks, it's because they can't counter your argument.
Yeah.
Okay, I disagree. Okay, I hate that notion. Like, I've had people say, oh, if you resort to name calling, you've lost. I'm like, no, maybe I'm resorting to name calling because you're fucking exasperating. That kind of thing. It's like people are rude for different reasons. It's not always just because they can't refute you. Sometimes they do it just because they don't want to bother. Like, they could, but they think you're just some pissant little person who doesn't matter, so they insult you. There's a lot of reasons, and it's not always just they can't refute your argument.
No, that's just laziness, right? Like, they're just going after it, or they're just trying to make it sting, and they think it'll sting.
Well, and the men do get it too. I know the women get it, like 10 times more. But I mean, Soros constantly gets comments about him being fat whenever he's live on camera.
Well, I think men get that stupid, there's like nonsense about soy boy and like stuff like that, which is just ridiculous.
Well, yeah.
I remember a while back, like these right-wing conservatives were flipping out because a lot of like millennial guys were like doing this when they were like laughing or surprised or something, and they were like, but that's a female thing to do. Girls do this. And like they were just losing their minds, like it was Mr. Potato Head or some shit. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that particular episode, but I know they've lost it at some of the weirdest things.
It was bizarre. They were like, real men don't do that. Okay, if you say so. I don't know. If a guy wants to do this, more power to him.
I'm going to guess that the guys prone to doing that probably grew up watching anime.
Possibly. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a lose-lose thing. Remember the Breakfast Club where Molly Ringwald says, like, the whole virgin thing? If you say, yes to the virgin, are you a virgin? Like, you're fucked. And if you say no, you're slut. And, you're either a prude or a slut kind of dichotomy. It's sort of like that with your looks. Like if you're like a tomboy and or you're not the best looking person, it's against you. If you're really pretty, it's against you. It like no matter what, like it's like a lose-lose, right?
Yeah. I don't know. It's at a certain point, either you start letting it roll off your back, or you develop some armor, or you just stop posting videos.
Yeah.
I've seen both happen, and you do have to have some seriously thick skin if you're going to be a YouTuber.
And like Fishhead says that, there are some women who just use that and, know if they show enough cleavage to the camera, they'll get more subs.
Yeah, well, you kind of have to have cleavage in the first place. Speaking from the contingent that's so flat the walls are jealous, I'd love it to be able to make cleavage, thanks.
Well, the whole e-girl thing is a thing that does exist, but if you can tell who is actually trying to be an e-girl and who's not. You can tell those things.
Not sure I know that term.
Like, you know how like on Twitch there's some girls that wear
I have
very
never
very
been on Twitch.
Oh, okay. There's some girls that wear very scampy clothing and play games very badly.
Mhm.
And they're kind of like known as e-girls, girls that like get on and people throw money at them and donate to them, but they're kind of like, I'm so dumb. Can someone show me? I'm lost. I don't know how to play.
I see. Oh wow.
And some
Yeah,
of
that
it,
little
I can
Twittering
see how
giggle
that
is
would
part of the
feed into a
trademark there.
male ego trip.
Yeah.
right, it's a game. Like some of these people are smarter than what they're pretending
Well,
to
like
be.
Orphan Red.
Oh God.
What?
Like Orphan Red. You know, she
Which
gets on
is?
there, she bounces her boobs, she says stupid shit just because guys are going to subscribe and send her money.
Yep.
Oh.
Makes me ill.
It's fascinating though.
Yeah, it is interesting what people will pay for. I mean, if nothing else, that's something the internet has revealed to us is what people are willing to drop actual money on.
Well, also, I think the internet has shown that no matter what you've got, there is an audience for it if you can find them.
Yeah, but how big an audience, I wonder.
Yeah, well, that,
I mean, I'm sure you
that's
could
the
get
problem,
really
is how do you market
specific.
yourself so that the audience, you know, so your niche audience finds your channel.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, like someone suggested, I think it was B, that I get on OnlyFans and post the videos of Xander here licking my toes, that apparently there's an audience for that.
Well, foot fetish is a big thing, so I'm sure, yeah, you would get subscribers for that.
Yeah.
Unless you have
But-
hobbit feet, but then that might be a fetish for that too.
There's a fetish for women with hairy feet.
Yeah. I mean, gosh, I'm starting to wonder what the hell, if I have a fetish and what is it? Well, I mean, I do have things I'm attracted to, but I don't think you can call that a fetish exactly. I'm not really sure where the line is.
I'm
Well,
not sure either.
someone I know demands that if you like something, you are fetishizing over it.
That's
Yeah, and I've
bullshit.
also heard people describe
about that.
fetish as something that's like a requirement for you to get off sexually, and yeah, I think that's too far to the other side. I think it's got to be
Well-
somewhere in between.
And fetish isn't always sexual either.
Right. Right.
Well, I'm trying to think of like things that I find are attractive that aren't necessarily attractive to everything. Like a woman who is very traditionally womanly and curvy, but maybe like is in a men's shirt and like a straight tie, I think is attractive for some reason, but would otherwise be lipstick. That I find that gender bend kind of attractive in that way. But for some people, they're like, no, I don't like that. Like, and that's just a weird thing. But is it a fetish? It's not required for enjoyment. It's just something like for some reason, I'm like, oh, hey,
Yeah, no,
that's
that,
a trope I like.
yeah, that sounds like it's just an aesthetic preference.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of anything, and it's not. I mean, okay. I suppose an argument could be made that being demisexual is a fetish. Maybe.
How?
Because, well, I'll tell you how. Because I don't feel lust without the romantic love first.
I have a question about that.
So that would be like a romance fetish, I guess, except romance brings to mind, like dinners and
Yeah.
formal clothing and shit. That's not what I mean. I mean, like, you gotta have that romantic love going
That
on.
intimate connection.
Yeah, exactly. And so one could make an argument that that's a fetish because it's required.
Yeah, depending how you define fetish, I can
There's
see.
the point.
But
yeah.
I do think that's stretching it a bit.
Right. So like I think handcuffs are sexy, but I'm not full BDSM. Like I'm like a very vanilla in that way, like a little bit.
Oh, do not say that. White bread, but vanilla is not bland. Vanilla is not ordinary or normal.
No, I
You
mean
can
like
say white bread, but
Yeah,
a little bit of
Vanilla
play in
wasn't
that
a-
direction is
Yeah.
is kind of fun, but it's not required.
vanilla is an exotic and expensive flavor.
absolutely.
I see that, Paddle.
It's just that most people don't put enough in, and that's why, like, I've had vanilla ice cream that was so bland, and I've had vanilla ice cream that was like, taste-gasm. So, it's about
Yeah.
how much you use. People don't use enough.
Yeah, most brands don't put very much in there, again, because it's the expensive ingredient. It's what they're going to skimp on to keep the price point.
I have a question about demisexual, because some
Mhm.
people have thought that I am that, and so like one of the things is like I've never had sex with somebody that I'm not emotionally connected to, right?
Hmm.
And I don't know if that means you're demisexual or what. And I generally don't, as much as I kind of play at objectifying, like generally the person on the street, I don't objectify necessarily. Like, I might say they're attractive in a very base sense, but I'm not like, like some people drool. Like, I'm not one of those people. How do you know if you're demisexual or you're just, I don't know, something else?
Well, I think you
I
can.
mean, given how long it was that I explored it, I mean, for a while there, I thought I was asexual, because I wasn't feeling anything. But then, when I started having some relationships, and I realized, wait a minute, I am feeling like something sexual now, some sexual attraction now that we have that connection. So I think it really does come down to just exploring it. I don't know how. I mean, because I don't have any kind of official diagnosis. I just looked at all of the different things you can be and said, "Whoa, that one matches."
Yeah.
Well, I think
I
you
don't-
can certainly find a lot of people attractive in the same way that you look at works of art. That you
Oh,
can
yeah.
acknowledge they're attractive without there necessarily being any type of sexual response.
Of course, but the like, it's not an aesthetic thing necessarily when you're
Yeah.
demisexual. Is
No.
you have to feel a connection first. Even if you can see someone picturesque, there's chances you're not going to feel much downstairs,
Right.
Yeah.
So I have a question then. If you're demisexual and you maybe see, like, I don't know, you're watching some Showtime show and there's like a sex scene or something like that, do you get like kind of interested in it, like, and bring out the vibrator later on or something, or there's no emotional connection, so therefore it never does anything for you?
I'm usually pretty bored and waiting for it to be over so they can start telling the story again.
Okay.
Like, let's get back to the plot. Enough of this distraction. It's kind of like all the musical numbers in movies where they don't like move the plot forward during the song. All they do is like wax lyrical about a certain thing that happened or an emotion someone's feeling or something.
Yeah.
It's just like, it feels like filler to me.
So sex scenes are like Moses supposes his toes saw roses, but Moses supposes erroneously.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
It's a weird song in Singing in the Rain where you're like, okay.
I've never
Fish
seen
had
that.
a thing in the side chat. Can somebody give an example of what's a non-sexual fetish?
Well, I mean, like anyone who's like super obsessed with something to the point where it starts really affecting them if they don't have access to it. I mean, like not so much chemical addiction as like habit forming addiction.
Okay, well that's basically then the same as it just being like an obsession.
Well, more or less, yeah. I mean, I guess maybe
Yeah, I
it's a
have to say
different
I don't have a
fucking
good
flavor,
definition
but
for what is or isn't a fetish.
I don't know.
It's kind of like I can go
sorta-
down a list of examples, but I can't really define it.
Yeah, and I am sort of going off the top of my head myself. It's not an easy thing to define.
I'm thinking about blind people fetishing.
Fishhead was just saying in the side chat, I sometimes wonder what blind people find erotic and what gets them sexually turned on. I've done a lot of sensory deprivation experiments, and including bandaging my eyes and going around blind for 2 days. And yeah, it is a different level to be intimate with somebody at that point. But then again, I've generally been far less visual than most people are. That my auditory and tactile senses come into a lot of things that it wouldn't with other people.
Well, that's a lot of times part of sex play too, is to blindfold yourself. Like, that's a thing too.
Yeah. But I mean, well, one of the things that used to freak my fiance out is running the table, so I always kept one hand on the table
Oh, I'm
because I
scared.
could tell from the vibration of the machine if something was about to go wrong.
Oh, didn't you say you lost a couple fingers? Wasn't that you?
Yep, I'm
Mm.
on my right hand. 3 of my fingers got amputated at the top knuckle. That was on the radial arm saw.
Jeepers.
And that was
No wonder why you're careful.
the first time in over 20 years I actually had all the guards and guides in place. So my fingers wound up getting jammed between the blade and the guard. If I didn't have the guard there, my hand would have bounced off and it wouldn't have been nearly as bad.
I always make sure that if we're talking about sexy time talk, that we talk about some gruesome injury right after. And then they're like, okay, it's done.
Yeah, it is kind of weird though that, you know, after a while you get so used to it you don't think about it. You know, that until somebody mentions it, I kind of forget the fact that I don't really have all my fingers.
Hmm. I'm starting to think Xander has taken up residence, and it's going to be... I have to pick him up and move him if I want to eat.
Oh, has he learned the mass shifting yet?
The what?
Well, okay, you know the Transformers, like
Sure.
when they're giant robots and they transform down to a small object?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well the way that works is the cats are the other side of the equation. That when they shunt off that much mass, it gets distributed to all the nearby cats. And that's why a cat laying on your lap can weigh several tons.
Yeah, well,
If they don't want to be moved, cats are good at absorbing the extra mass.
it does seem so.
It's science.
I mean, I could irritate him into leaving. But I don't want to be mean to my little kitty.
Yeah,
friend.
usually when I come in, I have to bribe Sammy to get out of my chair. I have to get out the treats and, you know, get him over to his bowl by the closet. Because, yeah, I swear, if he's in the chair and I just try to push him out, that just doesn't work. You know, it's just between the weight and the way he just kind of oozes. It's like my hand pushes one end and the other end just oozes further back into the chair.
Well, I've never been one to spare the pick up the cat and move them, which isn't as snappy as spare the rod, but what can you do? If Xander is occupying my seat and I need to sit down, he will be picked up. He might be deposited onto the lap afterward, but he will be picked up.
You know, back in the days, you sometimes, well, my family couldn't afford to pay for the Disney Channel, but it would have previews. And so when the previews for the Disney Channel were on, we'd all like watch. And there was this Pluto cartoon where Pluto and Figaro are living together. And Pluto has an angel Pluto and a devil Pluto on his shoulder. Did you ever see that one?
Yeah, I kind of remember that. It's been a lot of years.
I mean,
Well-
that's such a cartoon trope.
Right. So the whole time Figaro is just an asshole. And Figaro's like trying to like eat this goldfish, and then like everything bad happens and Pluto gets blamed. Bad dog. So Pluto gets thrown out of the house into the snow because Mickey Mouse is a dick. And so like he's in the snow and really getting kind of mad and bitter, and then somehow, I don't know why, but the cat ends up outside and falls down a well, and cat is drowning. And then Pluto's got this little angel, and it's like, save the kitty, save it. And then the like devil's like, now, and he takes her like halo and like I don't know, pulls it down over their little arms and kicks them off. And then like, I don't know, so Pluto eventually does the right thing, right, and saves the kitty. But I always think of that, like, save the kitty, you know, like when you're like ready to like push the cat off, like, get off of me, you say, and you're like, no, I'm stuck. The angel's telling me to keep the kitty on.
Yeah, I have problem with just this, you know, most mournful noise that Sammy makes if I try to move him.
Columbia, I don't know what it is, but she has a normal meow. But when she's irritated, it's more like a screech, but not a high-pitched screech, more like More like she's got something caught in her throat. She's like a sort of a kind of weird sound with her meow. It's bizarre. I don't know what's up with that. Because I know she can do it the normal way. She just doesn't.
Well, I also have a lot more empathy because I was raised by the cats. The humans in the house generally ignored me.
Benevolent neglect. I've heard of that child-rearing style.
Well, in my case, I don't think it was so much intentional as just there were so many people around. Everyone always assumed someone else was watching me, so no one else was paying attention. Maid says, I was watching this anime with the angel and the devil suggests kill her painfully, and the angel pops up and says, kill her mercifully.
Well, I mean, if you gotta choose one.
Oh, man.
Man, Xander's tail is going a mile a minute, but he doesn't seem to have fallen into some of the normal cat patterns because he's always thrashing his tail around. I don't know what's up with that, my little kitty.
Head Neregula? What's TV Tube?
Alright, I'm gonna head out, folks. It's good to see y'all. You have a good night.
Okay,
Well,
good
thanks
night.
for coming by, hon. Yay.
Oh, neuralgia. I've heard of that.
I'm not familiar with the word.
It's been a while. I don't really remember how to define it. It's clearly something with the brain. I don't know. I do know, however, that I'm getting hungry and you're not leaving, buddy boy. Not sure what I would make. I think I would cook up some, make a stir fry, chicken, some vegetables. I like putting lemon pepper on it. I don't know.
Kung Pao cat?
Nah. He's not ripe yet, and Columbia's past her prime.
Moo.
Of course, some part of me is just weirdly in the mood for pasta.
Oh my. Moo.
Yeah, I got one bowl of food while we started. I do need more food.
I'm eventually going to have to eat something. And I'm eventually going to have to clean the bathroom.
I could just have some cereal. I bought Kix. I missed Kix. I hadn't had it for like a year.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I don't remember Kix commercials the way I remember Trix commercials.
Isn't Kix like unflavored Trix?
Pretty much,
No.
I think.
No. I mean, it has some sweetness to it, but not a lot.
I got to, what is that thing? Yeah, okay, there's
Yeah, I
the
don't
egg
really
thing.
eat cereal because my system has not been tolerating milk so well.
I've actually been getting Lactaid since forever. It's like, even if I'm not lactose intolerant, it's tasty. Like, I don't know what they do to it exactly. I guess they separate out the sugar somehow. It makes it a little bit sweeter. But something about lactose-free milk is really good.
Okay, so you've got that, and then...
I don't know if I've tried the Lactaid. I tried like a lot of the, like soy milk and almond milk and various substitutes like that. And all of them were just too watery. None of them had anything to them.
It's funny. I think I heard somewhere that like soy has estrogen in it. So, soy milk might help you out, actually.
Well, that's why the whole soy boy thing got started.
Oh, I always thought that was just sort of like because, they thought that wimpy, like snowflake lefties went to coffee shops and, ordered soy lattes. I thought that's what that was about, but I
Yeah,
guess
well,
not.
it's the whole thing about the soy lattes and using the soy milk and that having the estrogen, so it's like changing them into girls.
Okay, fair enough. I guess I never heard that one from start to finish before.
Three boxes of cereal and Zippo milk. I don't know what Zippo milk is.
I believe that means there's none left. Zip, zilch, nothing,
Yep.
Zippo. I'm guessing.
Well, I was just wondering if it was flammable.
Mm-hmm.
No, but it is lighter.
Yep.
Do you know that every time you light your lighter, it gets a little lighter?
Yes.
Until eventually it gets so light it won't light?
Yes. As Xander chews himself
Oh,
in a very
now we've got
intimate
Voltorian.
place. What?
Voltorian came in.
Oh, okay. Is that how that's pronounced? I've been pronouncing that differently. You know how it is when you only see something spelled?
Well, hello, El Osito. How are you doing today? Yay. You can tell when the new people come in.
Xander, how long until this is uncomfortable? I need to eat.
Yeah, you're not likely to outlast the cat.
April.
I may have to actually pick him up and make him let me up. I have that ability.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, you fed me already, so no reason you need to get up again before tomorrow.
Well, this little bastard likes to beg kibble before I go to bed, so he might decide to get up and start, mooning around the food dishes meowing.
Yeah, well, like I say, that's with Sammy, I usually have to bribe him with a couple of treats.
Yeah. Actually, I do have a tin of catnip up here. I don't know if Xander really reacts to it much. Oh, look at him. How's that smell, buddy? Do you like that? Is it getting you kitty stoned? Look, all of the cool cats are doing catnip. You're cool, right?
Well, I had read something like 15% of cats have no reaction to it. And that it kind of explains Tasha, who I had with my ex, that she was the just say no poster child.
Oh, I think I might be getting my kitty stoned.
Though Tasha was the one who was proof positive that cats are not colorblind. She could definitely see red. She had an obsession for collecting red things.
Oh, I was wondering if that was a reference to a bad temper.
No, I would have a pile of Lego pieces out, and she would only steal red pieces.
Well,
So she clearly was picking the red out from all the other colors in that pile.
so you understand why I might have suspected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, she was very mellow kitty.
Xander doesn't really have a temper, but he is a bit mischievous. He likes to sneak up on Columbia and start batting at her hindquarters.
Moo.
If you light your lighter in a room full of mirrors, then the room might not get any lighter from lighting your lighter at all.
Okay. If you say so.
That's what Jay said in the side chat.
Oh. Well, one thing I've wondered, if you could turn yourself invisible somehow and then maneuver yourself exactly so that the two mirrors line up and you can see actual infinity, how cool would that be?
I've
There's
seen
a
an
chance I've had a
approximation
bit too
of it.
much of this.
Yeah, with mirrors it'll go so far, but there's always imperfections in the mirrors that it breaks down after a while. But I have seen that effect done that you could look into one of the mirrors from an angle and you could see like 100 mirrors.
Oh well, sure. That's like heck. Just go to a carnival or a state fair or something. They'll have the house. Yeah, but I mean, like the just like lining up two mirrors, not so that they're angled, but as close to parallel as you can get.
You'd probably break the space-time continuum and open some kind of portal.
Yeah. It's like if you type Google into Google and it breaks the internet.
Moo?
No?
I always wonder how to log into the outer net.
Actually, what about the intranet? I guess that would just be a LAN.
Yeah.
I have plenty of a LAN. No, anyway.
I've never heard of anyone being allergic to bald.
Bald?
Bald.
TV Tube said I'm going to get a cool wig if I have to meet anyone that's allergic to bald.
Okay. I don't see how that's even a little bit possible, but all right. I mean, if you're allergic to bald, wouldn't being somewhere where nobody had any hair be bad? And why would you be allergic to bald? If you have your own hair, wouldn't it provide a kind of, barrier or like counterbalancing force? You'd think.
Well,
the only problem I've ever seen with bald is if it's got, too high of a gloss on it, and the glare can be a problem.
If you're allergic to bald, you don't want to be anywhere near Benjamin Rich, who is known as Bald and Bankrupt.
Don't know.
Okay.
Guy has a great channel.
Someone from vaudeville, I take it.
No, YouTube.
Oh. Not familiar with.
Likes to travel the world, especially the former Soviet republics.
Huh.
I don't know. Just got me thinking of Urban Lad Yorkshire. Just because he's a big bald guy. Likes to go, drives all over and likes to investigate abandoned buildings.
Ya carasto.
So my cousin just sent out this message about how he and his husband are having a baby, right? Because they found a surrogate and blah, blah, blah. I've described it before. And they found out that they're having a girl. So I had to ask him to please name her Zagnar the Destroyer.
Moo.
Okay.
I will get someone to name something that someday, be it a pet or a child, preferably a child. Someone someday will name something of theirs Zagnar the Destroyer. This I command.
Yes. Oh my. Okay, wait.
Yeah, I've always wondered, someone can turn themselves insubstantial so they can walk through walls. Why don't they fall through the floor?
Yep.
Unless you can selectively make certain bits of you solid and stuff, like you can keep your heels solid as long as they need to touch the ground, but if they have to go through the wall, you can leave just one of them, insubstantial.
I have said that would be the superpower I would want, but yeah, there is the problem then of, just even locomotion, that if you don't have any friction on anything, you can't really move yourself.
Well, it's fortunate that when it's the supernatural, you don't have to explain it. In fiction, I mean, if you're making claims that
it has to be some kind of ghosting power that you can just kind of float around.
Yeah. Well, I mean, paranormal, what's the word I'm looking for? Energy. Maybe it is paranormal I'm thinking of. Psychokinetic. That's what I'm going
Oh, yeah.
for. Psychokinetic. It's funny because I don't know if you watch CinemaSins, but they did an Everything Wrong with Ghostbusters that was put out today, and it was pretty amusing, especially given how many CinemaSins they took off for Bill Murray being awesome. I liked it anyway.
Yeah, well, those are interesting, and it does kind of show you, just when you think about the physics involved of any kind of psychic abilities.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing is, like, I don't know how, like, I've asked people to explain how a brain might be able to be a transmitter or a receiver like that. And I've never gotten a response that didn't resort to hand-wavium.
Well, I used to believe in those kind of things, and yeah, a lot of it was I tried to figure out the mechanisms, and I couldn't really come up with plausible explanations, which is mostly why I don't believe in them anymore.
I wanted to believe in those things, but, you buy a Ouija board, the planchette doesn't move unless you're pushing it, that kind of thing. All that stuff, after a while, you're like, yeah, magic only works in the movies, huh?
Well, and, I tried to go with the whole, kind of extended universe thing, and, maybe we have like a 10 or 11 dimensional universe, and we're only perceiving the first 4 or 5 dimensions, and all the psychic energy travels through these other attached dimensions that our physical senses don't perceive, and things like that. Yeah, so, it's kind of like I could come up with some good explanations for stories, but nothing that I could really buy myself.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds really cool and all, but yeah, I can't believe any of it. I mean, I've tried to make an argument for the supernatural existing in this world and can't.
Yeah, the best thing I could come up with is the best thing I could come up with is some kind of overlapping dimensions thing, but yeah, you get into a lot of just physics that don't really make sense.
I don't know. I have not encountered a justification for something that was not deterministic, for a worldview that wasn't deterministic, that didn't really boil down to emotion. I would hate the idea that I'm not in control. That I'm just playing out a biological pattern, and it's only an illusion that I'm in control. A lot of people's their objections seem to boil down to that.
Well, I think that it is the one thing that I lost the term I needed. It is what's one of the great arguments for God, that you're better off believing.
Like a Pascal's wager kind of
That's
thing?
what this is the one place that Pascal's wager could be applied, is because if I act that I have free will and I don't, it doesn't matter. But if I do have free will and I act like everything's predetermined, that could fuck up my life.
True.
So I will act as though I have free will, because I have no way to tell one way or the other.
But the thing is that as far as I'm concerned, like, the actions I take are things I can't help, regardless. I mean, even if I start wondering about this stuff, I was predetermined to wonder about this stuff because of the head meats going on up here. Like, even if I felt that there was no choice, well, I was predetermined to feel that. And a lot of their arguments is, well, why don't we have, why do we have courts and police and all of that if like, no one's responsible for their actions? I'm like, because we don't have a choice. We're predetermined to have police and courts and all that stuff. And it's like some people can't seem to separate, or they're trying to separate out the feeling of choice now versus the concept of that choice being an illusion, being something that they're still apart from. seems to be the way a lot of people talk about this. And it is really difficult to have this conversation and bust past that emotional need to be in control, to actually have the conversation on a more objective the playing field, I guess.
Yeah, and I cannot argue any good. I cannot offer any good argument against that.
Yeah.
But, you know, just living my day-to-day life, I have to assume I'm actually making some choices.
But I mean, you're predetermined to have to assume that, though.
Probably.
I mean, it's not the most flattering idea in the world, and it's not exactly good for the ego, but at the same time, I mean, if it's reality, cope.
Oh, hi, sister.
Oh my, okay.
Oh.
Hi, honey.
I keep mixing up all the people in the Psy family. Like after a while, since everyone's name starts with Psy, and usually what comes after that is like something like an object, a noun, you know, it starts to sound a little like someone took a clan name, you know. They all start to blend together is my point, and I forget who's who.
Well, clan name is basically right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I had other ways to say it that were perhaps not quite so politically correct, and I sort of edited myself.
Yeah, that's...
Mage Wolf said he heard a good argument about how they can still have courts and laws in a deterministic system. They compared it to computer diagnostics.
Well, I mean, I don't think you even need to go that far. It's just survival. It's like, I would imagine a species that did not come up with a justice system wouldn't last nearly as long as this one has. You know, I mean, that's kind of a fine point there, but it does seem like if we were not predisposed to that, we wouldn't be around for very long.
Yeah. Well, and I think that really is why most people have religion, is because the idea that no one is in control is just too disturbing to them.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's weird to me that we have had so much conflict and anger and war and hate and spite over people's inability to accept the inevitable.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like well, I mean, how many religious wars have been fought over whose god has the bigger dick? And what it comes down to is, like, they believe in this stuff because they don't want to end when they die.
Yep.
So it really does come down to just we've been, like, causing all of this misery and death over what happens when you fucking die. It's bizarre.
Yeah, well, also that, you know, people don't want to acknowledge that when somebody they cared about died, they became vapor.
And one thing I really want to ask religious people, like Christians in particular, is if you get up to heaven and you're like, yay, I get to see all my dead loved ones, and a couple of folks that you know are dead are missing, well, now can you enjoy your afterlife knowing that they are roasting for eternity? Could you really, in good conscience, enjoy that?
Well, there's the hook that gets the proselytizers, their, if you want to call them, clients. You know, you can have, you can see your dead loved one only, you can see your dead loved one if only you give me a significant portion of your income and do what I tell you to do. And you know, if you don't go for that, then you know you don't get your loved one.
Well, that doesn't really. What? That doesn't make sense. No, I mean like with one of the sort of like meritocracy, or even just, you know, you have to pledge yourself to God kind of things. You know, like what if someone that you love commits a murder, doesn't confess it, doesn't ask for you know, absolution, all that stuff. They still believe in everything, but they just didn't do what was necessary, and pretend God is real for a moment, just in this hypothetical. You know, so you get up there and you realize your dead relative ain't there. Your dead relative is in hell for eternity. Could you, in good conscience, enjoy that hypothetical situation where, sure, you're in paradise, but someone you care about is really, really not?
Well, according
Yeah.
to the rules, you have to enjoy it.
Well, and basically the only reply I ever get from Christians on that is that you won't remember the people who aren't there.
So God's a liar then?
Oh, we already know that. Yeah.
Well, of course, but like they pretend to not know that. So, I mean, no, this is all so bizarre to me. It's like so easy to poke holes in it. It's like hell, Star Trek does a better job, and some of their writers are shit. You know, the continuity is better kept, even if some of the science even makes me cringe.
And Voltorian's saying, you know, what if the person who raped you found Jesus, or the person who murdered your child found Jesus?
Oh, I've seen a number.
Yeah.
I've seen a number of memes on that theme. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
what
know,
if
but
you
of
have a
course, a
serial
lot of
killer
them-
who's, you know, talking to the priest in the electric chair and repents right there, you know, 5 minutes before they pull the switch on him?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've heard a lot of people say things like, well, because I'd be up there, I'd be calm, I'd be at peace, there'd be happiness, so I'd give them instant forgiveness in the glory of God and all that shit. I mean, I've heard people say that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's
You know,
poo-poo.
based on how Christians have described it, given the choice between heaven and hell, I could survive eternal torture far better than I could survive eternal boredom.
Yeah, huh?
See, okay, hold on though. Can you like, as I understand some of the concepts of heaven, you're not gonna get used to it and be bored. Like that's a mortal thing to have happen to you.
Well, then isn't the same thing going to apply to hell, that, you know, you're not going to have the sense of time, not going to mean anything?
I don't mean not have a sense of time. I mean, you're just plain not going to get bored. That is not an option. It doesn't happen.
Mm.
You know,
Well,
it's
then
like,
I also have the problem that there can be no place that my eldest brother and I could be in the same room and both of us be happy for any extended period of time,
why is that?
because he annoys the hell out of me.
Ah, but in heaven you'll be completely blissful as you're bathed in God's warmth and love and all of that bullshit.
That kind of talk from him is usually what starts to annoy the hell out of me.
Ah, I see. Okay, gotcha.
You know, basically, if we've got a game on the table and we're focused on the game, we can deal with each other. If we start talking about anything that's not part of the game, it quickly deteriorates.
I bet they let you play games in heaven. Well, let's put it this way. If it was paradise for me, it would definitely include gaming.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Oh, yeah, it would
I
have
mean,
to
don't
have all
get me
the...
wrong. I love the idea of a secular paradise afterlife kind of thing. That would be awesome. You know, if you die, you just get all your fantasies come true. How awesome would that be? I think it's bullshit, but it'd be pretty cool if you had that kind of paradise afterlife, just no God.
Yeah, Von Rick says you've got to be too busy worshiping to get bored.
Hey,
To me, that's
how
the
are
boring part.
you?
Yeah, that does sound pretty dull, but, you know, let me put it this way. Given the descriptions I've heard of Christian heaven, it sounds like there's a metric fuck ton of mind control going on.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Heaven is being edged for eternity and never coming.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, like, Trying to remember, there was something I was going to say about some other like afterlife system I'd read about, and
Well, I really think that if there is any afterlife, the only one that really makes coherent sense is reincarnation. That the souls are just recycled and put into new bodies.
well, and see, that's like, I know this is really kind of silly and kind of secular, but still silly. I like the idea that when I die, I want at least my brain to fertilize something. I want to be recycled back into the system, and given that my brain is what generates me, you know, it's the part of my body that it makes me happen. You know, if that fertilizes something, eventually it'll be in something alive. It's
Yep.
not going to be reincarnation, but it's the closest I can possibly get.
Yeah, well, I don't want to be embalmed. I just want to be buried with a pine cone on my chest.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, well,
that
they-
over time, eventually, I will literally become a tree.
Well, yeah, they have services that will do that for you now.
Yeah,
like I've
they
seen
have
a
them now.
diagram where it's got this sort of like almost cocoon-looking thing with someone all fetal down there rotting and fertilizing the tree.
Yeah, basically, they put you in a fetal position and bury you in a burlap sack with the sapling on top.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all
That's
for
what
that.
I want. That's what I
Yep.
want. And I have to say, like,
Well, they're
I
not
really
gonna let
don't
me have the
understand the
Viking funeral that
appeal
I want.
of cremation. I don't get why that's appealing to people. Cremation.
Well, it's clean.
And it's cheap.
I'd
mean,
rather be
compared
buried
to.
at sea.
Although I have always thought it a little weird, the people who, keep the urn with the ashes on their mantelpiece in the living room.
Ha! Yeah, I knew
I've
somebody.
always thought that was weird.
I knew somebody who had her mother and her husband cremated, and then she dumped the ashes together in a bucket because they couldn't stand each other in life.
Nah, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I seem to remember
As a
there
child,
was
I used to
someone
love
who
him.
had been going on this like massive drug bender kind of thing, and ended up like snorting his friend's ashes.
Oh,
I've heard that.
jeez.
Yeah.
As a child, I loved making sandcastles with my grandfather, and then my mom hid the urn.
Mm.
Okay then.
Well, you know, when I die, I want to go peacefully in my sleep like my grandfather, not screaming in terror like the people in his car.
Jaha. Daju korostu.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fishhead, when I'm dying, when I go, my atoms will just be recycled back into the universe, and I'm cool with that. Yeah,
Mm.
I think that's pretty much all that happens.
Well, I mean, I think about sometimes, and again, this is me being a sci-fi nerd, but when someone dies on like Star Trek or something, they launch the body out, and it's just gonna drift there in the middle of nowhere for frickin' ever. It's now almost useless matter unless something sucks it in and it burns up on re-entry or something. That is now, that body is meaningless, essentially. I don't like that idea.
Yeah,
I'd
if you're
rather be
gonna do
buried
that,
at sea
launch
and
'em into the
eaten by
sun.
something, you know?
Yeah, launch them into the sun so it burns up.
Yes. At least then, like, the rays that make up what was left of you might hit something like a planet.
Yeah. That their energy will be used for something, and yeah, maybe if it hits a planet that has life, the light will be absorbed by a plant, something else will grow.
It's like Sagan said, we're star stuff. We're made of star stuff.
Yep.
And if you want, what is it? If you want to bake an apple pie, first you must invent the universe?
Why would I want a bacon apple pie?
Well, so you could eat it.
Okay, but that just sounds like a weird combo. Mind you, I've had apple smoked bacon, but still, it seems like a strange thing. You know, that, I mean, I've heard of fusion cuisine, but still.
Daju korostu.
Yeah, usually it's different ethnicities rather than different meals. Like, you know, usually you don't combine dinner and breakfast, although you do have brunch. I don't know. What do you think, like, breakfast and dinner would be? Brinner?
Yeah, that sounds good. I like it.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Or deckfest. Because, you know, dinner, we have to not use the I because that would be dickfist.
Mr. Yagi, yeah.
Well, if it's dinner and breakfast, then it's something that you're like having in the middle of the night.
I guess, but we're really just like it would be like cereal and steak, you know, like French toast and mashed potatoes. I don't know, spaghetti and Captain Crunch.
Spaghetti and cat.
No.
No.
Psy Sister says a friend of mine described the afterlife as a series of waves coming ashore. They come in and they go out, same ocean, but it's never the same wave.
Moo.
I mean, that sounds neat and all, but citation needed. Show me the proof. Just saying.
Yep.
Really wish when I'd gone out today I'd bought something like popcorn or goldfish or Cheez-Its or something. I need like a one-at-a-time snack. I do have that pineapple, those pineapple chunks, though.
Oh, that is moo. That's very moo.
Pineapple is fair, because while you're eating it, it's eating you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pineapple contains the same enzyme as some carnivorous plants, so it is actually breaking down the tissue of your lips as you're trying to eat it.
Oh, jolly fun.
Yeah.
Perhaps I won't eat too much at once.
Yeah, that's what I have learned, is I have to eat it in small amounts, because I do get a reaction if I eat too much.
Oh, well, I've never actually felt a reaction. I have sat down and eaten an entire can of pineapple chunks in one go. But so maybe I'm just not sensitive to it.
Yeah, I am, to the point that if I have too much of it, my face will break out in blisters looking like I have some kind of STD.
Jolly fun. Yeesh. No, it's weird, like, until I had the seizures, I didn't have a lot of severe reactions to food. A few, like, idiosyncratic reactions, like, you know, not so much getting a buzz off of caffeine as getting tired off it, and it curing headaches. You know, that has been attributed to, like, ADHD and stuff, so there's that. But I don't have any, like, genuine adverse reactions. Not really.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of foods that, you know, I've only learned through trial and error, certain things that I have to avoid or keep in moderation.
I'm sorry, does Fish Head Salad not know what popcorn is?
No, I think it was just a suggestion for you wanting some kind of munchie.
Oh, I did mention popcorn, and so I thought maybe my having mentioned it was confusing. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to the timeline when I said it. So.
And Tide is
Plus,
not a
there's
good
almost
snack.
certainly lag.
Now, does Tide have essential vitamins and minerals?
No.
No.
Oh, damn it. Xander had gotten off me and I wasn't paying attention. Now I can't eat again. Darn you, boy.
Hey, at least they're not taking shifts. I've had cats do that.
Yeah, Columbia hasn't been as much of a lap sitter as she was before Xander, but she's been getting back into it. And Xander stopped trying to eat the new wrist brace.
Well,
I think it has like new wrist brace smell, and I think he wants to mark it.
Yeah, probably.
Or at least it doesn't smell enough like me yet.
Well, my cat Tasha, when I was sick, she laid on the bed with me the whole time. She had to lay on the bed and guard me. And when she had to get up to eat or go to the litter box, she literally would threaten my other cat Molotov. She would scream at him that you will get up on the bed and you will stay here until I get back, because somebody's got to be at that post.
I still say that, like, Jewish anarchists throw Mazel Tov cocktails.
It's good for you. I like that. Yes,
And I don't know if you saw it. There was like that silly little badge pin thing that they made for the Jewish Space Force, and it said Mazel Tov, and I was like, oh, that's awesome.
I need to find a recipe and try making eggnog from scratch. I've never made it from scratch.
Hey there, buddy boy.
Neither have I, come to think of it.
It's weird how little egg is in it. Like none at all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? I thought you had to use at least one raw egg.
I
Well,
thought...
I remember reading somewhere that you know, it like it's one of those things where they named it something that has nothing to do with what's in it.
What, like an egg cream?
Yeah.
Well, I had always heard that was the problem with it was, you know, chance of salmonella if your eggs weren't fresh or that.
I got to see the egg thing here. See what I
Yeah, I
did there?
was just pulling up a recipe on Google to see what it said.
Okay, eggnog recipe. Foo. And alrighty, let's try
Xander
this
decided
one.
to take up residence next to me, which means I can still get up. I'll be back.
Yeah, this one, the first ingredient is eggs.
Yeah, this one, 4 egg yolks, 1/3 cup sugar, pint of whole milk, cup of heavy cream, 3 ounces bourbon, teaspoon freshly grated nutmeg, and 4 egg whites.
That's racist.
Yeah, well, you know, what can I tell you?
Okay, there are recipes.
Oh,
If I
and sure,
specific-
hi, how are ya?
If I specifically look for eggnog with no eggs, there are recipes for it.
I remember hearing once that it was short for egg and grog. I don't know if that's true.
Well, I have to try it because in one of the streams last week, somebody was saying about eggnog with the cinnamon whiskey. And I had
Fireball?
never thought to try that.
Fireball?
Yep.
Actually, you know what's really good is Bailey's in eggnog.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Bailey's
that
is the
that's
best thing
new.
in it.
Yeah. Actually, you know, it's funny. Like, have you noticed flavor trends have a tendency to happen? And lately, everything has been caramel, often salted caramel for some reason. And honestly, some of the stuff that they're doing is really, really good. And I wonder what a caramel eggnog would be like.
Yeah, that sounds like an interesting combination.
Yeah, moo.
Yeah. I mean, there's already pumpkin spice eggnog.
Yeah.
We know that.
Auntie says it's the same as making custard.
Well, if you say turd, aren't you cussing?
Right.
I'll just go tend to my cooking again. I'll be right back.
Jeez, man. Get that out of there.
Why are you looking at me like that, Xander? Oh, wow, he just winked at me. That
Yeah,
was
well, I like the Fireball whiskey and other things. In fact, I need to trademark my own patented drink now, Dragon Ball tea, which is my own blend of iced tea with black tea, peppermint, and chamomile, and a shot of the Fireball whiskey.
Atamet Kreste. Jak. Mook.
I don't know. It's funny because, like, the only reason I buy Captain Morgan anymore is usually, like, if I decide to get a little bit schnockered on a Christmas stream. But then it sits atop my fridge for, like, 3 years. So I think this year I'm going to stay, if not sober, at least not drunk.
So wait, if you get snockered on a Christmas tree?
On a show.
Moo.
Did I say tree? I'm a little tired. And
No, I did.
Oh.
Yeah, I go through my regular whiskey, but aside from that, I do have several bottles of other alcohol that have been in the cabinet for several years.
Oh, and then
because I
there's
only
this,
have a few shots of them on occasion.
and then there's this kitty. What are you doing, kitty?
I still have 3/4 of the bottle of vodka I had from making the Drunky Bears.
Alrighty.
See, that's what happens a lot of times. Is like, I'll buy a bottle of alcohol to make, one particular drink that sounded interesting,
Yeah, huh?
and then I've got the bottle around and I don't know what else I can mix it with.
I still have Grand Marnier sitting around here from the last time I made duck à l'orange. And I don't even know if the stuff's any good anymore.
Well, so one thing about alcohols is most of them really don't expire. As long as you keep them properly sealed so the alcohol can't evaporate, they don't go bad.
Well, the little bit left in that fifth of scotch that I've had for over 20 years just doesn't taste right anymore.
Isn't alcohol bad by definition? I mean, don't you have to make things spoil to get booze?
Well, yeah, it is technically a poison. That's the reason you get drunk, is because it's screwing up your internal systems.
Hmm.
This stuff gets to your brain, and your brain cells aren't firing the way they're supposed to.
Yeah, it's a GABA mimic. GABA being the main inhibitory neurotransmitter.
I should know more about that.
I remember a few things from homeostasis class.
Well, one of the medications I'm taking is gabapentin. That's obviously from the same root. Because the reason I'm taking it is for the Tourette's syndrome, that the gabapentin basically acts as a neural inhibitor to reduce the tics.
Diagorostu. Okay. I guess to see what they got on the thing here. We're gonna look that up. See what it looks like. I forget what it looks like. There we go.
Yeah, Mage, I can't have rum because I'm allergic to sugarcane. Now, I have heard that in Africa they make rum from pineapple, and I would really love to try that, but I've never found the stuff. I should ask Sal about that next time she's in one of my streams. She knows about that stuff. It is kind of strange that that would come from Africa, though, considering the pineapple is only native to the Caribbean.
Okay, there you go.
Well, that's another thing that, most people will never get, that you say pineapple and everybody in the U.S. automatically thinks of Hawaii.
Yeah.
We had to bring the pineapples to Hawaii to cause those plantations. They never grew there before the white people went there.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we can thank the Dole family for that one.
Yeah, they actually came into it a bit later because, it was pretty much as soon as pineapples were discovered and brought back to Europe, they became a huge sensation. And because it was so hard to bring them back in a state that they were still edible, they were very hard to get and expensive and became a big thing among the nobility until they could start growing them. At one time, a pineapple in England was selling for like £1,500.
Yeah, nice piece of change.
Yeah, well, 16th century. Yeah, well, with the pineapples fermenting, I can definitely see how you would get alcohol out of them. Because, even if you've just had one around for too long, you can certainly smell it coming off of there. Yeah, right now, of course, all the pumpkins that people had out for Halloween have fermented. So here in Minnesota, it's what I refer to as drunken squirrel season.
Okay, then.
Yeah, see a lot of little rodents kind of staggering around. I saw that when I was up in Michigan too. That my mom had an apple tree in her yard.
Oh, yeah, and I'm thinking about the deer.
And the deer would come and eat the windfall apples.
Yep.
So the ones that had been laying on the ground for a week and started to ferment, and the deer would come and eat them. A little bit of poison never hurts anyone.
And
Well,
then
you
he
gotta
said,
do it in moderation so your system can rebuild.
there you go. Well, moderation, especially in moderation.
Well, moderation is fine, but you can't overdo it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, one of my sisters did actually, do the thing of cutting off the pineapple top and putting it in water to root it. And she had that plant for several years, and actually she did get like little, golf ball sized pineapples off of it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy,
I've never had any luck with plants. I kill everything.
I got some nice fleurs over here.
Ow! I have to. I've been lazy and I haven't gotten to Sammy. I've got to plant more cat grass for him.
Meow.
Give him a fresh salad bar. That was the one thing that Petunia used to like to come to my apartment for, was that she could get up in the salad bar.
Moo.
If we had adjacent apartments, I would be very tempted to just cut a cat hole through the wall for them to go back and forth. Probably get evicted if I did something like that, though.
Easily. Yeah, they usually don't like it much when you remodel.
Yeah. That's the thing that annoys me the most about renting, is that I could do so many of my own improvements, but I'd get in trouble for it.
Yeah, I had a really nice landlord. The one place I was at, stayed there 15 years. I put up kitchen cabinets, put down a new kitchen floor. We painted the place, 3 times while we were there. Every 5 years. And he loved us for it. Got a nice break on the rent for that, too. And I put less into it than I got on a rent discount, so that it worked out.
I've had deals like that. I've had places where they let me fix it up and, at least take the cost of materials off the rent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jay, my usual drink is just whiskey and ginger ale. But sometimes I will, if I've got a pineapple, I will cut it up and put chunks of that into the whiskey.
I don't know. I like a Captain Morgan Cuba Libre myself. And there are some drinks that are just fun to order because of the name, but they're not the best drinks in the world. Like, it's really fun to order a slow, comfortable screw against the wall Mexican style, but it's not a great drink.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 major problems I have with growing plants. One is keeping the cat from eating them.
Meow.
The other one is remembering that they need to be watered the right amount.
Yeah,
I'll
huh?
either forget them for too long, or I will forget that I had already watered them, and I will keep watering them day after day until they get root rot.
Oops.
Yeah. I just don't have room to keep plants, so I don't bother.
Oh, so you don't grow your own, huh?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be a cool idea. Of course, here the ceilings are actually precast concrete, so I'd have a job cutting through those.
Well, given what I've heard is involved in growing your own, just sounds like way too much work.
Well,
I've known people who've done it.
Oh, and so have I. That's why I know it sounds like way too much work.
Yeah, it's like having an herb garden.
It's not plan it and forget it. Definitely not.
Mm.
Well, especially since most of the time you're not supposed to have it, so it usually requires, having it under grow lights in a room with no windows.
Yeah, huh?
And as I understand it, if you really want to get, get good results as far as the THC out of it, the height of the lights over the plants and the amount of light time they get each day, becomes significant. You have to really time those things properly.
Yeah, moo.
That apparently, if you give them the same amount of light all the time, they don't really ripen. That you need to, be shortening the amount of light so the plants have the idea that seasons are changing.
Oh my.
It just sounds like a giant pain in the ass. I'd rather just go to the dispensary.
Yeah, well, nice that you can. I wish I had a place I could get around here. I'd like to experiment with different blends and, see which strain might have more effect for me.
I grew years ago,
but
basically to say that I had.
In Minnesota, except for having a doctor's prescription, anything with THC is still illegal.
Well, that's why I don't live in Minnesota.
Yep. So, we can get the CBD oil, but I've tried that, and that doesn't seem to do anything. The CBD, or the Delta 8 gummies, gave me a slight buzz, but I could get just as much from 3 or 4 shots of whiskey.
Well, this stuff sends me into another world if I let it.
Yeah, well, mostly still trying to find things that would make me sleep.
This stuff will knock my ass out. No guarantees I'll wake up feeling well. I'll have to make sure I hydrate before I go to bed, but not so much that I'll have to get up to pee in the middle of the night. But it will knock my ass out.
Set yourself up with a saline drip and an IV.
Yes, fish head, I'm talking about the gorilla fart. Or I better type that because there's lag.
Gorilla fart?
It's the name of a drink. Gorilla fart. I'm not familiar with it, but Fishhead said about it in the chat, and I'm curious what the heck's in it.
Stuff.
Champagne with
I
mango
imagine it'd be stuff, because otherwise it'd be like energy, so that'd be weird in a glass. I think energy in a glass is, the scientific name is Red Bull.
Aha.
Yep. Sammy is again suffering from boring human syndrome. Been sitting in this chair for too long and not playing with him.
Moo.
Tequila and Kahlua. I wouldn't have thought those two would go together, Maybe that's why it's called gorilla fart.
Yeah, I wouldn't have ever thought to put those together.
Yeah.
Kahlua is like the only thing that is vaguely coffee flavored that I can tolerate. Kahlua and hot chocolate, that's good.
I don't know. In a way, I kind of miss like going out drinking, but I also don't.
No, I never liked drinking out because I don't want to take the chance of losing control when I'm out in public. You know,
Moo.
I very much like, you know, that, you know, sitting at home, I can be talking live with friends, and I can just be, you know, drinking in my own home. And yeah, I mean, worst thing that's going to happen if I have too much is I pass out in my chair.
I don't know. I liked some of the camaraderie that went with it. There was something about just being out with friends at like a club or a bar or something, and just, you know, everyone's like cutting loose.
Yeah, well, also for me, all those public places are always far too loud, and it's sensory overload. You know, I like more the atmosphere of, you know, a quiet pub and chucking darts.
I mean, I'd like that too. And the Mercury was different. I mean, like, yeah, there was music and yeah, it was loud, but it didn't have to be. There were places you could go in the club where you could have a conversation at normal volume and the music was just there. And the people around you were maybe playing pool, you know.
I'd be okay with that if there were, you know, corner tables where I could have a conversation and actually hear what the other person is saying.
It exists.
Well, Sloth Girl liked to do karaoke, so.
Karaoke's fun.
Yeah.
She
was a celebrity in Michigan because she was like one of 3 people who could actually sing.
They used to do karaoke at the Mercury from time to time, and let's see, my friends Chris and Denise, we would go to this place. I wish I could remember the name of it now. Somewhere north of Seattle, and we would do karaoke there too. I miss that, but they moved to Portland, so I don't know when I'll see them again, or if.
Ooh, I got Sammy's attention. Wasn't even realizing it, but I started some new fiddling thing that was making a sound he hasn't heard before, so now he's got to figure out what it is.
And it's funny, like, the only reason I really want money is to be able to do things with it. Like, I would love to be able to go visit. All of my friends have been scattered around the world at this point, you know?
Yep. Well, like the idea that Diana was proposing there of, you know, like having a conference of everybody on YouTube and just paying for everybody's travel expenses to get there.
Yeah, huh?
I don't know. Too many people from YouTube I just don't want to see anymore. I don't know. It's one of the things is like when I really start getting into the animation stuff, there might be a community out there on YouTube for animators. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure there must be.
I think I can eat better when I'm not self-conscious in front of the camera.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm very rarely on camera. I'm self-conscious about too many things, and I don't need everybody to see, like, how many times I wipe my nose and shit like that.
Okay.
So
now,
you wipe the shit?
The shit is separate?
Yes, it comes out the other end.
Okay.
This tiny.
But I mean, just with my allergies, I'm like, constantly playing with my eyes and, coughing and runny nose and all those kind of fun things. And it's like, yeah, nobody really needs to see all that.
Fishhead, I'm not getting into it. Like I said, I don't want to cause drama. I'm just saying there's certain people I don't want to see anymore, and that's why I'm not going.
Yeah, I can understand what you mean. I'd like to do Faithless Forum, although inevitably there will be a couple of people there I would rather not talk to.
Well, one of them I will talk about. I have absolutely, I'm just done with Matt Dillahunty. Just done with the guy. Even if he's smart, he's a dick. Like, he will turn on you in an instant if you dare cross his lines.
Well, except for Aaron Ra, I have never interacted with any of the really famous ones, so I don't really have a strong opinion on any of them.
Well, I've known Matt Dillahunty for the better part of a decade, if not an actual decade. And, even if we weren't full-on friends, we were at least, knowing acquaintances. And then during the last election, all I said was, nah, I don't want to vote for Biden. He's not left enough for me, or something like that. And he said, well, I don't have time for that ridiculousness in my life, and just, unfriended me instantly. No discussion, no nothing, just gone. And I was like, dude, we've known each other for so long, and that's all it took to get on your bad side? Fuck you, I'm done with you. And I've also seen him, kick several mutual friends to the curb who definitely didn't deserve it. Guy's an asshole. Just, saying.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the only one you get.
The one interaction I had with Dillahunty, I did not necessarily consider all that great. So. He's following me. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, I've seen that basically, all of the really well-known ones, pretty much all of them, it seems, have come out with some things that are offending some part of the community.
I mean, how it started with Thunderfoot.
Okay, now I don't understand what the drama with Thunderfoot was.
When he was going all anti-feminist.
No. I guess I wasn't really watching him during that part.
Neither was I, because that's when I unsubbed.
Uh-huh.
I think that was before I had discovered his channel, is what I mean.
And, there's a few others who have earned reputations. Hell, look at Essence of Thought.
Yeah.
Eek.
And I know there's some people out there who would, rather shoot themselves in the face than interact with me, so hey.
Well, the Essence of Thought Godless Iowan thing was one that I was in the middle of.
That was not fun. That was not fun at all.
And I don't need to rehash it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna shut up.
That was long before I came out as trans, but still it was just that I hadn't let anybody know about it, so that felt very personal.
The weird part was that, I kind of agreed with them in principle, just not the way they were doing it. It was a tactics problem, not a strategy, or, well, whatever. Not a goal problem.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that, the arguments in abstract didn't seem all that bad, but if you were actually applying them to living people, it sounded kind of horrendous.
Well, all it took was me stating that I stood by Rachel Oates, and Matt dropped me like a hot stone.
Yeah, I was kind of on the periphery of that Rachel Oates thing. Whoa. Wow. No, Sammy's reacting more to being ignored too much. He just headbutted the leg of my side table, and at least 3 things fell off, and I can't clearly identify what. I'm sure I lost at least 1 pill bottle from the sound of it.
Food. Food good. Frankly, I'm surprised I didn't get the munchies before now.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, Fish said yes. Truth Surge is awesome, and he's in Gwyn Redshift.
Daju korosto. Yeah, he and I have had some good conversation.
Yeah, well, and I still have people, you know, in my chats that I know are not popular, and I know there are some people who will not come to my channel anymore because of some of the people I allow in my chats.
Oh, I know that feeling.
Well, I mean, there are a few chats I won't go to because of the people they have in them. You know, but most of them are people who've treated me very poorly, so I feel justified. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, and, you know, I try to stay out of it, so it's like, yeah, you know, if you want to avoid this person, that's up to you. But, yeah, somebody would have to push things pretty far before I told them that they couldn't come on my channel. I haven't reached that point with anyone yet.
I'll be right back. I have to wash this dish.
I have had a couple of people that, you know, I like had one instance with them that we had to sort some things out in private chat. You know, get them to kind of tone it down to an 8 at least. Yeah, the atheist movement on YouTube comes and goes. Yeah, it is kind of like a title thing. You know, I've only been here about 4 years, and I've seen that kind of a repeated cycle.
Yeah.
It's funny because I was looking at my subscription list, and I saw a lot of atheist YouTubers that really haven't done much in ages. You know, and I was like, wow, what happened to them?
Yeah, from time to time I kind of do that. I go on my back list and check on some people that, you know, like I don't remember the last time they posted something.
Like, I think I'm still subscribed to Coctopus Prime, and I haven't seen anything out of him in ages.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna have a popsicle, because darn it, I deserve it.
Now, I thought I remembered Amanda saying something about being in contact with Coctopus.
I know the name came up a few weeks ago. I wasn't really familiar with who they were.
He's he really gives off that sort of dude bro vibe, but he's pretty smart, kind of nice, you know. And he would just do debunkery, and like everyone else has. He had a pretty distinct look, usually sunglasses and a baseball hat going on, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, Grey Wolf was asking, what would you think of someone who misgenders behind a person's back, but will use the gender of the person prefers of speaking to their face? Yeah, I don't want to deal with people like that. I would rather have people who tell me to my face that they hate me than somebody who, you know, tries to be polite when I'm in the room and then says things behind my back.
For some reason, Xander thinks this is a toy, and if it's anywhere within reach, he will go for it. Whoop. Stay up, you.
Well, Sammy is so cute because when I uncap my iced tea, I put the bottle cap on the corner of the table. and he'll like go and put one paw there and poke at it and look at me like he's asking permission if he can steal the bottle cap. And he won't touch it until I nod at him, and then he'll knock it on the floor and play with it.
If there's like a twist tie and I leave it on the floor, Xander will play with it for hours. But if I try to throw it to him or away from him to make him chase it or something, he will run up to it and then run back to me. He won't keep playing with it.
Well, I've got this little air pump gun that shoots like Nerf balls. So sometimes I can get Sammy going by just shooting a couple of these down the hallway.
I bought a new laser pointer. Xander seems to really like it. And it has different modes where you can like click this little thing and it'll turn into like a happy face and a star and a mouse and a butterfly.
I used to have one like that.
I was also very pleased to discover that it recharges via USB. Because like I was afraid I was going to have to replace batteries, but no, it just charges. I like that.
Yeah, it's nice that that's gotten to be such a common thing now.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Sammy. You gotta come up from under the table if you want to play.
Well, you know, Jay, there with the call people, what they would like to be called, what's the problem? I mean, I understand their reasons. I just think they're really fucking stupid. You know, I mean, like, the problem just seems to be, as near as I can tell, that these people can't handle a complex, nuanced world where things aren't black and white, where things are in nice, neat categories, and there's no rule book up in the sky or any of that stuff. They need so much order in this world that when someone starts challenging the norm, their reaction usually is to rebel as hard as they can against any change at all. And what they can't stop, they will mock.
Yeah. I just do the simple check of how does this affect my life? And if I can't come up with any way it affects my life, I don't give a fuck.
I mean, on the other hand, just to play devil's advocate, there are some people who are really bad at remembering, who mean well, it's just taking them a while to adjust.
Here, it's actually a problem for me that I have to remember the pronouns for each person individually. You know, I often get confused. Usually I will just resort to they, but apparently some people find that as being dehumanizing if they've asked for he or she and I use they.
I would really love it still if we could have a distinct singular and plural non-gender specific pronoun. You know, like
Yep.
I like the idea of they being plural. Maybe we just have the or something, which we get confused with the, but I don't know, some variant on them. I don't know, maybe M.
Well,
You know?
I had promoted that since we use the single capital I for the first person, we could use a single capital E for the third person because that's also kind of an abbreviation of he or she.
Kind of like that, actually.
So I had it all laid out at
So-
one time of the forms of being E and and M.
Oh, I was about to ask, was it going to be or ear? Because we're already using E. But I get, yeah, I like that. Well, although sounds a little bit too much like her. I think there might need to be something different for the plural. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I had done a little essay on it, and that was actually something I wrote back in the 90s, but I could never get to catch on.
Well, and there have been a lot of, like, made-up pronouns that never really took hold, like J, or however that was pronounced, Z-H-E kind of
Yeah.
thing. Was it J? I don't know, but it never caught on. Oh, and
Well,
there was also here. It was H-I-R, here.
And some of the groups I was in, people were using Z and Zer more, which I think is taken from German. But yeah, again, it never got a broad acceptance. It was only kind of like in little bubble communities.
Hmm. And then you've got the people who are just plain mean. I mean, that's one thing that a lot of folks don't remember, is that some people are just assholes.
Diagnostic, yes.
Yeah, well, I think for some people, you know, it's like you say, they've got a kind of very binary view of things, you know, or at least they've got a very specific model of how things should be. And if somebody doesn't fit into their model, rather than acknowledging that or changing their model, they're going to try and force the person to fit into their model.
Yep. And honestly, like, in a way, I kind of get it, because I have some very strong preferences about certain things, like pronunciations of certain words. You may have noticed, Diana.
No, never saw it.
You know, but it's always something kind of superficial. I don't know. I've never, like, I've gotten on people's case for it, but never in a really, like, it's either pronounce it correctly or love friendship. Because that's just
Since I've heard it, first of all,
Club Vegas, play now.
That purple passion panther piss was a common exclamation among my peers when I was in school. You know, sort of like, oh my gosh, it was purple passion panther piss, holy crap, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I have too many attachments to purple and penguins already, so I won't be using that.
Okay, then.
Well, that's Sammy claims that's why he's a tuxedo kitty. He claims his father was a penguin.
His father was Burgess Meredith?
No, his father was a penguin. He was an officer in the army guarding the ice wall.
Okay,
a
then.
penguin, not the penguin, Diana.
Destapaluku.
His father might have been a nun.
Uh-huh. Yes, yes, yes.
You know, I wonder, like, there's a lot of stories about, say, people who managed to convince everyone that they were like the opposite gender, and no one realized, and a lot of them were not actually, they were just fucking with people. You know, and I wonder if there are any stories of, like, let's just say genotypic males passing as nuns for their entire lives.
I don't know of any, but
It's
I
in my
can see
notes
it
of
happening.
knowing.
It seems like the kind of thing where there'd be a story about it.
Actually, now that you mention it, I think I do vaguely recall reading a story once of a young man who posed as a geisha for several years.
How did that work out?
Apparently, he was much more comfortable being treated that way, so...
Okay, then.
Well, but I mean, doesn't it eventually lead to sex? Isn't that the point of a geisha?
Not necessarily. They are companions. It's not necessarily sexual, although that does often happen.
Yeah, moo.
I'm just saying, it seems like the potential for a sudden confusion on the part of the client is at least possible.
Well, then again, I have had sex a number of times, I never took my pants off, so... You know, depending on what sex acts you're performing, it could be kept going for some time.
I suppose.
Well, go after him.
Oh, agreed, Jay. If someone says your name is Jay and they call you Bill to be an ass, yeah, screw them. I mean, why put up with that nonsense?
Yeah.
And it's funny, like, how many people, don't know what to call me at like conventions because they're like, should I call you Bionic, BD, Bionic Dance, Kate? What the hell's the protocol? And I have to tell them, look, any of those is fine, whichever you're comfortable with. You know, because all of those are things I've been called that I find perfectly acceptable. So take your pick.
Well, that's why at conventions you have the "Hello, my name is" tags.
Well, even if it's not at a convention, maybe it's just someone came into town and like wanted to say hi or something, you know, and they always ask me, what the hell should I call you? You know, there are some people who are only comfortable calling me BD or Bionic Dance. Like they know my name is Kate and they're willing to say it, but they're just so used to Bionic Dance or BD or whatever.
Okay,
And I get that.
yeah.
I mean, how many times do I tell Diana, like, who the hell are you talking about? Tell me their screen name. You know?
Oh, I like that, Mage. I saw someone in a Star Trek group using the argument, how do we explain transgender to our kids, or something along those lines. I said simple, infinite diversity in infinite combinations.
Well, I mean, it's like before trans became like part of the public consciousness, really, like it has. There was a lot of like, how do I tell my kids that two men are getting married? You know, it's like, well, this is the new normal. You don't have to tell them anything like it's so freaking weird. You know, just say, this happens. It's a thing. Some people fall for this, that, or the other thing, you know? I mean, but of course, these are probably the same people who just don't want there to be gay marriage at all. So, like, they want to tell their kids it's weird. But, I mean, you know, it's like, well, you don't have to indoctrinate your kids into thinking like queerness is weirdness, despite the name.
Ankura said if someone spent their entire lives passing as a different gender, as in the nun example, we wouldn't hear about it if they passed well.
Unless they left behind a memoir.
Yeah, or what happened in the case of several instances of women passing as men to join the army, it didn't come up until they were wounded and the doctors had to examine them.
Isn't that like the basis of Mulan?
Yes, and that actually is based on a legend, at least, something that probably happened.
I mean, yeah.
But there were a couple of similar stories of women who did that in the American Civil War.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't get the desire to go out and kill people and possibly be killed yourself, but if that's what floats your ducky...
Although, if somebody did it passing as a nun and lived in a convent, I'm sure the church would cover it up when they died or were discovered. The church would not let that out to anyone.
Yeah.
Well, and then I have to wonder, though, is like, you know, I don't know how nuns shower. Is it communal? Or
I'm sure that's going to, you know, vary depending on their living arrangements.
Yeah, I mean, because I could make an argument for either one, you know, like the military and the jail, prisoners, you know, there's usually like just a communal shower that everyone uses.
I could very much see in the Catholic Church them not allowing communal showers just because seeing someone else naked would be a sin in itself.
Yeah, probably. Man, people are uptight about bodies, aren't they?
Yeah, a lot of the churches definitely.
I mean, what the frick, you know? I mean, like, the way shame is apparently a virtue just screws with my head.
Catholics are weird.
The church covering shit up say it's not true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, like, Catholics just seem so much more zealous, I'll say. Like they seem to take it so much more seriously.
Yeah.
Well, it runs the spectrum, if you will. I mean, I've known some laid-back Catholics, and then I know some who are as fundamentalist as any Pentecostal.
Well, most of the ones I've known have been pretty adamant about it. You know, there wasn't a lot of quarter given. But also, I mean, I've tried to explain this, and I'm having a hard time putting it into words. But even as a young child, the church that I did see, what little of it there was, always kind of squeaked me out somehow. There was something creepy about it. Maybe it was just the biblical language that sounded like English, but kind of off, like if Yoda was drunk, you know. And maybe it's those weird portraits that like there's something very uncanny valley about them, especially the ones that are in stained glass. But even just the paintings where Jesus looks weird, like there's this one where he's sort of standing out there and his eyes are closed like he's stoned and his arms are out to his side and there's like a lamb in front of him, and I'm like, this looks like the beginning of some sort of really sick porno.
Yeah.
You know, it was just like there was always something that creeped me out about it, and I could not define it for you to save my life.
Well, and when I was a kid in the Catholic Church, they were still doing half of the Mass in Latin.
Yeah.
And I asked about this, and it's like, I could never get why the adults were on board with praying in a language none of them understood.
Well, I know.
Never got an answer for that.
Some people learn Latin, like even if they're not some church official, some people do it.
Yeah, but, well, none of the people that I talked to, certainly none of the people in my family ever learned any of it.
And Latin sounds as complicated as Klingon. I've described before those prefixes. It sucks. I mean, like, you know that scene in Life of Brian where the Centurion is correcting his grammar?
Mm-hmm.
It's that bad.
Yeah, Latin is an interesting language. We were learning Latin when I was in, let me think, 3rd grade.
Well, as I understand it, a lot of why they use like Latin and Greek in things like legal terms and logic and philosophy and medicine and biology and all that is because they're dead languages and are not going to change as like people evolve their language over time.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's why scientists use it for naming things, because the meanings won't change.
Yeah, that's what I said. And it's, I mean, I get it. It makes sense. It's just, those are also really annoying languages to learn.
Well, yeah, that's about all of Latin I know, is being able to pronounce the names of dinosaurs.
And one of the other things that kind of squicked me out was like, I learned that Esperanto as a language exists because of the show Red Dwarf. And I looked into it, like, what the hell is Esperanto? And it's like a manufactured language that was meant to be a universal language.
Right.
And the one thing that bothered me about that so hard was they kept the gendered nouns from, like, fucking Spanish and stuff. The most pointless part of the language, they kept it.
Yeah, and I think that would be even more pointless when we start meaning, you know, species from other worlds. I'm playing with that a lot in my book, just all the ideas of sex and gender, because it's like, if they evolved on a different planet completely independent of our system, there's absolutely no reason they should conform to it in any way.
Well, one thing that I did in Quinn Redshift was the Venusians. They're, you know, the typical sort of like space opera sex kittens, but they're also the most well, maybe versus the Martians, we're not sure, but they're one of the most intelligent species in the solar system, right? Now, a Venusian male appears to have never been seen, but I have this thing where later, like not in the animation, but if like when I continue it as a graphic novel, the Venusian male looks sort of like some sort of fungal pod. Like they're, I believe the term is sessile, and they're not intelligent in any way. They just sort of sit there and like expel spores that the Venusian females then use for procreation. But it's their resemblance to humans is entirely superficial. Like I've already got some of the lore of the Quinnverse going through my head, you know?
Yeah, it's the same thing with my universe. It's like, you basically you have to start by figuring out for each species how is it they reproduce, and how would their ideas of sex and gender have evolved from that, if they even have genders at all.
Well, the truth is, though, what I'm doing is very like pulp space opera type stuff. So there's not going to be like too much real science in there. In fact, very, very little, really. Although there are a couple little things I stuck in there, so like if someone happens to be a like an astronomer or whatever, they'll go, "Hey, wait a minute, that really is a natural satellite of Mars. What the fuck?" That kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to construct a whole universe that doesn't outright violate any laws of physics that we know of.
Yeah, I don't really want to bother with that. I feel like the adventure matters far more than the slavish devotion to reality. Like, I'm making something closer to Star Wars than Star Trek, let's just put it that way, which is kind of funny because the whole thing, there's Star Trek's mission, but a more Star Wars style universe, you see. Yeah.
Well, the major plot setup of my first book is that no one has faster than light travel. So when a group of them wind up on Earth and run into something they didn't expect, they can send a message back, but it's going to be 40-some years before any reinforcements can come.
Well, it's funny because that's something that is part of Quinn Redshift, is that nobody, no one can leave the solar system yet. The technology doesn't exist. Basically, everyone is now reaching for the stars, but no one has been able to go extrasolar yet. They just don't have the drive system for it. And it would appear that I do not actually have a render of a Venusian male. I thought I had saved one, but I guess not.
Oh, my.
Oh, well. Or it might be in a folder somewhere that I just don't remember that's where I put it. That happens a lot. Like, I have multiple, temp and test footage folders that are nested inside other folders, and all of the folders that are inside seem like a logical place to put temp footage. It's just I should have consolidated it into one place.
Yeah.
I'm also surprised with how much of this I've had that I was able to say consolidated it without stumbling.
Well, I have one species that not only doesn't have any gender, but they don't even quite get the concept of parents that we have, because they all just deposit their eggs into a community nest, and in the process some of the eggs will merge together, so that's how they mix up their DNA. But it's basically they're all the same gender, and when the eggs hatch, they've got no way of telling whose eggs were involved in making which individual.
But who raises them?
Well, the whole colony raises them communally.
Okay.
So, they were saying that they don't really have a concept of parents. The closest they could come to is calling everyone their uncle.
Well, I've got a couple of, species I've come up with that I don't really want to talk about too much because I don't want there to be too many spoilers, there is a species that is way more advanced than everybody, but it's not a Shadow or a Vorlon type of people. In fact, at one point they say, yeah, we thought about manipulating a couple of the species on this planet, and we actually tried it with a couple of them and then said, you know what, this never goes well, and they stopped it. They just cut it out, they knocked it off, whatever you want to say. I like that idea of and so then we went off and just did our own stuff and left you guys alone. Because let's face it, these super advanced aliens that have been manipulating everything from behind the scenes, that trope is played out.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, I've been giving it a lot of thought. So is it like there's one species where it's not even really so much about their biology as it is about their social structure, which seems kind of idyllic at first, but under the scenes, like behind the scenes, it's actually quite fascist. So
I've got a sort of a universal translator, but basically it has to be programmed individually for each language it translates. And the models they have only have slots for like 4 modules, so each one can only translate like 4 languages at a time.
I've got a universal translator, but it's really hard to describe, especially without spoilers.
Yeah.
But one other trope that I'm trying to break is the one that you see in Star Trek the most, where it's aliens are speaking their own language and it's being translated, but for some reason they're lip-syncing English.
Yeah.
You know, so at one point when Quinn gets this translator, it's like, this is so strange. I'm hearing your words, but somehow thinking your meaning as if it were being said by you. This is very odd.
Yeah.
Because really, it's so silly that I mean, unless the universal translator somehow does an augmented reality, like reimagining of their Jaws, it speaks the English words, the galactic, the Federation standard words, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I haven't really given that a lot of thought.
From a real world point of view.
Yeah. I think for any of my aliens, just that the mouth is not even similar enough that you could see any kind of lip syncing. Just the movements of the mouth would seem totally random regardless.
Well, I don't know. That's another thing that I've been running up against. I mean, I can take a certain amount of cartoon license because what I'm doing is toon shaded, but coming up with aliens that are not humanoid, you know, that are not necessarily bipedal, or at least not, if they're bipedal, not shaped like humans necessarily, but still giving them an expressive enough face that it could have like expressions that an audience would recognize, you know, because that is important to the storytelling, is if you know, and also it's visual storytelling, which makes a huge difference too. You know, I have to be able to make these aliens, if not actually personable, at least a certain amount of relatable. And it's hard.
Yeah, well, I'm just writing it, so I don't really have to worry about the visuals so much. It's just what I described.
Yeah, that's clearly easier, but you probably still have to at least think up their physical form to be able to describe it. I mean, it's not the same as building it, but still.
Yeah, and May just saying not every species communicates with vocal folds. One species could communicate by resonating a crystalline structure.
Yeah.
And one species I have, you know, they have an exoskeleton, they have a hard shell, and they actually communicate by blowing through a series of holes in their abdomen, so it sounds something like a flute.
One thing that was kind of interesting in the Rendezvous with Rama series, and you really only learn this in like the end of the second book or the beginning of the third, is there's these aliens that sort of look almost like squid meets fungus or something. It was really weird. But they have this set of like almost chameleon-esque skin that through the colors can like they communicate by seeing the colors on their heads. There's no sound, it's just, you know, the patterns that they can see, and the humans have to learn how to interpret those.
Yeah, I had thought of an idea like that too. Maybe I was remembering that, you know, half remembering from when I read those books so long ago. But an idea like that to communicate with one species, they actually had to construct this thing with colored LED lights, you know, so it would light up in different color patterns for them to communicate. That basically the humans have to type on this thing for the aliens to see the different colors flashing in the right sequence. That's what I was using for my aquatic creature.
Sorry, I have to.
Oh, God. Oh, my. Moo.
Yeah, I think cephalopods are, you know, probably the most intelligent and completely alien thing that we have ever encountered. So I think if we want to practice communicating with alien races, we need to try talking to an octopus.
De acuerdo. Yep. Oh, my.
I talk to Junie a lot, so I'm getting used to it.
Junie is a cephalopod.
You weren't aware that Junie's a squid?
No, I missed that one.
Yes.
Moo.
Yeah. If you watch enough of her videos, Junie makes lots of references to being a squid.
Welcome to
I know
Club
people like
Vegas.
this. There's someone in the Seagoth scene who had like a Squid Girl online thing going on. I mean,
Well-
and I don't mean Squid Girl like you know, furries or whatever. I mean, just that was her online name for whatever reason. I guess she liked squids.
Well, and you were saying about creators haven't heard from in a long time. One was Purple Dan,
Yep, but
was
she's
a
a squid.
geology student. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and that was kind of the backstory for his character, was that his brain had been replaced with an octopus. So he
Yeah, I
was
don't
walking
remember
around in a
that.
human body, but he was really an octopus.
I definitely do not remember this person.
Yeah, from South Africa.
Yep. Yeah,
Still
he was a
don't remember
geology
this person.
student. Paula Gia had him on once or twice.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
That's
I
where I
still
had
want
first
to pronounce
encountered him.
that Pelosia every time I see it. I'm sure that's happened with a lot of us.
Oh, I still hear a lot of people pronouncing it that way.
I just think Paul.
Well, I mean, you know, the first time I saw it, I didn't quite realize it was his name, and I just read it phonetically, you know?
Yagados.
Yep. Well, that's the
Oh,
thing. You
well.
don't know which syllable to stress if you haven't heard someone else pronounce it.
Yeah. I mean, that can be taken to, like, ridiculous levels, but yep.
Oh my.
Hmm.
Yep. Octopeds are great escape artists. Aquariums always have problems with them. They show their intelligence because they can really figure out their environment, and they have been capable of, like, re-engineering things. There was one instance of I forget what city it was, that the octopus figured out the whole, you know, water flow thing of the tank, and clogged up the tank drain with seaweed, so that the tank overflowed overnight, and they found the octopus walking around the corridors.
Hmm. Really? That's how Hovind pronounces it. Huh.
What? Where? When?
I'm assuming Pelosia.
Yep. Yeah, that's the way he says it when he's responding to his stuff.
It's so hard to break that habit because it's been in my head for so long. God, I can't even imagine trying to do an eye transplant. I mean, there's so many nerves in there. You couldn't possibly connect them all up right.
Yeah.
And I don't even
clearly
know,
way
like, does
beyond-
each nerve, like, if you were to take the optic nerve, like, sever it and get another eye and try to connect up those optic nerves, does every, like, bit of the nerves, like each, I'm gonna say, wire, have to connect up to the same one every time? Or is it enough to just weld them all together and it'll take care of itself?
Well, that's what I would wonder about. Is like each nerve in there, like representing one pixel in your field of view. So if you don't get them back in the right order, it won't be able to assemble a coherent picture.
A dedicated line, yeah. I don't know. I've wondered that for years.
Does your brain like associate each nerve with it's this line and this column in the image?
I remember reading, and it was a fiction book, but I assume it was based on a real guy. Someone who was really experimenting with perception, human perception, and it turns out that it doesn't take very long to adapt to a new way of looking. Like, he built these glasses that were like parabolic, and it let him see behind him. It extended his peripheral vision like you wouldn't believe. And at first it was really disorienting, but after like a day or two, it became completely normal. And that's not the only thing he did. Now, granted, like I said, that was just in a bit of sci-fi I read, but I mean, knowing the guy who wrote it, I'm willing to bet he heard about it somewhere and there was a real scientist who was doing it or something. Like he co-opted it for his book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dapper Dinosaur is a good one for, arguing the evolution and getting into the real science. Gutsa Gibbon is another good one.
Yeah, she's good. She is good.
Yeah, she specializes in primates.
Okay, here's a question, and it just sounds like something a teenager would ask, but I've been genuinely curious for a couple of days. Why is it that primates seem to only have one set of mammary glands, where a lot of animals tend to have somewhere around 4 or 6? What happened?
Well, it always tends to go along with, how many young they have per litter.
Well, I guess that makes sense.
So yeah, basically when we got to the point that we were only having 1 or 2 babies at a time, it just, more than 2 was excessive, and we just evolved out of having them. They were unnecessary.
I wonder, how awkward it can be if you have triplets or more. Because you have to, divide up breast time with each baby. Yeah. And, after a while, you're going to be, what do you do? Half, and then the rest of it? I mean, I don't know how to divide up breast milk among 3 babies.
Well, I knew one woman who actually was a milk mother, that she was nursing other people's children because she kept producing milk, and her babies had been weaned.
Oh, also known as a wet nurse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds a little weird, but I guess if that's what you're doing. Well, that one makes sense. Men have nipples, at least, just because, well, everyone starts out female in the womb, and, there is a lot of crossover there. There's some vestigial stuff going on,
Yeah, there's some parts that grow before we realize whether or not we're going to need them.
Mm-hmm.
Platypi have no nipples. They still nurse their young.
Right.
They just kind of sweat the milk out through their skin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wacky fun.
Yeah, and the males do help nurse the babies because the males also produce milk. So the young just kind of lap at patches.
Animals.
What's that?
I said platypuses are weird animals.
Yep, in every way.
Well, I mean, it's like evolution got drunk one night and decided to see what kind of trouble it could get into. It is kind of funny when you get creationists or whatever who seem to think that evolution is deliberately directed and all of that.
Yep.
So a statement like I just made would probably be fodder for them, They wouldn't even necessarily see it as comedy, or they wouldn't care. They'd be like, aha, someone who believes in evolution just, pointed out that it's working towards a specific end or whatever, and it's just way to try to make hay out of nothing.
Yeah, they misinterpret anytime you try to use an analogy. They want to take it literally.
Oh, I was having some arguments with some people recently where it was like they tried to draw a parallel between two situations, but the two situations had radically different circumstances. And I don't want to get into the specifics because it would open a completely new topic and, so, yeah.
I was just going on Twitter with somebody about that I was, just saying that your conclusion doesn't directly link to your first statement. And I can't seem to get them understand why there isn't a connection there. To me, it seems like there's at least 5 or 6 steps missing in between, but to them, it's a completely logical assumption.
Well, I don't know. Uh-oh.
I can't find it now, but I had a good cartoon here somewhere. On Noah's Ark, it had the pair of ducks standing there and the pair of beavers, and the one beaver saying to the other, it's going to be a year on this boat, and it's going to get kind of boring, so maybe we should just, mix it up and swap.
Yeah.
Jer says you just kill the extra kid and feed it to the others. Problem solved. Actually, dung beetles do that. Dung beetles have 6 or 8 young, and after a week or 2, they see which ones are the biggest, and they kill the runts and they feed them to the big ones.
See, that's just awful. But there are so many species out there that pull the same kind of crap. So, I mean, like praying mantises and the whole, like, lopping off the mate's head afterward.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Or like,
milk is nutritious mucus.
Depositing their eggs in the nest of another bird to let them raise their young.
Oh, yeah, the cuckoos.
Yeah.
Well, and the cuckoos are really mercenary because the cuckoos hatch faster, and then the newly hatched cuckoo will push the other eggs out of the nest so that they get all the food that's brought back.
Yep.
Golly, that's rude.
Yeah.
I don't know. But some of the analogies were okay, I'll just fucking get into it. It was about the Rittenhouse trial. And like someone tried to draw this fucked up parallel where like I had said, look, he went into basically a battle zone with a weapon. Any pretense of self-defense goes right out the window once you're doing that,
Yep.
But they tried to say, okay, so like, the woman walking down the street with the skirt, she shouldn't have gone out there because she could get raped. I'm like, dude, those aren't even slightly equivalent.
Yeah.
Like, not even a tiny, tiny, tiny fucking bit. But that's the kind of, like, argument they would try to throw at me. And it's just the most illogical shit. And, like, I've had to learn to not engage with the crap arguments and keep my eye on the ball. Otherwise, we never discuss the point that they find awkward. If I don't just laser focus, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so hard to keep it on the topic or keep it to what's really the relevant point.
Well, it's like the alt-right playbook said. They said that bad arguments are bait for the left because we have a hard time letting them slide. And that means that they will take control of the conversation because they will focus on the bad argument. And they'll keep making bad arguments until you're not talking about the topic anymore. So you basically have to say to yourself, get your head out of your ass and drag them bodily back to what we were talking about and make sure you stay there. Every distraction that they throw your way, say irrelevant, that's a distraction, answer this question, or explain this, justify that. And if they try to distract you again, just say, I'm sorry, that's bullshit, that's a distraction, that's irrelevant. Here's the question I was asking. You gotta keep doing it because they will not answer until you badger them into it. But at least you're not taking the bait and getting off of the topic. You know?
Moo.
Yep.
I'm just saying. And yes, Mage, he went looking for trouble and found it. I mean, he clearly wanted to play soldier. He went out looking for someone to shoot.
Yep. Yeah, it's not like even he was there because a relative had a business there or something.
Yeah, so the excuse of, oh, he was there to protect the businesses is just so much bullshit. He wanted to be a vigilante.
Yeah.
But Fishhead there, gish galloping, sure, but it's not always gish galloping. Sometimes it's just one question that is so freaking out there that it's really hard to not just say to them, look, here's all the reasons you're wrong. I mean, one of the points the alt-right playbook made was that, if you're explaining, you're losing. If they say something short, quippy, and wrong, and you reply with a detailed rebuttal, they'll just ignore it and say something else that's short, quippy, and wrong. So instead of debunking the bullshit argument, just tell them that doesn't matter. Here's what we were talking about. Stay the fuck on topic. That's your only option.
Well, that's why major issues like climate change never get addressed, because we can't break them down into, 3-word sentences.
Well,
if you can't make it a catchphrase, they'll fit on a bumper sticker. You don't get anywhere.
I think I could do it, though. That's the problem. The left is terrible at messaging. Every time I hear some nonsense like defund the police, I mean, it's so easy to make right-wing hay out of that, to scare people into thinking we want anarchy, which we don't.
Yep.
And I'm like, why couldn't you run your slogans past a bunch of wise asses and punsters to see if they can turn it into something that'll be embarrassing? And sure, they probably still will, but let's not make it easy for them. That's the kind of thing that the left needs to do, but they keep coming up with these bullshit names for things. Like, you remember when climate change was global warming and the one dude brought in a snowball into Congress? Yep. It's like, that's the kind of bullshit they do because we named that badly. It should have been climate change from the beginning. Also, hi, Neil.
Oh, wow. Yay!
Oh, hey, Neil.
Whoops. There we are.
What I'm just saying is like, you can't relinquish control of the conversation. If you do, you've lost.
Yeah, well, it's so difficult to, have any kind of discussion that has nuance, anything that you can't throw down absolutes for, but, say that, yeah, this is right most of the time. There will be situations that are exceptions, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't implement this most of the time.
See, and here's the thing about that, is that gives them the opportunity to ask the next question. So what I would do is ask them, can you really not think of any exceptions to that? Now they have to answer. You've got control.
And they refuse.
Well, sure they refuse, but that's when you get to start pointing out what a cowardly fool they are.
Because I've been in those arguments, and it's like a brick wall.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that if you can give as good as you get and make a cogent point in a way that any average layman could understand, they are clearly making a jackass out of themselves, and they're doing it to themselves by basically being walking Dunning-Kruger factories. So, I mean, there's ways to game the system that makes them look like an idiot to any bystander. And honestly an idiot, because you're making real points that they're not, because they're doing it dishonestly. It really is just a matter of being clever and succinct.
Moo.
And again, like I say, not allowing yourself to be dragged off topic. Like one guy, he actually tried to pivot from Kyle Rittenhouse to George Zimmerman. And I was not going to have that discussion because that was a distraction. We're not talking about Rittenhouse anymore. So I just told him to fuck off and asked him another question about Rittenhouse.
Moo. Yeah, it's just.
Now, I was leery of bringing up that topic, but it's been on my mind all day.
Yeah, I think about it way too much because Kenosha is Sloth Girl's hometown. So
Well,
yeah,
one thing-
I know the mall and all, the area where that happened. I've been there.
Well, I mean, one thing that I've been wondering about for a little while, well, two things actually. Number one, if he's convicted, that partisan-ass judge is going to give him a slap on the wrist. But whether he's convicted or not, I suspect we're going to see some more riotous protests.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some of it. It's a matter of how much. Yeah, but I think we all knew from the beginning that he's not really going to get any significant punishment for it. The judge made, really telegraphed their thing right from the start.
I'm surprised no one has demanded like a mistrial or something. Clearly slanted, biased judge ought to get you a retrial.
Apparently, under the law, only the defense can ask for a retrial. The prosecution doesn't have that option.
Which is kind
That's
of
what
bullshit,
was
but
explained to
okay.
me, yeah.
I mean, there should be a way of declaring no confidence in the judge and having it stick. There's gotta be. Or at least there really should fucking be.
Yeah.
You know?
There should be, but then I can also immediately see how that would be abused if somebody just continuously objecting to judges until they had one that they knew they would like.
Well, that's the thing, though, is like, until you get a truly impartial judge, I would keep objecting and objecting and objecting until a judge could show me that it's like, okay, present the facts, and then we decide. Well, the jury decides, but you know what I mean? You know, I mean, like, it just seems that they this trial was a farce because of that judge.
Oh, God.
What?
Oh, I just looked on Twitter, and the discussion that I was just referring to, that I thought the person had skipped 5 or 6 steps. I gave up on that yesterday, and now there's like a 6-tweet long response to that, and it's like, I haven't responded to your last 3 responses. Take a hint.
Yeah, some people are so bad at taking hints. And I don't just mean lesbians when dating, because let's face it, that's a thing. But no, I mean, it's like, there are a couple of people where I've tried so hard to let them know, like, one thing or another, and they don't, like, positive and negative things, and they just don't seem capable of reading between the lines.
Move.
Well, I know I'm bad at that, I don't pick up on a lot of things.
Whereas I'm actually a bit on the hypervigilant side, so... Like, to the point where I'm probably seeing shit that isn't really there in people's expressions and tone of voice, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But, I'm told that's a symptom of PTSD, and I got a few others as well, mostly related to my parental units. So, I mean, like, that's probably where the hypervigilance comes from. I don't know. Never even really thought it might be PTSD until a couple of people heard me describe the situation. Were like, Kate? So, yeah.
Okay, then.
Well, yeah, and like I say, I can definitely see how you might be on the autism spectrum, because I do see, parts of it coming from that.
I mean, I'm not as fucked up as some people, but man, oh man, was this body a fixer-upper. I mean, between the hair and the brain surgery and, all that shit, It's like, eh.
Oh, well, here's another new element in the...
And the left-handedness, which I like, but let's face it, I'm weird. Or at least uncommon.
Very moo, very moo.
But not too uncommon.
Right.
So, you're keeping it under 4,000 pounds.
Well, what I wonder is, like, do you suppose King Tut was called just Tut by people that knew him, like, as a child or something? Or is that just what we call him? I mean, because I always do wonder, like, you know, all these famous historical figures, did they have childhood nicknames?
I will refer that question to Digital Hammurabi.
Okay. No, I mean, like, seriously, I've said it before, I'll ask again. Did Shakespeare as a kid get called Will or Billy or something? You know, like do we only know him as William Shakespeare because that's how he signed his manuscripts, but in truth, everyone just called him, you know, Bill.
Yeah, there had to be something casual that, you know, his buddies at the pub called him.
Yeah. You know, like I still remember Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure where Sigmund Freud says that the girls at the mall can call him Siggy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I mean, little things like that. You know, I wonder, like, is there a painting class, and someone walks in and he goes, "Hi, class, I'm your painter, Leonardo da Vinci, but you can call me Lenny or Leo, either way." You know. Like Mr. Da Vinci if I'm pissed at you, but otherwise, you know, I wonder about that kind of thing in my, you know, more bored moments, I guess. And some of them just come to me whenever they feel like, because it's just how I roll, I guess. I mean, because, like, a lot of autistic people have said things like, I hate it when my brain does this, or my brain does this or that or the other thing without my consent and stuff like that. And oh my gosh, was I saying that over and over and over before I ever looked into whether I'm autistic or not. So, just saying.
Yep.
Yeah, well, it is for me too that I kind of need to get the psychologist to reevaluate me, because the more and more I'm talking to people online who have the ADHD, the more convinced I am that I probably do fit into that. You know, and by the official testing, I was considered borderline for it, but I think that maybe they need to check a little more thoroughly.
I don't trust my ADHD diagnosis from the 90s anymore, because really people didn't know shit about Asperger's and autism and all that shit. And I guess Asperger's is now a defunct term, but I've been hearing two different stories about that. So.
Well, in the DSM-5, Asperger's just got rolled into the greater autism spectrum diagnosis rather than being considered a separate condition.
Fair enough. The way I first heard about Asperger's, though, was basically what you just said, is that it was like a subclass of autism, you know, where it's like this is a specific type of autism. Kind of the way that, like, my seizures were not the typical epilepsy. They were a different kind, you know, like there's more than one sort of the same ailment is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but basically, when they did the review for the newest version of the DSM, yeah, basically they came to that it doesn't have anything that's truly distinct about it from autism in general. That it used to be, like you say, they thought it was a separate condition that had some overlap, but they found they really couldn't find any way to define it that basically wasn't within the definition of autism.
Right. Well, whatever it is that's going on up in my head, it's weird, strange, sometimes a little worrisome, occasionally incomprehensible, and I just mean me. I can't imagine what other people think. There are times, honestly, like I think, and I know a lot of people say this, that they feel like they're just pretending to be an adult, that they don't feel grown up yet, but I feel something a little subtly different. It's not that I don't feel grown up or mature. I feel like I'm just still a kid sometimes. And I know that distinction is subtle, but important, I think. I don't know. But this is why I wish I had like an empathy helmet, the way I've described many times, because, man, I usually think people don't really get at a visceral level some of the things I've said. Like when I tried to describe what a seizure is like, one of my seizures, the only way I could think to describe it is it felt like an orgasm that had gone bad, that had spoiled, that was past its expiration date. Because you get the all over body effects, but they just feel a little icky. You know, it's not pleasure, it's more like kind of revolting, but not to a great degree. Just I didn't like that. But no one's understood it. They've always looked at me like, huh? Like they can't picture a bad orgasm.
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying.
And that's what it was like. Oh, well, what can you do? I mean, it's kind of like every time I've asked people to recommend TV shows, movies, or music, and I describe the kind of things I want, it's like people find something with one of the traits I mentioned, and it's nothing like what I'm after, and they give me that. You know, and I'm like, no, I want all those things I talked about. I want something where they overlap. You know, and I can even give examples like literal songs, like something like this. And what they give me is something that's nothing like it at all. And I guess we're focusing on different parts of the song, you know? But even then, when I describe that, it never gets through. I mean, it's just weird. Like, can I be that bad at describing? Because it can't be that the whole world doesn't comprehend what I say, but I don't know. I'm questioning myself all the time on shit like that.
Yeah, wondering if you're maybe not explaining it correctly, or, you know, why other people aren't getting it.
I don't know. I mean, maybe like I say, maybe I just have different associations, and that's why it's not getting through. I don't know.
Well, there's definitely a lot to that too. That's, you know, that's why we seek communities. We seek people who have had similar experiences, because we can identify with them. You know, if somebody has had a completely
After pioneering photographic film, we made it our mission to help change the world. In healthcare, our imaging expertise and AI technology.
To what Fishhead said there, bad orgasm still beats not having one. I mean, it might if it didn't often feel like, oh shit, this is where it feels. Because it did. Everything that would happen to be like, oh, this is fuck, that's being mentioned. You know, it's like, so, I mean, if it didn't come with that fear, you might have a chance.
Yeah, I certainly don't know anything about the seizure stuff, but I'm starting to learn about the bad orgasms. It's part of the transition thing. Things don't quite work like they used to.
Really?
One thing I discovered was that things work better.
Well, I'm at the in-between point where it's kind of suppressing the male stuff, but the female stuff isn't kicking in yet.
So
you know,
what,
so
you
it's a
just-
lot harder to reach any kind of an orgasm, and it doesn't seem as satisfying as it used to be.
Oh.
Okay then.
So lots of people tell me that that will get better after I get my hormone levels up more.
Moo.
Okay. But, I mean, yeah, Fishhead, you're right. Everyone, unless they're off, will ask themselves the why and whats. But there are some people, like the sorts who haven't read a book since high school types, who probably don't give it all that much thought, you know? Which I think is probably worse, because that probably, like, is where midlife crises come from. You know, by sweeping that under the rug and not asking the why and whats. But maybe I'm wrong on that. It is a guess. I freely admit it's a guess. I mean, it makes an intuitive gut level sense, but I could not claim to back it up with data. Or with lore or Captain Picard or anything. Any member of that crew.
Moo.
I'm not funny, I know, but I'm just whatever. I mean, it's what, almost 9:40 here, and I've been weeding up. I'm a little tired.
Yeah, it's going on midnight for me.
Going on 1 a.m. here.
It feels like my circadian rhythms are trying really, really hard to make me fall asleep earlier, because it always wakes me up at 5 a.m. now. It used to be like 6:30. Now it's down to 5 a.m. and I'm not getting nearly enough sleep. And it's like my body is saying, no, go to bed at 10. And I'm like, fuck you, I'm still going to midnight. I don't care
Well,
if
is
I
that
only
just
get
from
6
setting the
hours.
clocks back? That your body's still on the same cycle and you just set the clock an hour?
No, it's been doing this since before daylight savings.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. It might just be like remnants from the brain surgery. It might be something I can't do anything about without, like, medication.
Yeah. Yeah, I got new sleeping pills to try that I just started on these last Thursday. So not quite a week yet, and yeah. Helping a little bit, but not nearly what I had hoped for.
Sleeping pills kind of suck, at least for me, because I always wake up feeling hungover.
Yep. I'm getting a lot of that now, too.
See, it's these long-ass pauses, Diana, where you can start talking again. Because you really haven't been saying much for like an hour or two. I know we've been talking and talking, but there have been long pauses.
Yeah, you're just having so much fun.
Okay.
I should probably hang this up and, take the rest of my meds and wind down to go to bed. Because for me, it generally takes about 2 hours between when I shut things down and when I can actually shut my brain down enough to lay down.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, if I shut the computer down now, I might get to sleep by 2 a.m.
And I've got to clean the bathroom, and then,
Yeah, you got company coming tomorrow.
yeah, if all goes well.
I wonder if I have any melatonin left. I know I'm really low. I might have a couple, 1 or 2 left, maybe 3. So.
Yeah, I've tried taking that. Sloth Girl uses it. It helps her, but doesn't do anything for me.
I need to take it in lower doses than what I still have. Like, I first started out with way too high a dose, but the stuff that was the right dose was really hard to find, and when I did find it, it sure as fuck wasn't cheap. So,
Yeah, okay.
I've been using the stronger stuff, and it is helping a little, but I'm still waking up too goddamn early.
I had the opposite.
And it can't just be the cats waking me up.
I had the opposite. I tried taking it and it wasn't working, and I talked to my doctor and he was telling me that that was way too low a dose. So then I was winding up, taking 3 or 4 of them at a time to try and get the correct dose.
Whoa.
Well, the 3 milligram pills were just like that. Like I say, I woke up feeling hungover. Eventually, I found the 0.3, and that was what I needed.
Yeah,
Okay,
I was
then.
up to taking like 10 milligrams a night, and it still wasn't doing anything, so we gave up.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, just everybody's body processes things differently.
I do love that there's a soporific effect from weed. It really has helped me. I don't know quite what I would have done through these last 2 years or so. You know, because it, like, without the weed, because it's kept me kind of balanced, centered, calm, you know, in ways that I really wouldn't have been without it. And no, JG, it's not the cats, because sometimes when I wake up, they're not there.
Okay, then.
Although sometimes when I wake up, they totally are, but they're like not in a place where they would have interfered with me or my sleep. So I don't know.
Yeah, I have no circadian rhythm. My body does not acknowledge a 24-hour clock. In fact, I've actually been thinking of ideas and thinking about maybe I should give up on the 24-hour clock altogether and try working on just like a 27 or 28-hour clock, that intentionally going to bed 3 or 4 hours later each day.
Well, it has been learned that if allowed to run free, humans have a clock that's about 25 hours.
Yeah, well, and that's what I found myself from a couple of times, you know, when I didn't have any obligation to be up for anything, that was just my natural pattern, that it kept getting pushed back further each night. And for me, it was more than like 25 or 26 hours. Like I say, I think it's somewhere around 27 or 28 hours is my natural rhythm.
I was reading an article that was saying that some people just aren't made for being in the daytime, that they're not, and some people are like not really right for getting a full night's sleep, that some people are nappers.
Yeah, I've tried that too, but the problem is that the amount of time it takes me to fall asleep for the short nap I get, you know, is just not workable, because then I'll wind up spending 2 hours in bed to get less than an hour's sleep.
Well, that's what I was doing with the melatonin, is it was helping me to do the falling asleep part. Because once I was asleep, I was dead to the world, but getting asleep was the hard part.
Yeah, my problem is I sleep on alert. I never get that far down in sleep so that I will always wake up with any noise I can't identify.
Okay, that one didn't happen to me.
Yeah, so, you know, I mean, for me, it's kind of like, it's kind of a feeling like I'm always vulnerable, like I always have to be vigilant. I can't risk somebody coming into the room and catching me asleep.
Well, that's why I keep a lightsaber next to my bed.
Yeah. And I found that when we had a dog, that, you know, I can filter out the cats. Them moving around doesn't bother me. A person coming into the room, I will wake up. And I figured out that the cutoff point is about 50 pounds. Because when we had a dog and she was under 50 pounds, no problem. When she got up to 60 pounds, I'd wake up every time she came in the room.
Okay.
Moo.
Oof, I really am getting tired over here. I'm gonna be right back. I want to get a drink of apple juice.
A topaleki.
I would like some apple juice. Actually, I want some apple cider. I haven't had a good hard cider in ages. There were 3 brands I liked, and I can't find any of them anymore.
Okay, then. What I haven't had in a very long time is Applejack.
I've never tried that.
I rather like it.
Yeah, Fishhead was asking about Kate's tattoo there, and yes.
Yeah, I had pointed to the tattoo and nodded a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
I hope that came through.
Well, I saw you pointing to the tattoo. I just hadn't seen the comment inside chat.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Gun in your
that is the
nightstand,
same.
you say there, JG? Mind you, this is completely fake. There's where the batteries went. It was basically Daisy's answer to laser tag in the 80s. But it looks real enough that if someone tried to, like, break into my apartment, it might make them wish they hadn't.
Okay, then.
Yeah. The longest I've stayed awake has been about 75 hours. And somewhere when it gets above 60 hours, I start hallucinating.
Well, I mean, if I want to hallucinate, although, like, seriously, with the right music and the right visuals, this can transport you to another world. Like, there's these kaleidoscope videos on YouTube that I don't know how they do it, but some of the really cool stuff manages to happen on exactly the right beat of the song I'm listening to. And like, it can't just be that I'm, like, looking at something and going coincidence. I mean, like, they'll hit a crescendo and all of a sudden it goes from dark to light, and I'm like, holy crap.
Yep.
Mind you, it might be a little bit the weed that makes me think this.
Now, see, and I always wish I could experience something like that. I've never gotten those kind of effects from any drug. You know,
Well,
and it's like, it sounds so cool. I want that.
Have you tried acid?
No, I've never really tried any hard stuff.
Well, you
I never
gotta do
tried
the hard
acid or
stuff
hash.
for that experience. Although, like I say, this weed is the strain is Grape Ape, and I've tried Grape Ape from other brands. You gotta get it from these guys, and it is whoa. I mean, seriously, kicked my ass.
Hey, Colleen. Have you been around? I hadn't seen you earlier.
I just saw Colleen earlier.
Well, I know I wasn't watching the chat all the time, so I probably missed it.
I think I saw when she came in.
Yeah, but yeah, I have been tempted to try acid, mostly because I would like to try it and I would like to watch the Yellow Submarine so I could see it in the same state of mind they wrote it in.
Well, what I enjoyed really was Tron on acid, because you got to admit it's a bit of a light show.
Yeah.
In fact, I could even just put Tron on and turn off the audio and put on the right music, and it'd be absolutely perfect.
Yeah, Mage, I'm extremely light sensitive, so I've got my room blackout curtains and everything that in the middle of the day it is dark in there. And yeah, I have no trouble, you know, getting up and getting to the bedroom and getting to the bathroom. I don't really need any lights at night.
Xander's giving me that look like he wants to climb aboard. He doesn't really slow blink back. I'm not sure how much he likes me.
Well, with cats, you can, you know quite a lot just by watching the tail.
Well, sure, but I mean, it like the slow blink is basically the cat equivalent of "I love you."
Yep.
And yeah. And also Xander's tail, like Columbia's, she acts like a normal cat with her tail, but Xander is always wagging his back and forth. He's been doing it since I first met him. So I like, sometimes he does the normal thing where it goes up like a question mark, but most of the time he's just wagging it back and forth.
Well, the main thing you have to watch out for is if most of the tail stays still and the end is twitching. Then they're really irritated, and then they're likely to rip into you if you move anything.
Well, I see Xander do that a lot when he sees the crows on the building across the street. You know,
Yeah.
like he really wants to catch and eat those crows.
Yep, he's ready to pounce.
But, you know, there's a window and a huge, like, 30-foot gap, plus a building that's a floor taller between him and the crows. Plus, he's way too small to take on a crow.
Yeah, he may not realize just how big they are from the distance.
Well, and Xander, like, I don't know, he doesn't seem fully grown, and he's old enough to be.
Then again, I have seen videos of, typical house cats jumping like full-size ducks and geese, and basically riding them around, thinking they were going to take them down, and the birds don't really notice.
Well, I've told this story before about when, like, my first cat, Kitty, killed a rabbit, dragged it in the house, up the stairs, and under my bed. I mean, she was vicious. I miss her.
Yeah, some cats actually will, take down other animals that are, at least as large as they are.
Well, it was the dragging it unseen into my bedroom upstairs that was the bizarre part. Hey there, buddy boy. How's my butcher's
From the cat perspective, I totally understand that. That she had her kill and wanted to drag it back to her den so she could, have it there and nobody was going to disturb it.
Well, also, though, she was the one who would leave us offerings, like, on the doorstep. Like, we came home to so many dead mice and birds.
Mm-hmm.
And I know she meant well. So, yeah.
Well, that's in New York. I re-domesticated 3 cats. There was one cat that I shared the garage with. He never actually let anybody touch him. But we had put a flap in the garage door so he could, come in and shelter himself, and we put food down for him.
What the hate is this
And
ayahuasca?
I will always specifically remember the day that I went out there and I found a headless bat right by the cat flap. He was presenting me a gift that, he had finally agreed that we could share that space and he wasn't going to get mad at me for being there.
Oh yeah, ayahuasca. That's trying to remember if it's a hallucinogenic. I'm trying to remember if it's Jimson weed or if it's something else.
Well, I'd be willing to try the the magic mushrooms, even though I don't like eating mushrooms. I'd be willing to try that. What was it? I think it's called DMT.
Oh, dimethyltryptamine. Yeah.
The one that like everyone says they have some fucked up religious experience if they do enough of it.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to try that. I don't know. But right now this is plenty, and it won't fuck you up the way some drugs will. I keep wondering sometimes, like, I've done acid 3 times. Will I have a flashback someday? I crack my back or something, and all of a sudden, whoa, colors.
Well, the one drug that really didn't make me hallucinate, that I'd try again if I had a spotter, was doing salvia.
Oh, yeah.
And, when my fiance had me try that, I somehow had the idea that I was in a 2-dimensional universe, and if somebody turned the page of the book, I was going to slide off the edge. So I was like clinging to the furniture, and she couldn't pry me loose to get me to the bed.
There were a few that I just will not.
Freeze spin. Huge win.
Family or alcoholics. So I'm aware that I probably have a much higher than normal chance of getting addicted to something if I'm not careful.
Oh, moo. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to do anything that can cause permanent effects,
Okay, then.
Apparently they're saying they can hear whatever game you're playing.
I was afraid of that. This damn thing insists on putting up ads.
So what game are you playing?
It's Macro Chef Solitaire.
Oh, jeepers.
But apparently it's only coming up to the people on YouTube, and we're not hearing it.
We are not. Yeah, I mean, okay, Jay, like, I've had medical opium. You know, like, why am I blanking on the name? Morphine. You know, that kind of thing. But, you know, never just took it for recreation.
Yeah, I've had.
Sometimes I wonder if the doctors thought, like, when I went in for my wrist that time, I wonder if they thought I was, like, looking for drugs. You know, like, because I'm sure they get a lot of people who fake injuries or give themselves real ones because they want, like, Demerol or some shit. I wonder if they thought I was seeking that. I didn't even ask them for aspirin, you know?
I've been accused of that a number of times.
I mean, I certainly didn't ask for Demerol or any painkillers at all, so...
Yeah, well, when I moved to Michigan, I had to fight for 2.5 years for one of my medications because they thought I was just a drug seeker. And I kept telling them, all I want you to do is look at the records from my clinic in New York and give me the exact same thing that I was on for the previous 3 years. And I couldn't even get them to look at the records.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there have been times where, like, I did not realize how low I was on the brain meds, and I was, like, you know, out of refills, you know, or even just it was, like, Sunday and the pharmacies weren't going to open, and I had a trip to take on, like, a plane, which is weird how it always seems to coincide with, like, a prescription that's out, you know? So, like, I would have to make all these frantic calls to doctors and shit to try to get somehow a prescription like right then, even if it was just a stopgap, you know, like a week's worth to be able to survive the trip and then get back and take an appointment, you know, that kind of thing. It's just, I hate it. Well, Jay, morphine is also like it dried me out. It made me very, you know, dehydrated, and I ended up drinking way the hell too much water to compensate, and it just got unpleasant. So, you know.
Yeah, I could really use some high-powered painkillers, and no one will talk to me.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's the sleep meds. You know, I wouldn't need them for the pain, but I know oxycodone will make me sleep. It's one of the 3 things I found that would actually let me sleep for like 6 hours without waking up.
Oh, moo.
I don't know. It's funny. Like, I wonder if it convinced them that I was not after drugs because I went to. Why am I blanking? It's not orthopedics, that's feet. What the hell is it called?
What is what called?
Well, you go to the place where, like, you've hurt yourself and they check to see if you need therapy for it or some shit. It has a word, a name.
The bone doctor, now I can't remember.
Osteo something or other.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it was that. But, you know, I went to the follow-up visit for more x-rays and, again, did not ask for medicine of any sort. So, I mean, I wonder if that was convincing enough for them to go, oh, okay, this one's serious. And even if it's a minor injury, no one's seeking drugs.
Well, and, like, the time I got my fingers caught in the power saw, that on the follow-up, that was like 10 days after the accident, I asked the doctor for a refill of the painkillers that they'd given me in the emergency room. You know, and he was like not wanting to give me a refill, and I was like, okay, in the emergency room, they gave me a prescription for 10 tablets. It has been 10 days. I have taken no more than 1 pill per day. How can you say I'm abusing this with just having 3 fingers cut off?
Orthopedics. It was orthopedics. I thought that was feet. I mean, I know that's podiatry, but for some reason I thought like maybe it's because I hear about orthopedic shoes a lot.
Okay,
maybe that's
Moo.
why I had that association.
Moo.
But yeah, okay, I did go to orthopedics. And
Yeah, Vicodin, that's the name I was looking for.
yeah. I have to admit, the one time I had Valium, it was kind of nice.
Okay, yeah.
Like, they gave it to me to keep me calm right before LASIK.
Well, Vicodin or extremely high doses of codeine will help me sleep. But the codeine, I have to pump it up to doses that the doctors would not recommend. It is getting hot in here. I keep trying to tell my building manager that my thermostat does absolutely nothing, that whether I set it at 50 degrees or set it at 80 degrees, I have no control over the temperature in here.
You know, I have to admit, it kind of amuses me and just a little bit flatters me when I go into the doctor and the nurse is doing the initial, and she asks if there's any possibility I could be pregnant. Now, sure, I wish I looked a little more obviously like a lesbian so they wouldn't fucking ask that. But at the same time, it's like, oh, bless your heart, you think I'm young enough. I mean, not that I'm going through menopause or anything, but you know, it's kind of like, you know, I'm almost 46. If I ever get called Miss, it's like, oh, thank you. You know, or like as opposed to ma'am.
Now you know how I feel when I get carded.
Yeah, but you're clearly elderly.
Moo.
You know, where I still don't look my age yet.
Yeah. Well, I think that's why I'm not getting far with the transitioning stuff, because at this point my body's confused about whether I'm going through puberty or menopause.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I am kind of curious what a hot flash is like, but I really only want to have one and then just, you know what I mean?
You know, I hadn't considered it. Maybe that's why I'm feeling so hot right now.
Oh.
I wonder if that's the hormones doing that.
Also,
Could be.
like talking to people about it. I mean, I always thought a hot flash was just, ooh, you know, but apparently it can last.
Oh yeah, it can last for several hours.
I didn't know that. It was just because I assumed from the word flash, you know?
Yeah.
Man, it sounds sucky, but there's a lot of things I wish I could just try. Like I've mentioned that thing where you can record experiences from the movie Strange Days and play them back at will. I mean, there's a lot of things I'd love to try without all the danger, without all the permanent effects, just to know what they're like.
And you know, I was thinking about that the other day, because what I would love is if you could have something like that I could wear sleeping, so it would record my dreams. So the next day I could look at my own dreams and figure out what the fuck was that about.
That'd be nice, especially since lately when I wake up, I almost immediately forget my dreams. I used to have the best eyelid movies, and now I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck, you know?
Well, one of the side effects of the meds I'm taking now is that after I fall asleep, I spend the first hour having extremely vivid nightmares. I don't remember enough of to know what they were, but I'm suspecting it's just kind of like churning up a lot of childhood memories that I've never dealt with. And maybe if I could remember what they were, I could actually talk about them in therapy and get them to go away.
Well, and that's another thing. It's like, even when I was remembering my dreams, it has been literally like decades since I've had a nightmare.
Lucky you.
Like most of my dreams were kind of like, I mean, I describe them as eyelid movies, and I'm not being facetious or figurative. A lot of them were like the kinds of things I watch. It was a lot like my imagination said, okay, you remember Explorers and Star Wars and Close Encounters and Daryl? Let's mush them all together and see what happens. You know?
Yeah.
So I like that.
Yeah, occasionally
like
I have
what
some
Moses
nice
said,
ones.
I dream of full narratives, yes.
Yeah, occasionally I have some nice ones like that, you know, as I'm waking up, I'll kind of remember them for a little while, but they fade too quickly.
There are a few dreams that really stuck with me, like from childhood, where I've just never forgotten them. And, like, I don't know if they mean anything or what. Some of them are just damn good stories, but they're still there.
Apparently, when I was a teenager, I tended to remember them, because that's when I started writing. And huge sections of my first novel really are just where I wrote down dreams I remembered and I worked them into the story.
I really should, like, try to write more, like, you know, prose, because I mean, I feel like I could be good at it, even though a lot of what I write feels like garbage. Like, I have a lot of good ideas, but sometimes the execution needs work.
Well, for me, it takes a lot of time. You know, that I can visualize the scenes I want to write, but then actually putting it all into words and getting it all to flow so it sounds like normal dialogue, you know, that can take just so many revisions and so many hours for even a short scene.
Yeah, I don't really have that problem. The problem I usually have is, like, making the plot twists not ham-fisted. You know, where it's like no, there's way too much hand-wavium involved. There's way too much Deus Ex Machina involved. There's way too much, like there's no subtlety or nuance to how I introduce a new, very critical character that the main character has to stumble upon by chance. You know, I could not write that to save my life, or at least I can't now. Like I said, I feel like I'd be good at it.
That's actually one of the most awkward things is, you know, just writing good scenes for the characters meeting. You know, how they're going to react to each other the first time they meet.
Yeah. That's actually something like in Quinn Redshift, the first part of it starts with two characters meeting, but they've known each other for ages. They're really good friends. There is a third person that is unknown to Quinn, though, and there's an introduction there, which actually helps introduce Quinn's friend, who we still, like, don't know anything about, even though Quinn does. So, I'm proud of that scene, but there's another scene in there where I'm like, I had to make fun of it within the actual plot because it was so improbable. It was such a coincidence, you know?
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm having that, you know, one character was not part of the original crew. So I have to explain how it is this one random alien wound up on Earth on its own without being in any way associated with all the other aliens.
Xander, stay or go? All right, stay.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
See, look
It's
what
a
he's
good thing
doing with
there's
his
still a
tail
lot
there.
of-
He'll do that whether I'm petting him or not. Just waggle it back and forth.
Yep. Well, he obviously loves you.
He does, I
He
think.
just wants your attention all the time.
Yeah, oh, he is such a little attention whore. If he ever hears Columbia purring, he is over there like a shot, demanding that he be petted. Xander, if you, nose at the microphone stand, you're gonna make noise into it that I can't hear, but everyone else over there can.
Yeah, I've got a feeling if I ever try to live stream with anything but my headset, that Sammy is likely to come and be headbutting the microphone while I'm doing it.
Well, I've got a feeling that it's a demon, a dancing demon. Something isn't right there.
Yeah, something's not right with Diana again. I hear a lot of groaning over there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you going to be okay, dear?
it hurts. It hurts a lot.
Your neck again?
Always. It never stops.
I keep telling you, have it amputated.
Well, you said that traction thing had helped for a while.
For a while. I could really use some methadone.
Yeah, I have to think that there's some way of setting up a better headrest for your chair or something that would support your head better when you're sitting there for hours.
That's one thing. Like, why is it that everything that gets you fucked up also dehydrates you?
Yeah, Moo. I don't know.
That's a very strange thing.
Yeah, like I said, I found that was one of the problems I had. The Spiro was one of the medications added last month. And I was having side effects, and I realized that all those side effects were actually just being dehydrated from it. So as long as I drink twice as much water, I'm okay.
Well, I don't know. I find if I do this right before bed and I don't have a drink of something before I go to bed, I wake up feeling awful. And by drink of something, I don't mean alcohol.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, like you were saying earlier, it's striking that balance between not being dehydrated and not having to get up to go to the bathroom in 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah. Oh, that's another thing, because I'm seeing TV Tube, they're saying grateful that cherry flavor is available. I'm not really sure what you mean by that, but this, like, it's not just called grape aid. It actually has flavor. Like, it says juicy and ripe here, and they mean it. You know, the first whiff of this, it doesn't smell like marijuana. It smells like candy.
Moo.
Yeah, Fishhead's asking what's wrong with your neck.
Slip discs, honey. And they impinge.
Well, it could be worse. They could be floppy disks.
They impinge on the spinal nerves.
Yeah, one of my former girlfriends had a couple of compressed discs in her back.
Yeah, I've dealt with these for 42 years.
Yeah. Well, that is why I will argue that not all chiropractors are bullshit.
Oh.
Because they actually did help her with the backache.
I got my answer.
You know,
from
they couldn't cure anything, but the regular treatments at least relieved it, so she had a couple days at a time that were better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not sure in my entire life I've ever had milk of magnesia. For that matter, I don't know what a magnesia is or how people milk one.
Oh my. It's a magnesium mineral. I forget what the other ion is. Ow!
Well, don't do that then.
Sent a link for a video about some neck disc exercises.
And stretches.
I think.
And they're both for pain relief.
Take me out back and shoot me.
Take me out back and shoot me.
I still want to put your head in a jar before we dispose of the body. That way you can keep streaming.
I don't know. just think it'd be great to, take someone's head after they've died and just go pull kabam,
Well, there was the thing in Mystery Men that she had her father's skull put into a bowling ball.
I've never skeet shooted. Skeet shot? I don't know. I have never shot skeets.
No, I haven't either. About all I've done was target shooting, like, shooting pop cans off a log.
My entire life, I've fired a gun one session. I went to a range with someone and I fired a .22 pistol. And you know what? Those paper targets would have been really, 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 really dead where I hit them. So, I'm a decent shot. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I was a pretty decent shot. My brother and my cousins always wanted to get me to go deer hunting with them. And it's like, no, the target shooting's fine. I have no interest in shooting at something that's alive.
I think there are a few things I might be willing to. But, I don't know. I mean, it would have to be something not particularly cute. Wild pig, maybe.
Yeah.
I'd have a hard time shooting a deer. I suppose I could shoot a bison. Or a buffalo. Well, that's not what you want.
Yeah, and I don't think Diana is really eligible for any kind of surgery until the kidney stuff gets sorted out.
That's probably true. Our medical system is so fucked, isn't it?
Yeah.
One of these days I gotta learn to blow a smoke ring. You probably have to have actual smoke for it, though.
Yeah. See, this is when it bothers me that there isn't anyone in driving distance to Diana to go and check up on her.
And
If
even if
nothing
there
else,
was,
somebody
what
just-
are the odds they'd have a car?
Yeah. If nothing else, just somebody to go over there and try to make her comfortable and tuck her into bed for the night. But, yeah, if I drive straight through, it's like 19 hours for me.
Jolly fun. Kind of sounds like one of my ex-roommates having sex. Yeah, that sounds like her, all right.
I'm just cringing a lot because, I know being in so much pain that it hurts to move anything or hurts to stand up.
Oh, God. Ow.
Oof.
Oh.
Well, do you just need to get to bed so you can lie down and take the weight off your neck?
Oh. I haven't had Oreos in so goddamn long.
Move?
Like, think it's been 2 years, even. No, 3. Since I've had an Oreo. I think part of the problem is that my supermarket only has them in like huge Mondo packs, you know, and I remember a time you could just get this small sleeve of them, and that's what I want.
Well, actually, you should look because sometimes they have they'll have a box that will have like 10 of those little sleeves in it.
So
Not at my supermarket. That's the thing. My supermarket has some weird blind spots in their inventory. Like I have to go to this other place, this Vaughn's, like that's 14 blocks away to find some of the shit that my store doesn't have.
Mm-hmm.
It's very frustrating.
So wait a minute. Why don't you want the 4-pound package?
Because I don't want to eat that many.
And they will go stale if you don't eat them.
But 4 pounds is 1 serving.
Not in my world, it's not.
Well, although if you get them and if you seal them up real good in plastic, they will keep for a good while.
Not as long as Twinkies, but sure. Because let's face it, Twinkies. Actually, it's funny. I've seen sites that debunk that whole myth of Twinkies lasting forever, even through a nuclear bomb. But I still like that bit of lore, even if it's fake.
Yeah.
Or not. I don't know. I was just confused.
Yeah.
All right, it's clear on fading. I'm gonna go.
I think I gotta go too. Really, I do. Listen,
Yeah.
kids, I want to thank everybody who's here and everybody who's not here. I'm sorry I've been in pain, but what can I tell you? You guys keep me going.
You've got nothing to apologize for. I just wish there was somebody close enough to be able to give you some meaningful help.
Well, you have one thing to apologize. Your taste in music just stinks.
Those are the betrayal.
All right, I'll catch you if a genius is
Yeah,
later.
you'd really be down if you heard my music, I'm sure, but
And thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
okay. Good night, all. We'll check in with you tomorrow.
Yay.